In silence for a few moments. Obviously, whatever Tonki's done isn't so urgent or terrible. Then she turns and begins climbing again, apparently deciding that the rest break is over. You and Hjarka sigh and follow.
I think the people who originally built this place didn't think it through,
Ika says as the climb resumes.
Too inefficient, too dependent on machinery that can break down or rust out, and orogeny as a power source, which is basically the least reliable thing ever. But then, sometimes I wonder if maybe they didn't intend to build it this way. Maybe something drove them underground fast, and they found a giant geode and just made the best of what they had.
She runs a hand along a railing as you walk. This is one of the original metal structures that have been built throughout the geode. Above the inhabited levels, it's all old metalwork.
Always makes me think they really must have been the ancestors of Castrima. They respected hard work and adapting under pressure, like us.
Doesn't everyone?
Except Tonki.
Some. She doesn't take the obvious bait.
I outed myself to everyone when I was 15. There was a forest fire somewhere to the south, drought season. The smoke alone was killing the older people and babies in the com. We thought we'd have to leave. Finally, I went to the edge of the fire, where a bunch of the other townsfolk were trying to create a firebreak. 6 of them died doing that.
She shakes her head.
Wouldn't have worked. The fire was too big. But that's my people for you.
You nod. It does sound like the Castrimans you've gotten to know. It also sounds like the Terimo folk you've gotten to know, and the Malvites, and the Aliens, and the Humanescens. No people in the stillness would have survived to this point if they weren't fearsomely tenacious. But Yika needs to think of Castrima as special. And it is special, in its own strange ways. So you wisely keep your mouth shut. She says,
I stopped the fire, iced the burning part of the forest, and used that to make a ridge farther south as a windbreak in case anything set off a new blaze. Everyone saw me do it. They knew exactly what I was then.
You stop walking and stare at her. She turns back, half smiling.
I told them I'd go if they wanted to call the Guardians and have me shipped off to the Fulcrum, or if they wanted to just string me up. I promised not to ice anyone. Instead, they argued about the whole mess for 3 days. I thought they were trying to decide how to kill me.
She shrugs.
So I went home, had dinner with my parents. They both knew, and they were terrified for me. But I talked them down from smuggling me out of town in a horse cart. Went to crash the next day, same as always. At the end of it, I found out the townsfolk had been arguing about how to get me trained. Without letting the Fulcrum on, see? Your mouth falls open. You've seen Yika's parents, who are still hale and strong and with an air of Sanzid stubbornness about them. You can believe it of them. But everyone else, too? All right, maybe Castrima is special.
Hjarka says, how did you get trained then?
You know what these little Midlander coms are like. They were still arguing about it when the rifting happened. I trained my damn self.
She laughs, and Hjarka sighs.
That's my people too. Complete rust heads, but good people.
You think against your will. If only I had brought Uche and Nassun here as soon as they were born. Not all of your people like having us here, you blurt, almost as a rebuttal to your own thought.
Yeah, I've heard the chatter, which is why I'm glad you're training the kids, and that everyone saw you get the boil bugs off Tateis.
She sobers.
Poor Tateis. But you proved again that it's better to have people like us around than to kill us or drive us out. Castrimans are practical people, Essie.
You hate this nickname immediately.
Too practical to just do something because everyone else says do it.
With that, she resumes the climb. After a moment, you and Hjarka do too. You've gotten used to the unrelenting whiteness of Kostrima. Only a few of the building crystals have touches of amethyst or smoky quartz about them. Here, though, the ceiling of the geode has been sealed off with a smooth glass-like substance that is deep emeraldine green in color. The color is a bit of a shock. The final stairway that leads up into this is wide enough for 5 people to climb abreast, so you're unsurprised to find 2 of Kostrima's strongbacks flanking what looks like a sliding attic door made of the same green substance. One of the strongbacks has a small wire-glass utility knife in her hand. The other just has his big folded arms.
Still nothing,
says the male strongback as the 3 of you arrive.
We keep hearing sounds from inside, clicking, buzzing, and sometimes she yells things. But the door's still jammed.
Yells things? Asks Hjarka. He shrugs.
Like, I knew it, and that's why.
Sounds like Tonki. How does she have the door rigged, you ask? The female strongback shrugs. It's a stereotype that strongbacks are all muscle and no brain, but a few of them fit that description more than they should. Yika gives you another, this is your fault look. You shake your head, then climb up to the top step and bang on the door. Tonki, rust it! Open up! There's a moment of silence, and then you hear a faint clatter.
Fuck, it's you,
Tonki mutters from somewhere farther away than the door.
Hang on and don't ice anything.
A moment later there's the sound of something rattling against the door material. Then the door slides open. You, Yika, Hjarka, and the strongbacks climb up, though all of you except Yika stop and stare. So it's left to her to fold her arms and give Tonki the exasperated glare she's earned. The ceiling is hollow above the door. The green substance forms a floor, and the resulting chamber is molded around the usual white crystals that jut down from the geode's rocky, grayish-green true ceiling, perhaps 15 feet overhead. What makes you stop, your mouth falling open and your mind stuttering from annoyance into silence, is that the crystals on this side of the green barrier flicker and blink, transitioning at random from shimmering images of crystals into solidity and back again. The shafts and tips of these crystals which poke through the floor weren't doing this outside. None of the other crystals in Kostrima do this. Aside from glowing, which granted is a warning that they aren't just rocks, the crystals of Kostrima are no different from any other quartz. Here, though, you suddenly understand what Alabaster meant about what Kostrima is capable of. The truth of Kostrima is suddenly, terrifyingly clear. The geode is filled with not crystals, but potential obelisks.
Flaking rust,
one of the strongbacks breathes. This speaks for you as well. Tonki's junk is everywhere in the room. Weird tools and slates and scrapes of leather covered in diagrams, and a pallet in the corner that explains why she hasn't been sleeping in the apartment much lately. It's been lonely without her and Hoa, but you don't like admitting this to yourself. She's walking away from you now, glaring over her shoulder and looking distinctly irritated that you've arrived.
Don't rusting touch anything, she says.
No telling what an origin of your caliber will do to this stuff.
Yika rolls her eyes. You're the one who shouldn't be touching anything. You're not allowed in here, and you know it. Come on.
No. Tonki crouches near a strange low plinth at the center of the room. It looks like a crystal shaft whose middle has been chopped out. You see the flickering, unreal base growing from the ceiling, and the plinth is its, flickering in tandem, continuation. But there's a 5-foot section in between that's just empty space. The plinth's surface has been cut out so smoothly that it gleams like a mirror, and the surface stays solid, even as the rest of the shaft flickers. At first, you think there's nothing on it. but Tonki is peering at the plinth's surface so intently that you walk over to join her. When you hunker down for a better look, she glances up to meet your eyes, and you're shocked at the barely disguised glee in hers. Not really shocked by that. You know her by now. You're shocked because this high gleam, plus the new undisguise of her clean short hair and neat clothing, transform her so obviously into an older version of Beanoff that you marvel again that you didn't see it at once. But that's unimportant. You focus on the plinth, even though there are other wonders to behold. A taller plinth near the back of the room, above which floats a foot-tall miniature obelisk the same emerald color as the floor. Another plinth bearing an oblong hunk of rock also floating. A series of clear squares set into one wall bearing strange diagrams of some sort of equipment. A series of panels along the wall beneath them, each bearing meters, measuring something unknown in numbers that you can't decipher. On the big plinth, though, are the least obtrusive objects in the room, 6 tiny metallic shards, each needle thin and no longer than your thumbnail. They are not the same silvery metal that makes up Castrima's ancient structures. This metal is a smooth dark color, dusted faintly with red. Iron. Amazing that it hasn't oxidized away over the years of Castrima's existence. Unless... Did you put these here? You ask Tonki. She's instantly furious. Yes, of course I would enter the control core of a dead civ artifact, find the most dangerous device in it, and immediately throw bits of rusty metal on it. Don't be an ass, please. Though you did sort of deserve that. You're too intrigued to be really annoyed. Why do you think this is the most dangerous device in here? Tonki points to the beveled edge of the plinth. You look closer and blink. The material is not smooth like the rest of the crystal shaft. On the edge, it has been heavily etched with symbols and writing. The writing is the same as that along the wall panels. Oh. And they are glowing red, the color seeming to float and waver just over the surface of the material. And this, Tonki says. She raises a hand and moves it toward the plinth's surface and the metal bits. Abruptly, the red letters leap into the air. You don't have a better way to describe what's happening than that. In an instant, they have enlarged and turned to face you, blazing the air at eye level with what is unmistakably some sort of warning. Red is the color of lava pools. It is the color of a lake when everything in it has died except toxic algae. One warning sign of an impending blow. Some things do not change with time or culture, you feel certain. You are wrong, generally speaking. But in this specific case, you're quite right. Everyone's staring. Hjarka comes close and lifts a hand to try to touch the floating letters. Her fingers pass through them. Ika moves around the plinth, fascinated despite herself. I've noticed this thing before, but never really paid attention to it. The letters turn with me. They haven't moved. But you lean to one side, and sure enough, as you do this, the letters pivot slightly to remain facing you. Impatiently, Tonki pulls her hand back and waves Hjarka's hand out of the way, and the letters flatten and shrink back into quiescence along the plinth edge. There's no barrier, though. Usually, in a dead civ artifact, an artifact from this civilization, anything truly dangerous is sealed off in some way. There's either a physical barrier, or evidence that there was once a barrier that's failed with time. If they really didn't want you to touch something, you either didn't touch it, or you'd have to work pretty damned hard to touch it. This? Just a warning. I don't know what that means. Can you actually touch those things? You reach toward one of the bits of iron, ignoring the warning this time when it springs up. Tonki hisses at you so sharply that you jerk back like a child caught doing something you weren't supposed to. I said don't rusting touch! What's wrong with you? You clench your jaw, but you deserve that too. And you're too much a mother to deny it. How long have you been coming in here? Yika's crouched next to Tonki's sleeping pallet. Tonki's staring down at the iron bits, and at first you think she hasn't heard Yika. She doesn't answer for a long moment. There is a look on her face that you're starting not to like. You can't say you really know her any more now than you did when you were a grit, but you do know that she isn't the grim sort. That she is grim now. The tightened muscle along her jawline, making it stand out more than you know she likes, is a very bad sign. She's up to something. She says to Yika, "A week. But I only moved in 3 days ago. I think. I lost track." She rubs her eyes. "I haven't slept a lot." Yika shakes her head and rises. "Well, at least you haven't destroyed the rusting comm already. Tell me what you figured out, then." Tonki turns to eye her warily. "Those panels along the wall activate and regulate the water pumps and air circulation systems and cooling processes, but you knew that already." "Yes, since we are not dead." Yika dusts off her hands from where she touched the floor, sidling toward Tonki in a way that is somehow simultaneously thoughtful and subtly menacing. She's not as big as most Sanzid women, a good foot shorter than Hjarka. Her dangerousness is not as obvious as it is with others, but you sense the slow readying of her orogeny now. She was fully prepared to smash or ice her way into this place. The strong backs shift and edge a little closer too, reinforcing her unspoken threat. "What I want to know," she continues, "is how you knew that." She stops, facing Tonki. "We figured it out in those early days, through trial and error. Touch one thing and it gets cooler, touch another and the communal pool water gets hotter. But nothing's changed in the past week." Tonki sighs a little. "I've learned how to decipher some of the symbols over the years. Spend enough time in these kinds of ruins and you see the same things repeated over and over." Yika considers this, then nods toward the warning text around the plinth rim. "What's that say?" "No idea. I said decipher, not read. Symbols, not language." Tonki walks over to one of the wall panels and points to a prominent design in its top right corner. It's nothing intuitive. Something green and arrow-like, but squiggly sort of, pointed downward. "I see that one, wherever there were water gardens. I think it's about the quality and intensity of the light that the gardens get." She eyes Yika. "Actually, I know it's about the light the gardens get." Yika lifts her chin a little, just enough that you know Tonki has guessed right. "So this place is no different from other ruins you've seen? The others had crystals in them like this?" "No, I've never seen anything like Kostrima before, except—" She glances at you once and away. "Well, not exactly like Kostrima." "That thing in the fulcrum wasn't anything like this," you blurt. It's been more than 20 years, but you haven't forgotten a detail about the place. That was a pit, and Kostrima is a rock with a hole in it. If both were made by the same kinds of people, to do similar things, there's no evidence of that anywhere." "It was, actually." Tonki comes back to the plinth and waves up the warning. This time, she points at a symbol within the glowing red text. A solid black circle surrounded by a white octagon. You don't know how you missed it before. It stands out from the red. "I saw that mark in the fulcrum, painted onto some of the light panels. You were too busy staring into the pit. I don't think you saw. But I've been in maybe half a dozen obelisk builder sites since, and that mark is always near something dangerous." She's watching you intently. "I find dead people near it sometimes." Inadvertently you think of Guardian Time. Not found dead, but dead nevertheless, and you almost joined her that day. Then you remember a moment in the room without doors, near the edge of the yawning pit. You remember small, needle-like protrusions from the walls of the pit, exactly like these bits of iron. The socket, you murmur. That was what the Guardian called it. A contaminant. A prickle dances across the nape of your neck. Tonki looks sharply at you. Something dangerous can mean any rusting thing, says Hjarka, annoyed, as you stand there staring at the bits of rust. No, in this case, it means a specific rusting thing. Tonki glares Hjarka down, which is impressive in itself. It was the mark of their enemy. Fuck, you realize. Fuck. What? Asks Yika. What in the evil earth are you talking about? Their enemy. Tonki leans against the edge of the plinth, carefully, you note, but emphatically. They were at war, don't you understand? Toward the end, just before their civilization vanished into the dust. All their ruins, anything that's left from that time, are defensive, survival-oriented. Like the calms of today, except they had a lot more than stone walls to help protect them. Things like giant rusting underground geodes. They hid in those places and studied their enemy and maybe built weapons to fight back. She pivots and points up at the upper half of the plinth crystal. It flickers just as she does so, obelisk-like. No, you say automatically. Everyone turns to look at you and you twitch. I mean, shit, but you've said it now. The obelisks aren't... You don't know how to say it without telling the whole damned story, and you're reluctant to do that. You're not sure why. Maybe for the same reason that Antimony said when Alabaster started to tell you. They aren't ready. Now you need to finish in a way that won't invite further comment. I don't think they're defensive or any sort of weapon. Tonki says nothing for a long moment. What are they, then? I don't know. It's not a lie. You don't know for sure. A tool, maybe. Dangerous if misused, but not meant to kill. Tonki seems to brace herself. I know what happened to Alia, Essun. It's an unexpected blow, and it floors you emotionally. Fortunately, you've spent your life training to deflect your reactions to unexpected blows in safe ways, you say. Obelisks aren't made to do that. That was an accident. How do you? Because I was connected to the rusting thing when it went into burn down. You snap this so sharply that your voice echoes in the room and startles you into realizing how angry you are. One of the strongbacks inhales, and something in her gaze shifts, and all at once you are reminded of the strongbacks at Terimo, who looked at you the same way when Rask asked them to let you go through the gate. Even Yika is watching you, in a way that wordlessly says, you're scaring the locals, calm the rust down. So you take a deep breath and fall silent. It is only later that you will recall the word you said during this conversation, burn down. You will wonder why you said it, what it means, and you will have no answer. Tonki lets out a deep breath carefully, and this seems to speak for the room. It's possible I've made some wrong assumptions, she says. Yika rubs a hand over her hair. It makes her head look incongruously small for a moment until it floofs back up. All right. We already know Castrima was used as a comb before, probably several times. If you'd asked me, instead of coming in here and acting like a rusting child, I could have told you that. I would have told you everything I knew, because I want to understand this place just as much as you do. Tonki utters a single braying laugh. Huh. None of you are smart enough for that. But by pulling this shit, you've made me mistrust you. I don't let people I don't trust do things that can hurt the people I love. So I want you out of here for good. Hjarka frowns. Eek, that's kind of harsh, isn't it? Tonki tenses at once, her eyes going wide with horror and hurt.
You can't keep me out. Nobody else in this rusting calm has a clue what—
Nobody else in this rusting calm, Yika says. And now the strongbacks look at her uneasily, because she's nearly shouting, would set us all on fire for the chance to study people who've been gone since the world was young. Somehow, I'm getting the impression that you would.
Supervised visit,
Tonki blurts. She looks desperate now. Yika steps up to her, getting right in her face, and Tonki goes silent at once. I would rather understand nothing about this place, Yika says, brutally quiet and cold now, than risk destroying it. Can you say the same? Tonki stares back at her, trembling visibly and saying nothing. But the answer's obvious, isn't it? Tonki's like Hjarka. Both were raised leadership, raised to put the needs of others first, and both chose a more selfish path. It's not even a question. Which is why later, in retrospect, you really aren't surprised at what happens next. Tonki turns and lunges, and the red warning flashes, and then one of the iron bits is in her fist. She's already turning away by the time you register her grab, bolting for the stair door. Hjarka gasps. Yika's just standing there, a little startled and mostly resigned. The two strongbacks stare in confusion and then belatedly start after Tonki. But then an instant later, Tonki gasps and stumbles to a halt. One of the strongbacks grabs her arm but drops it immediately when Tonki yells. You're moving before you think. Tonki is yours somehow. Like Hoa, like Lerna, like Alabaster. As if, in the absence of your children, you're trying to adopt everybody who touches you emotionally for even an instant. You don't even like Tonki. Still, your belly clenches when you grab her wrist and see that blood streaks her hand. What the— Tonki looks at you. Quick, animal panic. Then she jerks and cries out again, and you almost let go this time because something moves under your thumb. The rust? Yika blurts. Hjarka's hand clasps over Tonki's arm too, helping, because Tonki's strong in her panic. You master your inexplicable violent revulsion enough to instead move your thumb and hold Tonki's wrist so that you can get a good look at it. Yes, there's something moving just under her skin. It jumps and jitters, but moves inexorably upward, following the path of a large vein there. It's just large enough to be the iron fragment. Evil earth, Hjarka says, throwing a quick, worried look at Tonki's face. You fight sudden hysterical laughter at the unintentional irony of Hjarka's oath. I need a knife, you say instead. Your voice sounds remarkably calm to your own ears. Yika leans over, sees what you've seen, and breathes an oath. Oh, fuck, rust! Shit! Tonki moans. Get it out! Get it out! And I'll never come in here again! It's a lie, but maybe she means it for the moment. I can bite it out. Hjarka looks up at you. Her sharpened teeth are small razors. No, you say, certain it would just go into Hjarka and do the same thing. Tongues were harder to carve than arms. Yika barks, knife! At the strongbacks, the one with the wire-glass knife. It's sharp but small, meant more for cutting rope than as a weapon. Unless you hit a vital area right off, you'd have to stab someone 1,000,000 times to kill them with it. It's all you've got. You keep hold of Tonki's wrist because she's flailing and growling like an animal. Someone puts the knife in your hand, fumbling, and blade first. It feels like it takes a year to get it repositioned, but you keep your gaze on that jerking, moving lump in Tonki's brown flesh. Where the rust is it going? You're too quietly horrified to speculate. But before you can put the knife in place to carve the moving thing loose, it vanishes. Tonki screams again, her voice breaking and horrible. It's gone into the meat of her. You slash once, opening a deep cut just above the elbow, which should be ahead of the thing. Tonky groans. "Deeper! I can feel it!" Deeper, and you'll hit bone. But you set your teeth and cut deeper. There's blood everywhere. Ignoring Tonky's pants and hisses, you try to probe for the thing. Even though privately you're terrified you'll find it and it'll go into your flesh next. "Arterial!" Tonky pants. She's shaking, keening through her teeth between every word. "Like a rusting high road to Sessa! Fuck!" She claps at the lower half of her bicep. It's farther up her arm than you expected. Moving faster now that it's reached the larger arteries. Sessa? You stare at Tonky for a moment, chilled by the realization that she was trying to say Sessapine. Yika reaches over you and wraps a hand around Tonky's arm, just below the deltoid, squeezing tight. She looks at you, but you know there's only one thing left to do. You're not going to be able to manage it with the tiny knife. But there are other weapons. Hold her arm out. Without waiting to see whether Yika and Hjarka comply, you grip Tonky's shoulder. It's Alabaster's trick that you're thinking of, a tiny, fine-spun, localized torus, like the ones he used to kill the boil bugs. This time you'll use it to burrow through Tonky's arm and freeze the little iron shard, hopefully. But as you extend your awareness and shut your eyes to concentrate, something shifts. You're deep in the heat of her, seeking the metallic lattice of the iron shard and trying to assess the difference between its structure and that of the iron in her blood, and then, yes, the silver glimmer of magic is there. You weren't expecting that, here amid the gelid bauble of her cells. Tonky isn't turning into stone like Alabaster, and you've never assessed magic in any other living creature. Yet, here in Tonky, there is something that gleams steadily, silverish and thread-like, coming up through her feet from where? Doesn't matter, and ending at the iron shard. No wonder the thing can move so quickly, fueled as it is by something else. Using this power source, it stretches forth tendrils of its own to link into Tonky's flesh and drag itself along. This is why it hurts her. Because every cell it touches shivers as if burned and then dies. The tendrils get longer with every contact, too. The fucking thing is growing its way through her, feeding on her in some imperceptible way. A lead tendril feels its way along, orienting always toward Tonky's Sessapine, and you know instinctively that letting it get there will be bad. You try grabbing onto the root thread, thinking maybe to stall it or starve it of strength, but oh, no. There is hate, and we all do what we have to do. There is anger and, hello, little enemy. Hey! Hjarka's voice in your ear, a shout. Wake the fuck up! You jerk out of the fog you weren't aware of drifting into. Okay. You stay away from the root tendril lest you get another taste of whatever is driving the thing. That instant of contact was worth it, though, because now you know what to do. You visualize scissors with edges of infinite fineness and blades of glimmering silver. Cut the lead. Cut the tendrils, or they may grow again. Cut the contamination before it can set hooks any deeper in her. You're thinking of Tonky as you do this, wanting to save her life. But Tonky is not Tonky to you right now. She is a collection of particles and substances. You make the cut. This isn't your fault. I know you won't ever believe it, but it isn't. And when you manage to relax your Sessapine and adjust your perception back to the macro scale, and you find yourself absolutely covered in blood, you're surprised. You don't quite understand why Tonky is on the floor gasping. Her body is surrounded by a spreading pool as Hjarka shouts at one of the strongbacks to hand her his belt. Now! Now! You feel the jerk of the iron shard nearby and twitch in alarm because you know now what those things are trying to do, and that they are evil. But when you turn to look at the iron shard, you're confused, because all you see is smooth bronze skin streaked with blood and a scrap of familiar cloth. Then there is a sort of twitchy movement, weight, making itself known in your hand, and, well, you're holding Tonki's severed arm. You drop it, fling it, more like, violent in your shock. It bounces just beyond Yika and the two strongbacks who are clustering around Tonki and doing something, maybe trying to save her life. You can't even wrap your head around that, because now you see that the cut end of Tonki's arm is a perfect, slightly slanted cross-section, still bleeding and twitching because you just cut it off. But wait, no, that is not the only reason. From a small hole near the bone, you see something wriggle forth. The hole is the cross-section of an artery. The something is the iron shard, which drops to the smooth green floor, and then lies amid the splattered blood, as if it is nothing more than a harmless bit of metal. Hello, little enemy. Interlude. There is a thing you will not see happening, yet that is going to impact the rest of your life. Imagine it. Imagine me. You know what I am, you think, both with your thinking mind and the animal instinctive part of you. You see a stone body clothed in flesh, and even though you never really believed I was human, you did think of me as a child. You still think it, though Alabaster has told you the truth, that I haven't been a child since before your language existed. Perhaps I was never a child. Hearing this and believing it are two different things, however. You should imagine me as what I truly am among my kind, then. Old and powerful, and greatly feared. A legend, a monster. You should imagine Castrima as an egg, moats around this egg, lurking in the stone. Eggs are a rich prize for scavengers, and easy to devour if left unguarded. This one is being devoured, though the people of Castrima are barely aware of the act. Yika alone, I think, and even she only suspects. Such a leisurely repast isn't a thing most of your kind would notice. We are a very slow people. It will be deadly nevertheless, once the devouring is done. Yet something has made the scavengers pause, teeth bared but not sinking in. There is another old and powerful one here, the one you call Antimony. She isn't interested in guarding the egg, but she could if she chose. She will if they attempt to poach her alabaster. The others are aware of this, and wary of her. They shouldn't be. I'm the one they should fear. I destroy 3 of them on the first day after I leave you. As you stand, sharing a mellow with Yika, I tear apart Yika's stone-eater, the red-haired creature that she's been calling Luster and you've been calling Ruby Hair. Filthy parasite, lurking only to take and give nothing back. I despise her. We are meant for better. Then I take the 2 who have been stalking Alabaster, hoping to dart in, should Antimony become distracted. This is not because Antimony needs the help, mind, but simply because our race cannot bear that level of stupidity. I cull them for the good of us all. They're not really dead if that troubles you. We cannot die. In 10,000 years or 10 million, they will reconstitute themselves from the component atoms into which I've scattered them. A long time in which to contemplate their folly, and do better next time. This initial slaughter makes many of the others flee. Scavengers are cowards at heart. They don't go far, though.
Of those who remain near, a few attempt parley. Plenty for us all, they say, if even one has the potential. But I catch some of these watching you and not Alabaster. They confess to me as I circle them and pretend that I might be merciful. They speak of another old one who is known to me from conflicts long ago. He too has a vision for our kind, in opposition to mine. He knows of you, my Essun, and he would kill you if he could, because you mean to finish what Alabaster began. He can't get to you with me in the way, but he can push you to destroy yourself. He's even found some greedy human allies up north to help him do so. This ridiculous war of ours. We use your kind so easily. Even you, my Essun, my treasure, my pawn. One day, I hope you will forgive me.
14. You're invited. 6 months pass in the undifferentiated white light of an ancient, magic-fueled survival shelter. After the first few days, you start wrapping cloth around your eyes when you're tired, to create your own day and night. It works passably. Tonki's arm survives the reattachment, though she gets a bad infection at one point, which Lerna's basic antibiotics seem powerless to stop. She lives, though by the time the fever and livid infection lines have faded, her fingers have lost some of their fine movement, and she gets phantom tinglings and numbness throughout the limb. Lerna thinks this will be permanent. Tonki mutters imprecations about it sometimes, whenever you track her down in the middle of coarse sampling or whatever she's doing, and force her to go meet with the innovator Casthead. Whenever she gets too free with the arm-chopper insults, you remind her first that unleashing a piece of the evil earth to crawl through her flesh was her own damned fault, and second, that you're the only reason Yika hasn't had her killed yet, so maybe she should consider shutting up. She does, but she's still an ass about it. Nothing ever really changes in the stillness. And yet, sometimes things do. Lerna forgives you for being a monster. That's not exactly it. You and he still can't talk about Terimo easily. Still, he heard your raging fight with Yika all through the surgery that he performed on Tonki's arm, and that means something to him. Yika wanted Tonki left to die on the table. You argued for her life and won. Lerna knows now that there's more to you than death. You're not sure you agree with that assessment, but it's a relief to have something of your old friendship back. Hjarka starts courting Tonki. Tonki doesn't react well at first. She is mostly just confused when gifts of dead animals and books start appearing in the apartment, brought by with a too casual, "in case that big brain of yours needs something to chew on," and a wink. You're the one who has to explain to Tonki that Hjarka's decided through whatever convoluted set of values the big woman holds dear, that an ex-comlist geomest with the social skills of a rock represents the pinnacle of desirability. Then Tonki is mostly annoyed, complaining about distractions and the vagaries of the ephemeral, and the need to decenter the flesh. You mostly ignore all of it. It's the books that settle the issue. Hjarka seems to pick them by the number of many-syllabled words on their spines, but you come home a few times to find Tonki engrossed in them. Eventually you come home to find Tonki's room curtain drawn, and Tonki engrossed in Hjarka, or so the sounds from beyond would suggest. You didn't think they could do that much with her bum arm, huh? Perhaps it is this new sense of connection to Castrima that causes Tonki to begin trying to prove her worth to Yika. Or maybe it's just pride. Tonki bristles so when Yika once says that Tonki isn't as useful to the calm as its hardest-working strongback. Whatever the reason, Tonki brings the council a new predictive model that she's worked out. Unless Castrima finds a stable source of animal protein, some COM members will start showing deprivation symptoms within a year. "It'll start with the meat, stupids," she tells all of you. "Forgetfulness, tiredness, little things like that. But it's a kind of anemia. If it goes on, the result is dementia and nerve damage. You can figure out the rest." There are too many Loris tales of what can happen to a COM without meat. It will make people weak and paranoid, the community becoming vulnerable to attack. The only choice that will prevent this outcome, Tonki explains, is cannibalism. Planting more beans just isn't enough. The report is useful information, but nobody really wanted to hear it, and Yika doesn't like Tonki any better for sharing it. You thank Tonki after the meeting, since no one else did. Her lower jaw juts out a bit as she replies, "Well, I won't be able to continue my studies if we all start killing and eating each other. So..." You shunt the Orogen children's lessons to Tamel, another adult Orogen in the COM. The children complain that he's not very good, none of your finesse, and while he goes easier on them, they're not learning as much. It's nice to be appreciated, if after the fact. You do start training Cutter as an alternative, after he asks you to show him how you cut off Tonki's arm. You doubt he'll ever perceive magic or move obelisks, but he's at least first ring level, and you want to see if you can make him a 2 or 3 ringer, just because. Apparently, higher level teaching doesn't interfere with what you're learning from Alabaster, or at least, Baster doesn't complain about it. You'll take it. You've missed teaching. You offer an exchange of techniques to Yika, since she shows no interest in lessons. You want to know how she does the things she does. "Nope," she says, winking at you in a way that's not really teasing. "Gotta keep some tricks up my sleeve so you won't ice me someday." An all-volunteer trading party goes north to try to reach the COM of Tetahi. They do not return. Yika nixes all future attempts, and you do not protest this. One of your former orogeny students was with the missing party. Aside from the food supply issue, however, Castrima thrives in those 6 months. One woman gets pregnant without permission, which is a big problem. Babies contribute nothing useful to a COM for years, and no COM can tolerate many useless people during a season. Yika decides that the woman's household of 2 married couples will not receive an increased share until someone elderly or infirm dies to clear the way for the unauthorized baby. You get into another fight with Yika about that, because you know full well she meant Alabaster when she offhandedly added, "shouldn't belong to the woman." Yika's unapologetic. She did mean Alabaster, and she hopes he dies soon, because at least a baby has future value. 2 good outcomes result from that fracas. Everyone trusts you more after seeing you shout at the top of your lungs in the middle of Flat Top without causing so much as a tremor. And the breeders decide to speak up for the new baby in order to settle the dispute. Based on the favorable recent genealogy, they contribute one of their child allocations to the family, though with the stipulation that it will have to join their use caste if it is born perfect. That's not so terrible a price to pay, they say. Spending one's reproductive years cranking out children for COM and caste in exchange for the right to be born. The mother agrees. Yika hasn't shared the protein situation with the COM, of course, or the breeders wouldn't be speaking up for anyone. Tonki figured it out on her own, naturally. Yika doesn't want to tell anyone either, until it's clear there's no hope of an alternate solution to the problem. You and the other council members agree reluctantly. There's still a year left. But because of Yika's silence, a male breeder visits you a few days after you bring Tonki home to finish recuperating. The breeder is an ashblow-haired, strong-shouldered, slow-eyed thing, and he's very interested to know that you've borne 3 healthy children, all powerful orogens. He flatters you by talking about how tall and strong you are, how well you weathered months on the road with only travel rations to eat, and hinting that you're only 43. This actually makes you laugh. You feel as old as the world, and this pretty fool thinks you're ready to crank out another baby. You turn down his tacit offer with a smile, but it's strange having that conversation with him. Unpleasantly familiar. When the breeder is gone, you think of Corundum and wake Tonky by throwing a cup at the wall and screaming at the top of your lungs. Then you go to see Alabaster for another lesson, which is utterly useless because you spend it standing before him and trembling in utter rage-filled silence. After 5 minutes of this, he wearily says, "Whatever the rust is wrong with you, you're going to have to deal with it yourself. I can't stop you anymore." You hate him for no longer being invincible, and for not hating you. Alabaster suffers another bad infection during these 6 months. He survives it only by deliberately stoning what's left of his legs. This self-induced surgery so stresses his body that his few bouts of lucid time shrink to a half-hour apiece, interspersed with long stretches of stupor or fitful sleeping. He's so weak when he's awake that you have to strain to hear him, though thankfully this improves over the course of a few weeks. You're making progress, connecting easily now to the newly arrived Topaz, and beginning to understand what he did to transform the spinal into the knife-like weapon he keeps nearby. The obelisks are conduits. You flow through them, flow with them as the magic flows. Resist and die, but resonate finely enough, and many things become possible. That's a far cry from chaining together multiple obelisks, though, and you know you're not learning fast enough. Alabaster doesn't have the strength to curse you for your cloddish pace, but he doesn't have to. Watching him shrivel daily is what drives you to push at the obelisk again and again, plunging yourself into its watery light even when your head hurts and your stomach lurches and you want nothing more than to go curl up somewhere and cry. It hurts too much to look at him. So you mop yourself up and try that much harder to become him. One good thing about all this, you've got a purpose now. Congratulations. You cry on Lerna's shoulder once. He rubs your back and suggests delicately that you don't have to be alone in your grief. It's a proposition, but one made in kindness rather than passion, so you don't feel guilty about ignoring it. For now. Thus do things reach a kind of equilibrium. It's neither a time of rest nor of struggle. You survive. In a season, in this season, that is itself a triumph. And then, Hoa returns. It happens on a day of sorrows and lace. The sorrow is because more hunters have died. In the middle of bringing back a rare hunting kill, a bear that was visibly too thin to safely hibernate, easy to shoot in its desperate aggression, the party was attacked in turn. 3 hunters died in a barrage of arrows and crossbow bolts. The 2 surviving hunters did not see their assailants. The projectiles seemed to come from all directions. They wisely ran, though they circled back an hour later in hopes of recovering their fallen comrades' bodies and the precious carcass. Amazingly, everything had been left unmolested by either assailants or scavengers. But left behind with the fallen was an object, a planted stick, around which someone tied a strip of ragged, dirty cloth. It was secured with a thick knot, something caught in its fraying loops. You come into Yika's meeting room just as she begins to cut open the knot, even as Cutter stands over her and says in a tight voice, "This is completely unsafe. You have no idea?" "I don't care," Yika murmurs, concentrating on the knot. She's being very careful, avoiding the thickest part of the knot, which clearly contains something. You can't tell what, but it's lumpy and seems light. The room is more crowded than usual, because one of the hunters is here too, grimy with ash and blood, and visibly determined to know what her companions died for. Yika glances up in acknowledgement as you arrive, but then resumes work. She says, "Something blows up in my face, Katz. You're the new headman." That flusters and shuts Cutter up enough that she's able to finish the knot undistracted. The loops and strands of once white cloth are lace, and if you don't miss your guess, it was of a quality that once would have made your grandmother lament her poverty. When the strands snap apart, what sits amid them is a small, balled-up scrap of leather hide. It's a note. "Welcome to Renanis," it reads in charcoal. Yarka curses. You sit down on a divan, because it's better than the floor and you need to sit somewhere. Cutter looks disbelieving. "Renanis is equatorial," he says, "and therefore it should be gone. Same reaction you had when Alabaster told you." "May not be Renanis proper," Yika says. She's still examining the scrap of leather, turning it over, scraping at the charcoal with the edge of the knife, as if to test its authenticity. "A band of survivors from that city, homeless now and little better than bandits, naming themselves after home. Or maybe just equatorial wannabes, taking the chance to claim something they couldn't before the actual city got torched." "Doesn't matter," snaps Yarka. "This is a threat, whoever it's coming from. What are we going to do about it?" They devolve into speculations and argument, all with a rising edge of panic. Without really planning to, you lean back against the wall of Yika's meeting room, against the wall of the crystal that her apartment inhabits, against the rind of the geode in which the crystal shaft is rooted. It is not an obelisk. Not even the flickering portions of crystal in the control room feel the power as they should, even if they are in an obelisk-like state of unreality. That is the only point of similarity they share with real obelisks. But you've also remembered something that Alabaster told you a long time ago, on a garnet-hued afternoon in a seaside calm that is now smoldering ruins. Alabaster murmuring of conspiracies, watchers, nowhere was safe. "You're saying someone could hear us through the walls? Through the stone itself?" you remember asking him. Once upon a time, you thought the things he did were just miracles. And now you're a nine-ringer, Alabaster says. Now you know that miracles are a matter of just effort, just perception, and maybe just magic. Castrima exists amid ancient sedimentary rock, laced through with veins of long-dead forests turned to crumbly coal, all of it balanced precariously over a crisscross of ancient fault scars that have all but healed. The geode has been here long enough, however awkwardly jammed amid the strata, that its outermost layers are thoroughly fused with local minerals. This makes it easy for you to push your awareness beyond Castrima in a fine, gradually attenuating extrusion. This is not the same thing as extending your torus. A torus is your power. This is you. It's harder. You sense what your power cannot, though, and... "Hey, wake up," Yarka says, shoving you in the shoulder, and you snap back to glare at her. Yika groans. "Remind me here to someday tell you what usually happens when someone interrupts high-level orogeny. I mean, you can probably guess, but remind me to describe it in gory detail, so that maybe it can have some actual deterrent value." "She was just sitting there." Yarka sits back, looking disgruntled. "And the rest of you were just looking at her." "I was trying to hear the North," you snap. They all look at you like you're crazy. Evil Earth. If only someone else here were fulcrum trained. Though this isn't something anyone but a senior would understand anyway. Lerna ventures. "Here? The Earth? Do you mean Cess?" It's so hard to explain with words. You rub your eyes. "No, I mean here. Vibrations. All sound is vibrations, but..."
Their expressions grow more confused. You're going to have to contextualize. The node network is still there, you say. Alabaster was right. I can cess it if I try. A zone of stillness where the rest of the equatorials are a seething disaster. Someone is keeping them, the node maintainers around Anonymous, alive, so... So this is really them, Cutter says, sounding troubled. An equatorial city really has decided to induct us. Equatorials don't induct, Ika says. Her jaw is tight as she speaks, gazing at the scrap of leather in her hand. They're old Sansa, or what's left of it. When Sansa wanted something back in the day, Sansa took it. After a tense silence, they start quietly panicking again. Too many words. You sigh and rub your temples and wish you were alone so you could try again, or... You blink, or... You assess the hovering potentiality of the topaz, which drifts in the sky above Castrima over where it has been for the past 6 months, half hidden amid the ash clouds. Evil Earth. Alabaster isn't just cessing half the continent. He's using the spinal to do it. You haven't even thought about using an obelisk to extend your reach. But he does it like breathing. No one touch me, you say softly. No one speak to me. Without waiting to see if they understand, you plunge into the obelisk. Because, well, some part of you wants to do this, has dreamt of upward falling water and torrential power for months. You are only human, whatever they say about your kind. It's good to feel powerful. Then you're in the topaz, and through it, and stretching yourself across the world in a breath. No need to be in the ground when the topaz is in the air, is the air. It exists in states of being that transcend solidity, and thus you are capable of transcending too. You become air. You drift amid the ash clouds and see the stillness track beneath you in humps of topography and patches of dying forest and threads of roads, all of it grayed over after the long months of the season. The continent seems tiny, and you think, I can make the equator in the blink of an eye. But this thought scares you a little. You don't know why. You try not to think. How far of a leap is it from thrilling in such power to using it to destroy the world? Did Alabaster feel this when he... But you are committed. You have connected. The resonance is complete. You launch yourself northward anyhow. And then you stutter to a halt, because there is something much closer than the equator that draws your attention. It is so shocking that you fall out of alignment with the topaz at once. And you are very lucky. There is a struck glass instant in which you feel the shivering immensity of the obelisk's power, and know that you survive only because of fortunate resonances and careful long-dead designers who obviously planned for mistakes like yours. And then you are gasping and back within yourself and babbling before you quite remember what words mean. Campfire, you say, panting a little. Lerna comes over and crouches in front of you, taking your hands and checking your pulse. You ignore him. This is important. Basin. Yika gets it instantly, sitting up straight and tightening her jaw. Hjarka, too. She's not stupid, or Tonki would never put up with her. She curses, Lerna frowns, and Cutter looks at all of you in rising confusion. Did that actually mean something? Asshole. An army! You snap as you recover. But words are hard. There's a rusting army in the forest basin. I could cess their campfires. How many? Yika is already getting up, fetching a long knife from a shelf and belting it round her thigh. Hjarka gets up too, going to the door of Yika's apartment and pulling open the curtain. You hear her shouting for Esni, the head of the Strongbacks. The Strongbacks sometimes do scouting and supplement the hunters, but in a situation like this, they are charged primarily with the comms defense.
You couldn't count all the little blots of heat that pinged on your awareness when you were in the obelisk, but you tried to guess. Maybe 100? That was the campfires, though. How many people around each fire? You guess 6 or 7 apiece? Not a large force under ordinary circumstances. Any decent courtant governor could field an army 10 times that size on relatively short notice. During a season, though, and for a calm as small as Castrima, whose total population is not much larger, an army of 500 or 600 is a dire threat indeed. Tetahi. Cutter breathes, sitting back. He's gone paler than usual. You follow him, though. 6 months ago, the stand of impaled corpses set up as a warn-off in the forest basin. The calm of Tetahi is beyond the basin near the mouth of the river that wends through Castrima's territory and ultimately empties into one of the great lakes of the Somidlats. You've heard nothing from Tetahi in months, and the trading party you sent past the warn-off failed to return. This army must have hit Tetahi around that time, then bunkered down there for a while, sending out scouting parties to mark territory, replenishing stores, rebuilding arms, healing their wounded, maybe sending some of their spoils back north to Renanis. Now that they've digested Tetahi, they're on the march again. And somehow, they know Castrima's here. They're saying hello. Yika heads outside and shouts alongside Hjarka, and within a few minutes someone is ringing the shake alarm and shouting for a gathering of the household heads at the flat top. You've never heard Castrima's shake alarm, calm, full of ragas, and it's more annoying than you expected, low and rhythmic and buzzy. You understand why. Amid a bunch of crystalline structures, ringing bells aren't the best idea. Still. You and Lerna and the rest follow Yika as she strides along a rope bridge and around 2 larger shafts, her lips pressed together and face grim. By the time she reaches the flat top, there's a small crowd already there. By the time she yells for someone to stop blowing the rusting alarm, and the alarm actually stops, the sheared-off crystal is starting to look dangerously packed with murmuring, anxious people. There's a railing, but still. Hjarka shouts at Esni, and Esni in turn shouts at the strongbacks amid the gathering, and they move clumsily to turn people away, so there won't be any horrible tragedies distracting from the possible horrible tragedy that looms imminent. When Yika raises her hands for attention, everyone falls silent instantly. "The situation," she begins, and lays everything out in a few terse sentences. You respect her for holding nothing back. You respect the people of Castrima, too, for doing nothing more than gasping or murmuring in alarm and not panicking. But then, they are all good, stolid, calm folk, and panic has always been frowned upon in the stillness. The lorists' tales are full of dire warnings about those who cannot master their fear, and few calms will grant such people calm names unless they are wealthy or influential enough to push the issue. Those things tend to sort themselves out once a season rolls around. "Renanis was a big city," says one woman, once Yika stopped talking. "Half the size of Humanus, but still millions of people. Can we fight that?" "It's a season," Hjarka says before Yika can reply. Yika shoots her a dirty look, but Hjarka shrugs it off. "We have no choice." "We can fight because of the way Castrima's built," Yika adds, throwing Hjarka one last quelling look. "They can't exactly come at us from the rear. If push comes to shove, we can block off the tunnels. Then nothing can get down here. We can wait them out." Not forever, though. Not when the calm needs both hunting and trading to supplement its store caches and water gardens. You respect Yika for not saying this. There's a somewhat relieved stir. "Do we have time to send a messenger south to one of our allied comms?" Lerna asks. You can feel him trying to skirt around the supply issue. "Would any of them be willing to help us?" Yika snorts at the last question.
Lots of other people do, a few throwing pitying looks Lerna's way. It's a season. But tradings it may be. We could load up on critical supplies, medicines, and be more ready if there's a siege. The forest basin takes days to get across with a small party. A big group will take a couple of weeks, maybe. Faster if they force march it, but that's stupid and dangerous on terrain they don't know. We know their scouts are in our territory, but... She glances at you. How close are the rest of them? You're caught off guard, but you know what she means. The bulk of them were near the impaling. That's about halfway across the forest basin. They could be here in days, says someone, voice high-pitched with alarm, and many other people take up that murmur. They start getting louder. Ika raises her hands again, but this time only some of the assembled people go quiet. The rest keep speculating, calculating, and you catch sight of a few people breaking for the bridges, clearly intent upon making their own plans. Ika be damned. It's not chaos, not quite panic, but there's enough fear in the air to scent it faintly bitter. You get up, intending to move to the center of the gathering with Yika to try to add your voice to hers in calling for calm. But you stop, because someone is standing in the place you intended to move to. It's not like with Antimony or Ruby Hair or the other stone eaters you've glimpsed around the calm from time to time. Those, for whatever reason, didn't like to be seen moving. You'll catch a blur now and again, but then the statue is there, watching you, as if there has always been a statue of a stranger in that position, sculpted by someone long ago. This stone eater is turning. It keeps turning, letting everyone see and hear it turn, watching as you finally register its presence, the gray granite of its flesh, the undifferentiated slick of its hair, the slightly greater polish of its eyes. Carefully sculpted length and weight of jaw, and its torso is finely carved with male human musculature rather than the suggestion of clothing that most stone-eaters adopt. This one obviously wants you to think of it as male, so fine, it's male. He is all over gray, the first stone-eater you have seen who looks like nothing more than a statue, except that he moves, and keeps moving, as everyone falls silent in surprise. He's taking all of you in, too, with a slight smile on his lips. He's holding something. You stare as the gray stone-eater turns, and as your mind makes out the oddly shaped, bloody thing he holds, it is recent experience that makes you suddenly realize it is an arm. It is a small arm. It is a small arm still partially wrapped in cloth that is familiar. The jacket that you bought a lifetime ago on the road. The red-smeared, inhumanly white skin on the hand is familiar. And the size is familiar, even though the lump of splintered bone at the bloody end is clear and glass-like and finely faceted and not bone at all. Hoa, it is Hoa. That is Hoa's arm. I bear a message, says the gray stone-eater. The voice is pleasant, tenor. His mouth does not move, and the words echo up from his chest. This, at least, feels normal, insofar as you are currently capable of feeling normal as you stare down at that dripping disaster of an arm. Yika stirs after a moment, perhaps pulling herself out of shock, too. From whom? He turns to her. Renanis? Turn again, eyes shifting from face to face amid the crowd, same as a human would do when trying to make a connection, get a point across. His eyes skim over you as if you aren't there. We wish you no harm. You stare at Hoa's arm in his hand. Yika is skeptical. So, the army camped on our doorstep? Turn. He ignores Cutter, too. We have plentiful food, strong walls, all yours if you join our calm. Maybe we like being our own com, Yika says.
Turn. His gaze settles on Yorka, who blinks.
You have no meat, and your territory is depleted. You'll be eating each other within a year.
Well, that sets off the murmuring. Yika shuts her eyes for a moment in pure frustration. Yarka looks around angrily, as if wondering who has betrayed you. Cutter says,
Would all of us be adopted into your com, with our use castes intact?
Lerna makes a tight sound. I don't see how that's the point, Cutter. Cutter throws a slashing look at Lerna.
We can't fight an equatorial city. But it is a stupid question, Yika says.
Her voice is deceptively mild. But in the part of your mind that is not stunned to silence by that arm, you note that she's never backed up Lerna before. You've always gotten the impression she doesn't much like him and that it's mutual. She's too cold for him, he's too soft for her. This is significant.
If I were these people, I would lie, take us all north, and shove us into a comless buffer shanty somewhere between an acid geyser and a lava lake. Equatorial coms have done that before, especially when they needed labor. Why should we believe this one's any different?
The Grey Stone-Eater tilts his head. Between that and the little smile on his lips, it's a remarkably human gesture. A look that says, "Oh, aren't you cute?"
We don't have to lie.
He lets those pleasant-toned words hang in the air for just the right amount of time. Oh, he's good at this. You see people exchange looks, hear them shift uncomfortably. You feel the pent silence as Yika has no retort to that, because it's true. Then he drops the other boot.
But we have no use for origins.
Silence. Shocked stillness. Yika breaks it by uttering a swift, "Fire on earth." Cutter looks away. Lerna's eyes widen as he grasps the implications of what the Stone-Eater has just done.
"Where is Hoa?"
you ask into the silence. It's all you can think about. The Stone-Eater's eyes slide to you. The rest of his face does not turn. For a Stone-Eater, this is normal body language. For this Stone-Eater, it is conspicuous.
"Dead,"
he says,
"after leading us here."
"You're lying." You don't even realize you're angry. You don't think about what you're about to do. You just react, like Demaya in the Crucibles, like cyanide on the beach. Everything in you crystallizes and sharpens, and your awareness facets down to a razor point, and you weave the threads that you barely noticed were there, and it happens just like with Tonki's arm. Shing! You slice the Stone-Eater's hand off. It and Hoa's arm drop to the floor. People gasp. There is no blood. Hoa's arm hits the crystal with a loud, meaty thud. It's heavier than it looks. And the Stone-Eater's hand makes a second, even more solid clack, separating from the arm. The cross-section of its wrist is undifferentiated gray. The Stone-Eater does not seem to react at first. Then you sense the coalescence of something, like the silver threads of magic. But so many. The hand twitches, then leaps into the air, returning to the wrist stump as if pulled by strings. He leaves Hoa's arm behind. Then the Stone-Eater turns fully to face you. At last. "Get out, before I chop you into more pieces than you can put back together," you say in a voice that shakes like the earth. The Grey Stone-Eater smiles. It's a full smile, eyes crinkling with crow's feet and lips drawing back from diamond teeth. And marvel of marvels, it actually looks like a smile and not a threat display. Then he vanishes, falling through the surface of the crystal. For an instant, you see a gray shadow within the crystal's translucence, his shape blurred and not quite humanoid anymore, though that is probably the angle. Then, Faster than you can track with eyes or sesapine, he shoots down and away. In the reverberating wake of his leaving, Yika takes and lets out a deep breath. "Well," she says, looking around at her people, what she believes to be her people. "Sounds like we need to talk." There is an uneasy stir. You don't want to hear it. You hurry forward and pick up Hoa's arm. The thing is heavy as stone. You have to put your legs into it or risk your lower back. You turn and people move out of your way and you hear Lerna say, "Essun," but you don't want to hear him either. There are threads, see? Silver lines that only you can see, flailing and curling forth from the arm's stump, but they shift as you turn, always pointing in a particular direction. So you follow them. No one follows you, and you don't care what that means, not at the moment. The tendrils lead you to your own apartment. You step through the curtain and stop. Tonki's not home. Must be either at Hjarka's or up in the green room. There are 2 more limbs on the floor in front of you, bloody stumps with diamond bones poking forth. No, they are not on the floor. They are in the floor, partially submerged in it, one down to the thigh, the other just a calf and foot. Caught, as if climbing out. There are twin trails of blood, thick enough to be worrisome, over the homey rug that you bartered one of Gigi's old flint knives for. They go toward your room, so you follow them in. And then you drop the arm. Fortunately, it does not land on your foot. What is left of Hoa crawls toward the floor mattress that passes for your bed. His other arm is also gone. You don't know where. Hanks of his hair are missing. He pauses when you come in, hearing or sessing you, and he lies still as you circle him and see that his lower jaw has been ripped away. He has no eyes, and there is a bite just above his temple. That's why his hair is missing. Something has bitten into his skull like an apple, incising a chunk of flesh and the diamond bone underneath. You can't see what's inside his head for the blood. That's good. It would frighten you if you did not immediately understand. Beside your bed is the little cloth-wrapped bundle that he has carried since Terimo. You hurry to it, open it up, bring it to the ruin of him and hunker down. Can you turn over? He responds by doing so. For a moment, you're stymied by the lack of a lower jaw, and then you think, fuck it, and shove one of the stones from the bundle directly into the ragged hole of Hoa's throat. The feel of his flesh is warm and human as you push down with your finger until the muscles of his swallowing reflex catch it. Your gorge rises. You will it back down. You start to feed him another, but after a few breaths, he begins to shiver all over, violently. You don't realize you're still sessing magic until suddenly Hoa's body becomes alive with glimmering silver threads, all of them whipping about and curling like the stinging tentacles of ocean creatures from Lorist's tales. Hundreds of them. You draw back in alarm, but Hoa makes a raw, breathy sound, and you think maybe it means more? You push another stone into his throat, and then another. There weren't that many to begin with. When you're down to only 3, you hesitate. You want them all? Hoa hesitates too. You can see that in his body language. You don't understand why he needs them at all. Aside from that lashing of magic, he is made of it. Every inch of him is alive with it. You've never seen anything like this. Nothing about his damaged body is improving. Can anyone survive or recover from this degree of damage? He's not human enough for you to even guess. But finally, he croaks again. It is a deeper sound than the first. Resigned, maybe. Or maybe that is your imagination, patterning humanity over the animal sounds of his animal flesh. So you push the last 3 stones into him. Nothing happens for a moment. Then, silver tendrils billow and swell around him so rapidly, with such frenzy, that you scramble back. You know some of the things that magic can do, and something about this seems altogether wild and uncontrolled. It fills the room, though, and you blink. You can see it, not just sense it. All of Hoa glimmers now with silver-white light, growing rapidly too bright to look at directly. Even a still would be able to see this. You move into the living room, peering through the bedroom door because that seems safer. The instant you cross the room's threshold, the substance of the whole apartment, walls, floor, everywhere there is crystal, shivers for an instant, becoming translucent and obelisk unreal. Your bedroom furniture and belongings float amid the flickering white. There is a soft thump from behind you that makes you jump and whirl, but it's Hoa's legs, which are out of the living room floor and sliding along the trails of blood into your room. The arm you dropped is moving too, already nudging up against the bright morass of him, becoming bright too, leaping to rejoin his body, as the grey Stone Eater's hand rejoined his wrist. Something slides up from the floor. No. You see the floor slide up as if it were putty and not crystal, and wrap itself around his body. The light dies when he does it. The material immediately begins to change into something darker. When you blink away the after images enough to see, there is something huge and strange and impossible where Hoa once was. You step back into the bedroom, carefully because the floor and walls might be solid again, but you know that's possibly a temporary state. The once smooth crystal is rough beneath your feet. The thing takes up most of the room now, lying next to your disordered bed that is now half submerged in the re-solidified floor. It's hot. Your foot tangles briefly in the strap of your half-empty runny sack, which fortunately is still intact and unmerged with the room. You stoop quickly and grab it. The habits of survival. Earth fires, it's hot in here. The bed does not catch fire, but you think that's only because it's not directly touching the big thing. You can sense it, whatever it is. No, you know what it is. Chalcedony, a huge oblong lump of gray-green chalcedony, like the outer shell of a geode. You already know what's happening, don't you? I told you of Terimo after the rifting. The far end of the valley, where the shock wave of the shake loosed a geode that then split open like an egg. The geode hadn't been there all along, you realize. This is magic, not nature. Well, perhaps a bit of both. For Stone Eaters, there's little difference between the two. And in the morning, after you spend the night at the living room table, where you meant to stay awake and watch the steaming lump of rock, but instead fell asleep, it happens again. The cracking open of the geode is loud, explosively violent. A flicker of pressure-driven plasma curls forth and scorches or melts all the belongings you left in the room. Except the runny sack since you took it. Good instincts. You are shaking from being startled awake. Slowly you stand and edge into the room. It's so hot that it's hard to breathe, like an oven, though the waft of warmth causes the apartment's entry curtain to billow open. Quickly the heat diminishes to only uncomfortable, and not dangerous. You barely notice, because what rises from the split in the geode, moving too humanly smoothly at first, but rapidly readjusting to a familiar sort of punctuated stillness, is the Stone Eater, from the Garnet Obelisk. Hello, again. Our position is thoroughly identified with the physical integrity of the stillness for the obvious interest of long-term survival. Maintenance of this land is peculiarly dependent upon seismic equilibrium, and by an imperious law of nature, none but the orogenic can establish such. A blow at their bondage is a blow at the very planet. We rule, therefore, that though they bear some resemblance to we of good and wholesome lineage, and though they must be managed with kind hand to the benefit of both bond and free, any degree of orogenic ability must be assumed to negate its corresponding personhood. They are rightfully to be held and regarded as an inferior and dependent species. The Second Jemisin Lore Council's Declaration on the Rights of the Orogenically Afflicted. 15. Nassun in Rejection. What I remember of my youth is color, greenness everywhere, white iridescence, deep and vital reds. These particular colors linger in my memory, when so much of the rest is thin and pale and nearly gone. There is a reason for that. Nassun sits in an office within the Antarctic fulcrum, suddenly understanding her mother better than ever before. Shafa and Umber sit on either side of her. All three of them are holding cups of safe that the fulcrum people have offered them. Nida is back at Found Moon, because someone must remain to watch over the children there, and because she has the hardest time emulating normal human behavior. Umber is so quiet that no one knows what he's thinking. Shafa's doing all the talking. They've been invited inside to speak with 3 people who are called seniors, whatever that means. These seniors wear uniforms that are all black, with neatly buttoned jackets and pleated slacks. Ah, so that is why they call Imperial Orogens black jackets. They feel all over of power and fear. One of them is obviously Antarctic bred, with graying red hair and skin so white that green veins show starkly just underneath. She has horsey teeth and beautiful lips, and Nassun cannot stop staring at both as she talks. Her name is Serpentine, which does not seem to fit her at all. "Of course we have no new grits coming in," Serpentine says. For some reason she looks at Nassun as she speaks, and spreads her hands. The fingers shake slightly. That's been happening since this meeting began. "It's a difficulty we hadn't quite anticipated. If nothing else, it means we have grit dormitories going unused in a time when safe shelter is quite valuable. That would be why we extended an offer to nearby comms to take in their unparented children, those too young to have earned acceptance into a comm. Only sensible, yes? And we took in a few refugees, which would be why we had no choice but to open trade negotiations with the locals for supplies and such, with no resupply coming from Humanus." Her expression falters. "Well, it's understandable, isn't it?" She's whining, doing it with a gracious smile and impeccable manners, doing it with 2 other people nodding sagely along with her, but doing it. Nassun isn't sure why these people bother her so much. It has something to do with the whining and with the falseness of them. They are clearly uncomfortable with the arrival of guardians, clearly afraid and angry, and yet they pretend courtesy. It makes her think of her mother, who pretended to be kind and loving when father or anyone else was around, and who was cold and fierce in private. Thinking of the Antarctic fulcrum as a place populated by endless variants of her mother makes Nassun's teeth and palms and Sesapine itch. And she can see by the icy placidity of Umber's face and the brittle-edged friendliness of Shafa's smile that the guardians don't like it either. "Understandable indeed," Shafa says. He turns the cup of safe in his hands. The cloudy solution has remained white as it should, but he hasn't taken a single sip. "I imagine the local comms are grateful to you for housing and feeding their surplus population, and it is only sensible that you would put those people to work too. Guarding your walls, tending your fields." He pauses, smiles more widely. "Gardens, I mean." Serpentine smiles back, and her companions shift uncomfortably. It is something Nassun doesn't understand. The season hasn't yet taken full hold here in the Antarctic region, so it does seem wise that a calm would plant its greenland and put strong backs on its walls and start preparing for the worst. Somehow it is bad that the Antarctic fulcrum has done this, however. Bad that this fulcrum is functional at all. Nassun has stopped drinking the cup of safe the seniors gave her, even though she's only had safe a couple of times before and sort of likes being treated like a grown-up. But Shafa isn't drinking, and that warns her the situation is not really safe. One of the seniors is a Somitlats woman who could pass for a relative of Nassun's. Tall, middling, brown, curling thick hair, a body that is thick-waisted and broad-hipped and heavy-thighed. They introduced her, but Nassun can't remember her name. Her orogeny feels the sharpest of the three, though she is the youngest. There are 6 rings on her long fingers, and she is the one who finally stops smiling and folds her arms and lifts her chin just a little. It is another thing that reminds Nassun of her mother. Mama often held herself the same way, feeling of soft dignity layered over a core of diamond obstinacy. The obstinacy is what comes to the fore now, as the woman says. "I take it you are unhappy, Guardian." Serpentine winces. The other fulcrum orogen, a man who introduced himself as Lamprophire, sighs. Shafa and Umber's heads tilt in near unison, Shafa's smile widening with interest. "Not unhappy," he says. Nassun can tell that he is pleased to be done with the pleasantry. "Merely surprised. It is, after all, standard protocol for any fulcrum facility to be shut down in the event of a declared season." "Declared by whom?" the 6-ringed woman asks. "Until your arrival today, there have been no guardians here to declare anything of the sort. The local comm leaderships have varied. Some declared seasonal law, some are only in lockdown, some are business as usual." "And had they all declared seasonal law?" Shafa says, in that very quiet voice he uses when he knows the answer to a question already, and only wants to hear you say it yourself. "Would you truly have all killed yourselves? Since, as you note, there are no guardians here to take care of the matter for you." Nassun catches herself before she would have started in surprise. Kill themselves? But she's not quite good enough at controlling her orogeny to keep it from twitching where she does not. All 3 of the fulcrum people glance at her, and Serpentine smiles thinly. "Careful, Guardian," she says, looking at Nassun, but speaking to Shafa. "Your pet seems uncomfortable with the idea of mass extermination for no reason." Shafa says, "I hide nothing from her." And Nassun's surprise is swallowed up by love and pride. He glances at Nassun. "Historically, the fulcrum has survived on the sufferance of its neighbours, depending on the walls and resources of comms nearby. And as with all who have no viable use during a season, there is most certainly an expectation that Imperial origins will remove themselves from the competition for resources, so that normal, healthy people have a better chance to survive." He pauses. "And since origins are not permitted to exist outside the supervision of a guardian or the fulcrum," he spreads his hands. "We are the fulcrum, Guardian," says the 3rd senior, whose name Nassun has forgotten. This is a man from some western coastal people. He is slender and straight-haired, and has a high cheekboned, nearly concave face. His skin is white, too, but his eyes are dark and cool. His orogeny feels light and many-layered like mica. "And we are self-sufficient, quite apart from being a drain on resources. We provide needed services to the nearby communities. We have even, unasked and uncompensated, worked to mitigate the aftershakes of the rifting on the occasions when they reach this far south. It is because of us that few Antarctic comms have suffered serious harm since the start of this season." "Admirable," says Umber, "and clever, making yourselves
Invaluable. Not a thing your guardians would have permitted, though, I imagine.
All three of the seniors grow still for a moment. "This is Antarctic, Guardian," says Serpentine. She smiles, though the expression does not reach her eyes. "We are a fraction of the size of the fulcrum at Numinous. Barely 25 ringed origins, a handful of mostly grown grits. There were never many guardians permanently stationed here. Most of what we got were visiting guardians on circuit, or delivering us new grits. None at all since the rifting."
"Never many guardians stationed here," agrees Shafa. "But there were 3, as I recall. I knew one."
He pauses, and for a fleeting instant his expression goes distant and lost, and a little confused.
"I remember knowing one."
He blinks, smiles again.
"Yet now there are none."
Serpentine is tense. They are all tense, these seniors, in a way that makes the itch at the back of Nassun's mind grow. "We endured several raids by comless bands before we finally put up a wall," Serpentine says. "They died bravely, protecting us." It's so blatant a lie that Nassun stares at her, mouth open.
"Well,"
Shafa says, setting down his cup of safe and letting out a little sigh.
"I suppose this went about as well as could be expected."
And even though Nassun has guessed by now what is coming, even though she has seen Shafa move with a speed that is not humanly possible before, even though the silver within him and Umber ignites like match flame and blazes through them in the instant just before, she is still caught off guard when Shafa lunges forward and puts his fist through Serpentine's face. Serpentine's orogeny dies, as she does. But the other 2 seniors are up and moving in the next instant, Lamprofire falling backward over his chair to escape Umber's blurring reach for him, and the 6-ringed woman drawing a blowgun from one sleeve. Shafa's eyes widen, but his hand is still stuck in Serpentine. He tries to lunge at her, but the corpse's dead weight on his arm. She lifts the gun to her lips. Before she can get off a puff, Nassun is up and in the earth and beginning to spin a torus that will ice the woman in an instant. The woman jerks in surprise and flexes something that shatters Nassun's torus before it can form completely. It is a thing her mother used to do during their practices if Nassun did something she wasn't supposed to. The shock of this realization causes Nassun to stagger and stumble back. Her mother learned that trick here in the fulcrum. This is how people from the fulcrum train young origins. Everything Nassun has known of her mother is tainted by this place and always has been. But the fleeting distraction is enough. Shafa rips his hand free of the corpse at last and is across the room in another breath, grabbing the blowgun and snatching it away, and stabbing it into the woman's throat before she can recover. She falls to her knees, choking, reaching instinctively for the earth, but then something sweeps the room in a wave, and Nassun gasps when suddenly she cannot cess a single thing. The woman gasps too, then wheezes, scrabbling at her throat. Shafa grabs her head and breaks her neck with a swift jerk. Lamprofire is scrambling backward as Umber stalks him, fumbling at his clothing where some kind of small, heavy object has gotten lodged in cloth. "Evil earth," he blurts, jerking at the buttons of his jacket. "You're contaminated, both of you!" He gets no further, though, because Umber blurs, and Nassun flinches as something splatters her cheek. Umber has stomped the man's head in. "Nassun," Shafa says, releasing the 6-ringed woman's body and staring down at it. "Go to the terrace and wait for us there." "Yes, Shafa," Nassun says. She swallows. She's shaking. She makes herself turn despite this and walk out of the room. There are approximately 22 other ringed origins around somewhere, after all, Serpentine said. The Antarctic fulcrum isn't much bigger than the town of Jeketi. Nassun is leaving the big two-story house that serves as the administrative building. There's also a cluster of tiny cottages that apparently the older Orogens live in, and several long barracks near the big glass-walled greenhouse. Lots of people are around, moving in and out of the barracks and cottages. Few of them wear black, even though some of the civilian-dressed ones feel like Orogens. Beyond the greenhouse is a sloping terrace that hosts a number of small garden plots, too many altogether to really qualify as gardens. This is a farm. Most of the plots are planted heavily with grains and vegetables, and there are a number of people out working on them, since it's a nice day. And no one knows the Guardians are busily killing everyone in the admin building. Nassun walks the cobbled path above the terrace briskly, with her head down so that she can concentrate on not stumbling, since she can't cess anything after whatever Shafa did to the six-ringed woman. She's always known that Guardians can shut down orogeny, but never felt it before. It's hard to walk when she can only perceive the ground through her eyes and feet, and also when she's shaking so hard. Carefully she puts one foot in front of the other, and suddenly someone else's feet are just there, and Nassun pulls up short, her whole body going rigid with shock. "Watch where you're going," the girl says reflexively. She's thin and white, though with a shock of slate-gray ash-blow hair, and she's maybe Nassun's age. She stops, though, when she gets a good look at Nassun. "Hey, there's something on your face. It looks like a dead bug or something. Gross." She reaches up and flicks it off with one finger. Nassun jerks a little in surprise, then remembers her manners. "Thanks. Sorry for getting in your way." "It's all right." The girl blinks. "They said some Guardians had come and brought a new grit. Are you the new one?" Nassun stares in confusion. Grit? The other girl's eyebrows rise. "Yeah. Trainee. Imperial Orogen to be." She's carrying a bucket of gardening supplies, which doesn't fit the conversation at all. "The Guardians used to bring kids here before the season started. That's how I got here." Technically, that's how Nassun got here, too. "The Guardians brought me," she echoes. She is hollow inside. "Me too." The girl sobers, then looks away. "Did they break your hand yet?" Nassun's breath stops in her throat. At her silence, the girl's expression turns bitter. "Yeah. They do it to every grit at some point. Hand bones, or fingers." She shakes her head, then takes a quick, gulping breath. "We're not supposed to talk about it. But it's not you, whatever they say. It's not your fault." Another quick breath. "I'll see you around. I'm Ajay. I don't have an Orogen name yet. What's your name?" Nassun can't think. The sound of Shafa's fist crushing bone echoes in her head. "Nassun?" "Nice to meet you, Nassun." Ajay nods politely, then moves on, walking down the steps toward a terrace. She hums, swinging her bucket. Nassun stares after her, trying to understand. Orogen name? Trying not to understand. Did they break your hand yet? This place, this fulcrum, is why her mother broke her hand. Nassun's hand twitches in phantom pain. She sees again the rock in her mother's hand, rising, holding a moment, falling. "Are you sure you can control yourself?" The fulcrum is why her mother never loved her, is why her father does not love her anymore, is why her brother is dead. Nassun watches Ajay wave to a thin older boy who is busy hoeing. This place, these people, who have no right to exist. The sapphire isn't far off, hovering over Jeketi, where it has been for the 2 weeks since she and Shafa and Umber left to travel to the Antarctic fulcrum. She can sense it in the distance, though it's too far off to see. It seems to flicker as she reaches for it, and for an instant she marvels that she knows this somehow. Instinctively she is turned to face it, line of sight. She doesn't need eyes or orogeny to use it. This is in Orogen's nature, the old Shafa might have told her if he still existed. Nassun's kind innately react to all threats the same way, with utterly devastating counterforce. He would have told her this before breaking her hand to drive home the lesson of control. There are so many silver threads in this place. The Orogens are all connected through practice together, shared experience. Did they break your hand? It is over in the span of 3 breaths. Then Nassun lets herself fall out of the watery blue and stands there shaking in its wake. Some while later, Nassun turns and sees Shafa standing in front of her with Umber. "They weren't supposed to be here," she blurts. "You said—" Shafa isn't smiling, and he is still in a way that Nassun knows well. "Did you do this to help us, then?" Nassun can't think enough to lie. She shakes her head. "This place was wrong," she said. "The fulcrum is wrong." "Is it?" It is a test, but Nassun has no idea how to pass it. "Why do you say that?" "Mama was wrong. The fulcrum made her that way. She should have been an ally to you. Like me, she thinks, reminds. This place made her something else. She cannot articulate it. This place made her wrong." Shafa looks at Umber. Umber tilts his head, and for an instant there is a flicker in the silver. A flicker between them. The things lodged in their sesapine resonate in a strange way. But then Shafa frowns, and she sees him push back against the silver. It hurts him to do this, but he does it anyway, turning to gaze at her with eyes bright and jaw tight and fresh sweat dotting his brow. "I think you may be right, little one," is all he says. "It follows. Put people in a cage, and they will devote themselves to escaping it, not cooperating with those who caged them. What happened here was inevitable, I suppose." He glances at Umber, still. "Their guardians must have been very lax to let a group of Orogens get the drop on them. That one with the blowgun, born feral most likely, and taught things she shouldn't have been before being brought here. She was the impetus." "Black's guardians," says Umber, watching Shafa. "Yes." Shafa smiles at him. Nassun frowns in confusion. "We've destroyed the threat," Shafa says. "Most of it," Umber agrees. Shafa acknowledges this with an incline of his head and a faintly ironic air before turning to Nassun. He says, "You were right to do what you did, little one. Thank you for helping us." Umber is gazing steadily at Shafa, at the back of Shafa's neck specifically. Shafa suddenly turns to glare back at him, smile gone fixed and body deadly still. After a moment, Umber looks away. Nassun understands then. The silver has gone quiet in Umber, or as quiet as it ever gets in any of the guardians. But the glimmering lines within Shafa are still alive, active, tearing at him. He fights them, though, and is prepared to fight Umber too, if necessary. For her? Nassun wonders, exults. For her. Then Shafa crouches and cups her face in his hands. "Are you well?" he asks. His eyes flick toward the sky to the east, the sapphire. "Fine," Nassun says, because she is. Connecting with the obelisk was much easier this time, partly because it was not a surprise, and partly because she is growing used to the sudden advent of strangeness in her life. The trick is to let yourself fall into it, and fall at the same speed, and think like a big column of light.
Fascinating,
he says, and then gets to his feet.
Let's go.
So they leave the Antarctic fulcrum behind, with new crops greening in its fields and cooling corpses in its administrative building, and a collection of shining multicolored human statues scattered about its gardens and barracks and walls. But in the days that follow, as they walk the road and forest trails between the fulcrum and Jeketi, sleeping each night in strangers' barns or around their own fires, Nassun thinks. She has nothing to do but think, after all. Umber and Shafa do not speak to one another, and there is a new tension between them. She understands it enough to take care never to be alone in Umber's presence, which is easy, because Shafa takes care never to let her be. This is not strictly necessary. Nassun thinks that what she did to Ates and the people in the Antarctic fulcrum she can probably do to Umber. Using an obelisk is not cessing. The silver is not orogeny, and thus not even a guardian is safe from what she can do. She sort of likes that Shafa goes with her to the bathhouse, though, and forgoes sleep. Guardians can do that, apparently, to keep watch over her at night. It feels nice to have someone, anyone, protecting her again. But she thinks. It troubles Nassun that Shafa has damaged himself in the eyes of his fellow guardians by choosing not to kill her. It troubles her more that he suffers, gritting his teeth and pretending that this is another smile, even as she sees the silver flex and burn within him. It never stops doing so now, and he will not let her ease his pain, because this makes her slow and tired the next day. She watches him endure it, and hates the little thing in his head that hurts him so. It gives him power, but what good is power if it comes on a spiked leash? Why, she asks him one night as they camp on a flat, elevated white slab of something that is neither metal nor stone, and which is all that remains of some dead civ ruin. There have been some signs of raiders and comless in the area, and the tiny calm they stayed at the night before warned them to be wary. So the elevation of the slab will at least afford them plenty of advance warning of an attack. Umber is gone, off setting snares for their breakfast. Shafa has used the opportunity to lie down on his bedroll while Nassun keeps watch, and she does not want to keep him awake. But she needs to know. Why is that thing in your head?
It was put there when I was very young,
he says. He sounds weary. Fighting the silver for days on end without sleep is taking its toll.
There was no why for me. It was simply the way things had to be.
But Nassun does not want to be annoying by asking why again. Did it have to be? What is it for? He smiles, though his eyes are shut.
We are made to keep the world safe from the dangers of your kind.
I know that, but... She shakes her head. Who made you?
Me, specifically?
Shafa opens one eye, then frowns a little.
I don't remember. But in general, guardians are made by other guardians. We are found or bred and given over to warrant for training and alteration.
And who made the guardian before you and the one before that? Who did it first? He is silent for a time, trying to remember, she guesses from his expression. That something is very wrong with Shafa, chiseling holes in his memories and putting fault-line heavy pressure on his thoughts, is something Nassun simply accepts. He is what he is. But she needs to know why he is the way he is. And more importantly, she wants to know how to make him better.
I don't know,
he says finally, and she knows he is done with the conversation by the way he exhales and shuts his eyes again.
In the end, the why does not matter, little one. Why are you an origin? Sometimes we must simply accept our lot in life.
Nassun decides to shut up then, and a few moments later Shafa's body relaxes into sleep for the first time in days. She keeps watch diligently, extending her newly recovered sense of the earth to catch the reverberations of small animals and other moving things in the immediate vicinity. She can sense Umber, too, still moving methodically at the edge of her range as he sets up his snares, and because of him, she weaves a thread of the silver into her web of awareness. He can evade her sessing, but not that. It will catch any calmless, too, should they sneak into arrow or harpoon range. She will not let Shafa be injured as her father was injured. Aside from something heavy and warm that treads along on all fours not far from Umber, probably foraging, there is nothing of concern nearby, nothing except something very strange, something immense. No, its boundaries are small, no bigger than those of a mid-sized rock or a person. But it is directly underneath the white knot-stone slab. Under her feet, practically, barely more than 10 feet down. As if noticing her attention, it moves. This feels like the movement of the world. Involuntarily, Nassun gasps and leans away, even though nothing changes but the gravity around her, and that only a little. The immensity whips away suddenly, as if it senses her scrutiny. It doesn't go far, however, and a moment later, the immensity moves again, up. Nassun blinks and opens her eyes to see a statue standing at the edge of the slab, which was not there before. Nassun is not confused. Once, after all, she wanted to be a lorist. She spent hours listening to tales of stone-eaters and the mysteries that surround their existence. This one does not look as she thought it would. In the lorist tales, stone-eaters have marble skin and jewel hair. This one is entirely gray, even to the whites of its eyes. He is bare-chested and muscular, and he is smiling, lips drawn back from teeth that are clear and sharp-faceted. "You're the one who stoned the fulcrum a few days ago," says his chest. Nassun swallows and glances at Shafa. He's a heavy sleeper, and the stone-eater didn't speak loudly. If she yells, Shafa will probably wake, but what can a guardian do against such a creature? She isn't even sure she can do anything with the silver. The stone-eater is a blazing morass of it, swirls and whirls of thread all tangled up inside him. The lore, however, is clear on one thing about stone-eaters. They do not attack without provocation. So, yes, she says, keeping her voice low. Is that a problem? Not at all. I wanted only to express my admiration for your work. His mouth does not move. Why is he smiling so much? Nassun is more certain with every passing breath that the expression is not just a smile. What is your name, little one? She bristles at the little one. Why? The stone-eater steps forward, moving slowly. This sounds like the grind of a millstone and looks as wrong as a moving statue should look. Nassun flinches in revulsion, and he stills. Why did you stone them? They were wrong. The stone-eater steps forward again onto the slab. Nassun half expects the slab to crack or tilt beneath the creature's terrible weight, which she knows is immense. He is a mountain, compacted into the size and shape of a human being. The slab of dead sieve material does not crack, however, and now the creature's close enough for her to see the fine detailing of his individual hair strands. You were wrong, he says in his strange, echoing voice. The people of the Fulcrum and the Guardians are not to blame for the things they do. You wanted to know why your guardian must suffer as he does. The answer is, he doesn't have to. Nassun stiffens. Before she can demand to know more, the Stone Eater's head turns toward him. There is a flicker of something, an adjustment too infinitely fine to see or assess, and suddenly, the alive, vicious throb of silver within Shafa dies into silence. Only that dark, needle-like blot in his sesapine remains active, and immediately Nassun cesses its effort to reassert control. For the moment, though, Shafa exhales softly and relaxes further into sleep. The pain that has been grinding at him for days is gone. For now. Nassun gasps, softly. If Shafa has the chance to truly rest at last, she will not destroy it. Instead, she says to the Stone Eater, "How did you do that?" "I can teach you. I can teach you how to fight his tormentor, his master too, if you wish." Nassun swallows hard. "Yeah, I wish." She isn't stupid, though. In exchange for what? Nothing. If you fight his master, then you fight my enemy too. It will make us allies. She knows now that the Stone Eater has been lurking nearby, listening in on her, but she doesn't care anymore. To save Shafa? She licks her lips, which taste faintly of sulfur. The ash haze has been getting thicker in recent weeks. "Okay," she says. "What is your name?" If it's been listening, it knows who she is. This is a gesture toward alliance. "Nassun. And you?" "I have no name. Or many. Call me what you wish." He needs a name. Alliances don't work without names, do they? Steel. It's the first thing that pops into her mind. Because he's so gray. Steel? The sense that he does not care lingers. "I will come to you later," Steel says, "when we can speak uninterrupted." An instant later he is gone into the earth, and the mountain vanishes from her awareness in seconds. A moment later, Umber emerges from the forest around the dead Civ slab and begins walking up the hill toward her. She is actually glad to see him, even though his gaze sharpens as he draws nearer and sees that Shafa is asleep. He stops 3 paces away, more than close enough for a guardian's speed. "I'll kill you if you try anything," Nassun says, nodding solemnly. "You know that, right? Or if you wake him up." Umber smiles. "I know you'll try." "I'll try and I'll actually do it." He sighs, and there is a great compassion in his voice. "You don't even know how dangerous you are. To far, far more than me." She doesn't, and that bothers her a lot. Umber does not act out of cruelty. If he sees her as a threat, there must be some reason for it. But it doesn't matter. "Shafa wants me alive," she says. "So I live, even if I have to kill you." Umber appears to consider this. She glimpses the quick flicker of the silver within him and knows, suddenly and instinctively, that she is no longer talking to Umber. Exactly. His master. Umber says, "And if Shafa decides you should die?" "Then I die." That's what the Fulcrum got wrong, she feels certain. They treated the Guardians as enemies, and maybe they once were, like Shafa said. But allies must trust in one another, be vulnerable to one another. Shafa is the only person in the world who loves Nassun, and Nassun will die, or kill, or remake the world for his sake. Slowly, Umber inclines his head. "Then I will trust in your love for him," he says. For an instant there is an echo in his voice, in his body, through the ground, reverberating away so deep. "For now." With that, he moves past her and sits down near Shafa, assuming a guard stance himself. Nassun does not understand guardian reasoning. but she's learned one thing about them over the months. They do not bother to lie. If Umber says he will trust Shafa, no, trust Nassun's love for Shafa, because there is a difference. But if Umber says this has meaning to him, then she can rely on that. So she lies down on her own bedroll and relaxes in spite of everything. She doesn't sleep for some while, though. Nerves, maybe. Night falls. The evening is clear, apart from the faint haze of ash blowing from the north and a few broken, pearled clouds that periodically drift southward along the breeze. The stars come out, winking through the haze, and Nassun stares at them for a long while. She begins to drift, her mind finally relaxing toward sleep, when belatedly she notices that one of the tiny white lights up there is moving in a different direction from the rest downward, sort of, while the other stars march west to east across the sky. Slow. Hard to unsee it now that she's made it out. It's a little bigger and brighter than the rest, too. Strange. Nassun rolls over to turn her back to Umber and sleeps. These things have been down here for an age of the world. Foolish to call them bones. They go to powder when we touch them. But stranger than the bones are the murals. Plants I've never seen. Something that might be a language, but it just looks like shapes and wiggling. And one, a great round white thing amid the stars, hanging over a landscape. Eerie. I didn't like it. I had the blackjacket crumble the mural away. Journal of Journeywoman Fogrid Innovator Humanis. Archives of the Janir Licensure, Equatorial East. 16. You meet an old friend again. I want to keep telling this as I have. In your mind, in your voice, telling you what to think and know. Do you find this rude? It is, I admit, selfish. When I speak as just myself, it's difficult to feel like part of you. It is lonelier. Please, let me continue a bit longer. You stare at the stone-eater that has burst forth from the chalcedony chrysalis. It stands hunched and perfectly still, watching you sidelong through the slight heat waver of the air around the split geode. Its hair is, as you remember from that half-real, half-dream moment within the garnet obelisk. A frozen splash. What happens to ashblow hair when a hard gust of wind lifts it up and back? Translucent, whitish opal now, instead of simply white. But unlike the fleshy form that you grew to know, this stone-eater's skin is as black as the night sky once was before the season. What you thought were cracks back then, you now realize are actually white and silver marbling veins. Even the elegant drape of pseudo-clothing wrapped around the body, a simple chiton that hangs off one shoulder, is marbled black. Only the eyes lack the marbling, the whites now matte smooth darkness. The irises are still ice white. They stand out from the black face, stark and so atavistically disturbing that it actually takes you a moment to realize the face around it is still Hoa's. Hoa. He is older, you see at once. The face is that of a young man and not a boy. Still too wide, with too narrow a mouth, racially nonsensical. You can read anxiety in those frozen features, though, because you learned to read it on a face that was once softer and designed to elicit your compassion. Which was the lie, you ask? It is the only thing you can think to ask. The lie? The voice is a man's now. The same voice, but in the tenor range, coming from his chest somewhere. You step into the room. It's still unpleasantly hot, though cooling off quickly. You're sweating anyway. Your human shape, or this?
both have been true at different times.
Ah, yes. Alabaster said all of you were human. Once, anyway. There is a moment of silence.
Are you human?
At this, you cannot help but laugh once. Officially? No.
Never mind what others think. What do you feel yourself to be?
Human.
Then so am I.
He stands steaming between the halves of a giant rock from which he just hatched. Not anymore.
Should I take your word for that? Or listen to what I feel myself to be?
You shake your head, walking as far as you can around the geode. Inside it there is nothing. It's a thin stone shell, bare of crystals or the usual precipitant lining. Probably doesn't qualify as a geode, then. How'd you end up in an obelisk?
Pissed off the wrong Raga.
This surprises you into a laugh, which makes you stop and stare at him. It's an uncomfortable laugh. He's watching you the way he always used to, all eyes and hope. Should it really matter that the eyes are so strange now? I didn't know that could be done, you say. Trapping a stone-eater, I mean.
You could do it. It's one of the only ways to stop one of us.
Not kill you, obviously.
No. There's only one way to do that.
Which is? He flicks to face you. This seems instantaneous. Suddenly, the statue's pose is completely different. Serene and upright, with one hand raised in invitation, appeal.
Are you planning to kill me, Essun?
You sigh and shake your head, and extend a hand to touch one of the stone halves out of curiosity.
Don't. It's still too hot for your flesh.
He pauses.
This is how I get clean, without soap.
A day along the side of the road, south of Terimo. A boy who stared at a bar of soap in confusion, then delight. It's still him. You can't shake it off. So you sigh and also let go of the part of yourself that wants to treat him as something else, something frightening, something other. He's Hoa. He wants to eat you, and he tried to help you find your daughter, even though he failed. There's an intimacy in these facts, however strange they are, that means something to you. You fold your arms and pace slowly around the geode and him. His eyes follow. So who kicked your ass? He has regenerated the eyes that were missing and the lower jaw. The limbs that had been torn off are part of him again. There's still blood in the living room, but whatever there had been in your bedroom is now gone, along with a layer of the floor and walls. Stone-eaters are said to have control over the very smallest particles of matter, simple enough to reappropriate one's own detached substance, repurpose unused surplus material. You guess.
12 or so of my kind. Then one in particular.
That many?
They were children to me. How many children would it take to overwhelm you?
You were a child.
I looked like a child.
His voice softens.
I only did that for you.
There is a greater difference between this Hoa and that Hoa than their states of being. When adult Hoa says things like this, the words have an entirely different texture from when child Hoa said them. You're not certain you like that texture. So you've been off getting into fights all this time, you say, adjusting the subject back toward comfort. There was a stone-eater at the flat top. A gray,
yes.
You didn't think it was possible for a stone-eater to look disgruntled, but Hoa does.
That one isn't a child. He was the one who defeated me finally, though I managed to escape without too much damage.
You marvel for a moment that he thinks having all his limbs and jaw torn off is not much damage. But you're a little glad, too. The Grey Stone-Eater hurt Hoa, and you hurt him back. Ephemeral revenge, maybe, but it makes you feel like you look out for your own. Hoa still sounds defensive.
It was also unwise for me to face him while clothed in human flesh.
It's too damned hot in the room. Mopping sweat from your face, you move into the living room, push aside and tie off the main door curtain so cooler air will circulate in more easily, and sit down at the table. By the time you turn back, Hoa is in the door of your bedroom, framed beautifully by the arch of it. Study of a youth in wary contemplation. Is that why you changed back? To face him? You didn't see the bit of rag that contained his rocks while you were in the bedroom. Maybe it caught fire and is just charred cloth amid the rest. Purpose served.
I changed back because it was time.
There's that tone of resignation again. He sounded that way when you first realized what he was. Like he knows he's lost something in your eyes, and he can't get it back. And he has no choice but to accept that. But he doesn't have to like it.
I could have kept that shape only for a limited time. I made a choice to decrease the time and increase the chance you will survive.
Oh? Beyond him, in your room, you suddenly notice that the leftover shell of his, egg is melting, sort of. It is dissolving and lightening in color and merging back into the clear material of the crystal, parting around the detritus of your belongings as it rejoins its former substance and solidifies again. You stare at that instead of him for a moment, fascinated, until he says,
"They want you dead, Essun."
"They?" You blink. "Who?"
"Some of my kind. Some merely want to use you. I won't let them."
You frown. Which? You won't let them kill me, or you won't let them use me?
Either.
The echoing voice grows sharp suddenly. You remember him crouching, baring his teeth like some feral beast. It occurs to you, with the suddenness of an epiphany, that you haven't seen as many Stone-Eaters around lately. Ruby hair, butter marble, ugly dress, tooth shine, all the regulars. Not a glimpse in months. Yika even remarked on the sudden absence of hers. "You ate her," you blurt. There is a pause.
"I've eaten many,"
Hoa says. It is inflectionless. You remember him giggling and calling you weird, curling against you to sleep. "Earth fires, you can't deal with this." "Why me, Hoa?" You spread your hands. They are ordinary, middle-aged woman hands, a bit dry. You helped with the leather tanning crew a few days ago, and the solution made your skin crack and peel. You've been rubbing them with some of the nuts you got in the previous week's com share, even though fat is precious and you should be eating it rather than using it for your vanity. In your right palm, there is a small, white, thumbnail-shaped crescent. On cold days, that hand's bones ache. Ordinary woman hands. "There's nothing special about me," you say. "There must be other origins with the potential to access the obelisks. Earth fires. Nassun." "No." "Why are you here?" You mean, why has he attached himself to you? He is silent for a moment, then,
"You asked if I was all right."
This makes no sense for a moment, and then it does. Alia. A beautiful sunny day, a looming disaster. As you hovered in agony amid the cracked, dissonant core of the garnet obelisk, you saw him for the first time. How long had he been in that thing? Long enough for it to be buried beneath seasons' worth of sediment and coral growth. Long enough to be forgotten like all the dead civilizations of the world. And then you came along and asked how he was doing. Evil Earth? You thought you hallucinated that. You take a deep breath and get up, going to the entrance of the apartment. The calm is quiet as far as you can tell. Some people are going about their usual business, but there are fewer of them around than usual. The ones following routine are no proof of peace. People went about their business in Torimo, too, right before they tried to kill you. Tonki didn't come home again last night, but this time you're not so sure that she's with Hjarka or up in the green room. There is a catalyst alive in Castrima now, accelerating unseen chemical reactions, facilitating unexpected outcomes. Join us and live, the Grey One had told them, but not with your ragas. Will the people of Castrima stop to think that no equatorial calm really wants a sudden influx of mongrel midladders, and at best will make slaves or meat of them? Your mothering instinct is alive with warning. Look after your own, it whispers in the back of your mind. Gather them close and guard them well. You know what happens when you turn your back for even a minute. You shoulder the runny sack that's still in your hand. Keeping it with you isn't even a question at this point. Then you turn to Hoa. Come with me. Hoa's suddenly smiling again. I don't walk anymore, Essun. Oh, right. I'm going to Yika's then. Meet me there. He does not nod, simply vanishes. No wasted movement. You'll get used to it. People don't look at you as you cross the bridges and walkways of the calm. The center of your back itches from their stares as you pass. You cannot help thinking of Torimo again. Yika's not in her apartment. You look around, follow the patterns of movement in the calm with your eyes, and finally head toward the flat top. She cannot still be there. You've gone home, watched a child turn into a stone-eater, slept several hours. She can't be. She is. You see that only a few people are still on the flat top now, a gaggle of maybe 20, sitting or pacing, looking angry and exasperated and troubled. For the 20 you see, there are surely another 100 gathering in apartments and the baths and the storage rooms, having the same conversation in hushed tones with small groups. But Yika is here, sitting on one of the divans that someone has brought from her apartment, still talking. She's hoarse, you realize as you draw close. Visibly exhausted, but still talking. Something about supply lines from one of the Southern Allied comms, which she's directing at a man who is walking in circles with his arms folded, scoffing at everything she says. It's fear. He's not listening. Yika's trying to reason with him anyway. It's ridiculous. Look after your own. You step around people, some of whom flinch away from you, and stop beside her. I need to talk to you in private. Yika stops mid-sentence and blinks up at you. Her eyes are red and sticky dry. She hasn't had any water for a while. What about? It's important. As a sop to courtesy, you nod to the people sitting around her. Sorry. She sighs and rubs her eyes, which just makes them redder. Fine. She gets up, then pauses to face the remaining people. Votes tomorrow morning. If I haven't convinced you, well, you know what to do then. They watch in silence as you lead her away. Back in her apartment, you pull the front curtain shut and open the one that leads into her private rooms. Not much to this space to indicate her status. She's got 2 pallets and a lot of pillows, but her clothes are just in a basket, and the books and scrolls on one side of the room are just stacked on the floor. No bookcases, no dresser. The food from her comm share is stacked haphazardly against one wall, beside a familiar gourd that the Castrimans tend to use for storing drinking water. You snag the gourd with your elbow and pick from the food pile a dried orange, a stick of dry bean curd that Yika's been soaking with some mushrooms in a shallow pan, and a small slab of saltfish. It's not exactly a meal, but it's nutrition. On the bed, you say, gesturing with your chin and bringing the food to her. You hand her the gourd first. Yika, who has observed all this in increasing irritation, snaps.
"You're not my type. Is this why you dragged me here?"
Not exactly, but while you're here you need to rest. She looks mutinous. You can't convince anyone of anything, let alone people whose hate can't be reasoned with, if you're too exhausted to think straight. She grumbles, but it is a measure of how tired she is that she actually goes to the bed and sits down on its edge. You nod at the gourd and she dutifully drinks, 3 quick swallows and down for now, as the lorists advise after dehydration.
"I stink. I need a bath."
Should have thought of that before you decided to try to talk down a brewing lynch mob. You take the gourd and push the dish of food into her hand. She sighs and starts grimly chewing.
"They're not going to—"
She doesn't get far into that lie, though, before she flinches and stares at something beyond you. You know before you turn. Hoa.
"Okay, no, not in my rusting room."
I told him to meet us here, you say. It's Hoa.
"You told it?"
Yika swallows hard, stares a moment longer, then finally resumes eating the orange. She chews slowly, her gaze never leaving Hoa.
"Got tired of playing the human, then? Not sure why you bothered? You were too weird to pass."
You go over to the wall near the bedroom door and sit down against it on the floor. The runny sack has to come off for this, but you make sure to keep it near to hand. To Yika, you say, "You've talked to the other members of your council and half your calm, still and raga, and native and newcomer. The perspective you're missing is theirs." You nod at Hoa. Yika blinks, then eyes Hoa with new interest.
"I did ask you to sit on my council once." "I can't speak for my kind, any more than you can for yours," Hoa says, "and I had more important things to do."
You see Yika blink at his voice and blatantly stare at him. You wave a hand at Hoa wearily. Unlike Yika, you've slept. But it wasn't exactly quality sleep while you sat in a sweltering apartment waiting for a geode to hatch. Speaking what you know will help. And then, prompted by some instinct, you add, "Please." Because somehow you think he's reticent. His expression hasn't changed. His posture is the one he showed you last, the young man in repose with one hand upraised. He's changed his location, but not his position. Still. The proof of his reticence comes when he says very well, it's all in the tone. But fine, you can work with reticent. "What does the Grey Stone Eater want?" Because you're pretty rusting sure he doesn't really want Castrima to join some equatorial calm. Human nation-state politics just wouldn't mean much to them, unless it was in service to some other goal. The people of Renanis are his pawns, not the other way around.
"There are many of us now," Hoa replies. "Enough to be called a people in ourselves, and not merely a mistake."
At this apparent non sequitur, you exchange a look with Yika, who looks back at you as if to say,
"He's your mess, not mine."
Maybe it's relevant somehow.
"Yes,"
you prompt.
"There are those of my kind who believe this world can safely bear only one people."
Oh, evil Earth. This is what Alabaster talked about. How had he described it? Factions in an ancient war? The ones who wanted people neutralized. Like the Stone Eaters themselves, Baster had said. You want to wipe us out, you say. Whisper. Or change us into stone, like what's happening to Alabaster?
Not all of us,
Hoa says softly.
and not all of you.
A world of only stone people. The thought of it makes you shiver. You envision falling ash and skeletal trees and creepy statues everywhere. some of the latter moving. How? They are unstoppable, but until now they've only preyed on each other that you know of. Can they turn all of you into stone like alabaster? And if they wanted to wipe humankind out, shouldn't they have been able to manage it before now? You shake your head. This world has borne 2 people for seasons. 3 if you count origins. The stills do. Not all of us are content with that. His voice is very soft now. Such a rare thing, the birth of a new one of our kind. We wear on endlessly, while you rise and spawn and wilt like mushrooms. It's hard not to envy or covet. Ika is shaking her head in confusion. Though her voice holds its usual unflappable attitude, you see a little frown of wonder between her brows. Her mouth pulls to one side, though, as if she cannot help but show at least a little disgust. "Fine," she says. "So stone eaters used to be us, and now you want to kill us. Why should we trust you?" "Not stone eaters. Not all of us want the same thing. Some like things as they are. Some even want to make the world better, though not all agree on what that means." Instantly his posture changes. Hands out, palms up, shoulders lifted in a "what can you do" gesture. "We are people." "And what do you want?" you ask, because he didn't answer Yika's question, and you noticed. Those silver irises flick over to you. Stay. You think you see wistfulness in his still face. "The same thing I've always wanted, Essun. To help you. Only that." You think. Not everyone agrees on what help means. "Well, this is touching," Ika says. She rubs her tired eyes. "But you're not getting to the point. What does Castrima being destroyed have to do with giving the world one people? What's this grey man up to?" "I don't know." Hoa's still looking at you. It's not as unnerving as it should be. "I tried to ask him. It didn't go well." "Guess," you say, because you know full well there's a reason he asked the grey man in the first place. Hoa's eyes shift down. Your distrust hurts. "He wants to make sure the Obelisk Gate is never opened again." "The what?" Ika asks. But you're leaning your head back against the wall, floored and horrified and wondering. Of course. Alabaster. What easier way to wipe out people who depend on food and sunlight to survive than to simply let this season wear on until they are extinct, leaving nothing but the Stone Eaters to inherit the darkening earth? And to make sure it happens, kill the only person with the power to end it. Only person besides you realize with a chill. But no. You can manipulate an obelisk, but you haven't got a clue how to activate 200 of the rusting things at once. And can Alabaster do it anymore? Every use of orogeny kills him slowly. Flaking rust? You're the only one left who even has the potential to open the gate. But if Grey Man's pet army kills both of you, his purpose is served either way. It means Grey Man wants to wipe out origins in particular, you say to Yika. You're abbreviating heavily, not lying. That's what you tell yourself. That's what you need to tell Yika, so that she never learns that origins have the potential power to save the world, and so that she never attempts to access an obelisk herself. This is what Alabaster must have constantly had to do with you. Telling you some of the truth because you deserve it, but not enough that you'll skewer yourself on it. Then you think of another bone you can throw. Hoa was trapped in an obelisk for a while. He said it's the only thing that can stop them. Not the only way, he'd said. But maybe Hoa's giving you only the safe truths, too. Well, shit, Ika says, annoyed. You can do obelisk stuff. Throw one at him. You groan. That wouldn't work. What would then? I have no idea. That's what I've been trying to learn from Alabaster all this time. And failing, you don't want to say. Ika can guess it anyway. Great. Ika abruptly seems to wilt. You are right. I need to sleep. I had Esni mobilize the strongbacks to secure weapons in the com. Ostensibly, they're making them ready for use if we have to fight off these Equatorials. In truth, she shrugs, sighs, and you understand. People are frightened right now. Best not to tempt fate. You can't trust the strongbacks, you say softly. Ika looks up at you. Castrima isn't wherever you came from. You want to smile, though you don't because you know how ugly the smile will be. You're from so many places. In every one of them you learned that ragas and stills can never live together. Ika shifts a little at the look on your face anyway. She tries again. Look, how many other coms would have let me live after learning what I was? You shake your head. You were useful. That worked for the Imperial Origins too. But being useful to others is not the same thing as being equal. Fine. Then I'm useful. We all are. Kill or exile the Rogas, and we lose Castrima Anda. Then we're at the mercy of a bunch of people who would as soon treat all of us like Rogas, just because our ancestors couldn't pick a race and stick to it. You keep saying, we, you say. It is gentle. It bothers you to puncture her illusions. She stops, and a muscle in her jaw flexes once or twice. Stills learned to hate us. They can learn differently. Now? With an enemy literally at the gate? You're so tired. So tired of all this shit. Now is when we'll see the worst of them. Ika watches you for a long moment. Then she slumps, completely, her back bowing and her head hanging, and her ash-blow hair sliding off to the sides of her neck until it looks utterly ridiculous, a butterfly mane. It hides her face. But she draws in a long, weary breath, and it sounds almost like a sob, or a laugh. No, Essun. She rubs her face. Just no. Castrima is my home, same as theirs. I've worked for it, fought for it. Castrima wouldn't be here if not for me, and probably some of the other Rogas who risked themselves to keep it all going over the years. I'm not giving up. It isn't giving up to look out for yourself. Yes, it is. She lifts her head. It wasn't a sob or a laugh. She's furious, just not at you. You're saying these people, my parents, my creche teachers, my friends, my lovers, you're saying just leave them to their fate. You're saying they're nothing, that they're not people at all, just beasts whose nature it is to kill. You're saying Rogas are nothing but prey, and that's all we'll ever be. No, I won't accept that. She sounds so determined. It makes your heart ache, because you felt the same way she did once. It would be nice to still feel that way, to have some hope of a real future, a real community, a real life. But you have lost 3 children relying on Still's better nature. You grab the runny sack and get up to leave, rubbing a hand over your locks. Hoa vanishes, reading your cue that the conversation is over. Later, then. When you're almost at the curtain, though, Ika stops you with what she says. Pass the word around, she tells you. The emotion is gone from her voice. No matter what happens, We can't start anything. Loaded into that delicate emphasis is an acknowledgement that origins are the we she means this time. We shouldn't even finish it. Fighting back could set off a mob. Only talk to the others in small groups. Person to person's best if you can, so no one thinks we're getting together to conspire. Make sure the children know all this. Make sure none of them are ever alone. Most of the Orogen children do know how to defend themselves. The techniques you taught them work just as well for deterring or stopping attackers as for icing boilbug nests. But Yika's right. There are too few of you to fight back, not without destroying Castrima, a Pyrrhic victory. It means that some Orogens are going to die. You're going to let them die, even if you could save them. And you did not think Yika cold enough to think this way. Your surprise must show on your face. Yika smiles. I have hope, she says. But I'm not stupid. If you're right and things get hopeless, then we don't go without a fight. We make them regret turning on us, but up to that point of no return. I hope you're not right. You know you're right. The belief that Orogens will never be anything but the world's meat dances amid the cells of you, like magic. It isn't fair. You just want your life to matter. But you say, I hope I'm not right too. The dead have no wishes. Tablet 3, Structures, verse 6. 17. Nassun. Verses. It has been so long since Nassun was proud of herself that when she becomes capable of healing Shafa, she runs all the way through town and up to Found Moon to tell him. Healing is how she thinks of it. She has spent the past few days out in the forest, practicing her new skill. It is not always easy to detect the wrongness in a body. Sometimes she must carefully follow the threads of silver within a thing to find its knots and warps. The ash falls have grown more frequent and sustained lately, and most of the forest is patchy with grayness, some plants beginning to wilt or go dormant in response. This is normal for them, and the silver threads prove this by their uninterrupted flow. Yet when Nassun goes slowly, looks carefully, she can usually find things for which change is not normal or healthy. The grub beneath a rock that has a strange growth along its side. The snake, venomous and more vicious now that a season has begun, so she only examines it from a distance, with a broken vertebra. The melon vine whose leaves are growing in a convex shape, catching too much ash, instead of concavity, which would shake the ash off. The few ants in a nest who have been infected by a parasitic fungus. She practices extraction of the wrongness on these things and many others. It's a difficult trick to master, like performing surgery using only thread, without ever touching the patient. She learns how to make the edge of one thread grow very sharp, and how to loop and lasso with another, and how to truncate a third thread and use the burning tip of it to cauterize. She gets the growth off the grub, but it dies. She stitches together the edges of broken bone within the snake, though this only speeds what was happening already naturally. She finds the parts of the plant that are saying curve up and convinces them to say curve down. The ants are best. She cannot get all or even most of the fungus out of them, but she can sear the connections in their brains that make them behave strangely and spread the infection. She's very, very glad to have brains to work on. The culmination of Nassun's practice occurs when calmless raiders strike again, one morning as dew still dampens the ash and ground litter. The band that Shafa devastated is gone. These are new miscreants who don't know the danger. Nassun is not distracted by her father anymore. not helpless anymore, and after she ices one of the raiders, most of the others flee. But she detects a snarl of threads in one of them at the last instant, and then must resort to old-style orogeny, as she has come to think of it, in order to drop the ground beneath a raider and trap her in a pit. The raider throws a knife at Nassun when she peeks over the edge. It's only luck that it misses, but carefully, while staying out of sight. Nassun follows the threads and finds a 3-inch wooden splinter lodged in the woman's hand, so deep that it scrapes bone. It is poisoning her blood and will kill her. Already the infection is so advanced that it has swollen her hand to twice its size. A calm doctor, or even a decent farrier, could extract the thing, but the calmless do not have the luxury of skilled care. They live on luck, what little there is in a season. Nassun decides to become the woman's luck. She settles nearby so that she can concentrate, and then carefully, while the woman gasps and swears and cries, "What is happening?" she pulls the splinter free. When she looks into the pit again, the woman is on her knees and groaning as she holds her dripping hand. Belatedly, Nassun realizes she will need to learn how to anesthetize, so she settles against the tree again and casts her thread to try to catch a nerve this time. It takes her some time to learn how to numb it and not just cause more pain. But she learns, and when she is done she feels grateful to the raider woman who lies groaning and in a stupor in the pit. Nassun knows better than to let the woman go. If she lives, she will only either die slowly and cruelly, or return and perhaps next time threaten someone Nassun loves. So Nassun casts her threads one last time, and this time slices neatly through the top of her spine. It is painless, and kinder than the fate the woman intended for Nassun. Now she runs up the hill toward Found Moon, elated for the first time since she killed Ates, so eager to see Shafa that she barely notices the other children of the compound as they stop whatever they're doing and favor her with cool stares. Shafa has explained to them that what she did to Ates was an accident, and he has assured her they will eventually come around. She hopes he is right, because she misses their friendship. But none of that is important now. "Shafa!" She first pokes her head into the guardian's cabin. Only Nita is there, standing in the corner as she so often does, staring into the middle distance as if lost in thought. She focuses as soon as Nassun comes in, however, and smiles in her empty way. "Hello, Shafa's little one," she says. "You seem cheerful today." "Hello, Guardian." She is always polite to Nita and Umber. Just because they want to kill her is no reason to forget her manners. "Do you know where Shafa is?" "He's in the crucible with Wude." "Okay, thanks." Nassun hurries off undeterred. She knows that Wude, as the next most skilled with Ates gone, is the only other child in Found Moon who has some hope of connecting to an obelisk. Nassun thinks it is hopeless, because no one can train him in the way he needs to be trained, given that he is so small and frail. Wude would never have survived Mama's crucibles. Still, she is polite to him, too, running up to the edge of the outermost practice circle and bouncing only a little, keeping her orogeny still, so as not to distract him while he raises a big basalt column from the ground and then tries to push it back in. He's already breathing hard, though the column isn't moving very fast. Shafa is watching him intently, his smile not as big as usual. Shafa sees it too. Finally, Wude gets the column back into the ground. Shafa takes his shoulder and helps him over to a bench, which is plainly necessary because Wude can barely walk at this point. Shafa glances at Nassun, and Nassun nods at once and turns to run back into the mess hall to fetch a glass from the pitcher of fruit water there. When she brings it to Wude, he blinks at her once, then looks ashamed of hesitating, and finally takes it with a shy nod of thanks. Shafa is always right. "Do you need help back to the dormitory?" Shafa asks him. "I can make it back myself, sir," Wude says. His eyes dart to Nassun, by which Nassun understands that Wude probably would like help back, but knows better than to get in between Shafa and his favorite student. Nassun looks at Shafa. She's excited, but she can wait. He lifts an eyebrow, then inclines his head and extends a hand to help Wude up. Once Wude is safely abed, Shafa comes back over to where Nassun now sits on the bench. She's calmer for the delay, which is good, because she knows she's going to need to seem calm and cool and professional in order to convince him to let some half-grown, half-trained girl experiment on him with magic. Shafa sits down beside her, looking amused. "All right, then." She takes a deep breath before beginning. "I know how to take the thing out of you." They both know exactly what she's talking about. She has sat beside Shafa, quietly offering herself as he is huddled on this very bench, clutching his head and whispering replies to a voice she cannot hear, and shuddering as it punishes him with lashes of silver pain. Even now it is a low, angry throb inside him, pushing him to obey, to kill her. She makes herself available, because her presence eases the pain for him, and because she does not believe he will actually kill her. This is folly, she knows. Love is no inoculation against murder. But she needs to believe it of him. Shafa frowns at her, and it is part of why she loves him that he shows no sign of disbelief. "Yes, I have sensed you growing sharper lately, by increments. This happened to the orogens at the fulcrum too. When they were allowed to progress to this point, they become their own teachers. The power guides them along particular paths, by lines of natural aptitude." His brow furrows slightly. "Generally we steered them away from this path, though." "Why?" "Because it's dangerous. To everyone, not just the orogen in question." He leans against her, shoulder warm and supportive. "You've survived the point that kills most, connecting with an obelisk. Aye. Remember how others died, making the attempt." For a moment he looks troubled, lost, confused, as he probes gingerly at the raw edges of his torn memories. "I remember something of it. I'm glad." He winces again, looks troubled again. This time it isn't the silver that's hurting him. Nassun guesses he's either remembered something he dislikes or can't remember something he thinks he should. She won't be able to take the pain of loss away from him, no matter how good she gets. It's sobering. She can remove the rest of his pain, though, and that's the part that matters. She touches his hand, her fingers covering the thin scars that she has seen him inflict with his own nails when the pain grows too great, even for his smiles to ease. There are more of them today than there were a few days ago, some still raw. "I didn't die," she reminds him. He blinks, and this alone is enough to snap him back into the here and now of himself. "No, you didn't. But Nassun." He adjusts their hands. Now he is holding hers. His hand is huge, and she can't even see a glimpse of her own within it. She has always liked this, being enveloped so completely by him. "My compassionate one, I do not want my core stone removed." Core stone. Now she knows the name of her nemesis. The word makes no sense because it is metal, not stone. And it is not at the core of him, just in his head. But that doesn't matter. She clenches her jaw against hate. "It hurts you." "As it should. I have betrayed it." His jaw tightens briefly. "But I accepted the consequences of doing so, Nassun. I can bear them." This makes no sense. "It hurts you. I could stop the hurt. I can even make it stop hurting without taking it out, but only for a little while. I'd have to stay with you." She learned this from that conversation with Steel, and watching what the Stone Eater did. Stone Eaters are full of magic, so much more than people, but Nassun can approximate. But if I take it out...
If you take it out, Shafa says, I will no longer be a guardian. Do you know what that means, Nassun?
It means that then Shafa can be her father. He is in every way that matters already. Nassun does not think this in so many words because there are things she is not yet prepared to confront about herself or her life. This will change very soon. But it is in her mind.
It means that I will lose much of my strength and health,
he says in reply to her silent wishing.
I will no longer be able to protect you, my little one.
His eyes flick toward the Guardian's cabin, and she understands then. Umber and Nida will kill her. They will try, she thinks. His head tilts. Of course, he is instantly aware of her defiant intent.
You couldn't defeat them both, Nassun. Even you aren't that powerful. They have tricks you haven't yet seen. Skills that...
He looks troubled again.
I don't want to remember what they're capable of doing to you.
Nassun tries not to let her bottom lip poke out. Her mother always said that was pouting, and that pouting and whining were things only babies did. You shouldn't say no because of me. She could take care of herself.
I'm not. I mention that only in hopes that the urge for self-preservation will help convince you. But for my own part, I do not want to grow weak and ill and die, Nassun, which is what would happen if you took the stone. I am older than you realize.
The blurry look returns for a moment. By this, she knows he does not remember how old.
Older than I realize. Without the core stone to stop it, that time will catch up with me. A handful of months and I'll be an old man, trading the pain of the stone for the pains of old age. And then I'll die.
You don't know that. She's shaking a little. Her throat hurts.
I do. I've seen it happen, little one. And it is a cruelty, not a kindness when it does.
Shafa's eyes have narrowed, as if he must strain to see the memory. Then he focuses on her.
My Nassun, have I hurt you so?
Nassun bursts into tears. She's not really sure why, except maybe because she's been wanting this, working toward it so much. She's wanted to do something good with orogeny when she has used it to do so many terrible things already. And she wanted to do it for him. He's the only person in the world who understands her, loves her for what she is, protects her despite what she is. Shafa sighs and pulls Nassun into his lap, where she wraps herself around him and blubbers into his shoulder for a long while, heedless of the fact that they are out in the open. When the weeping has spent itself, though, she realizes that he is holding her just as tightly. The silver is alive and searing within him because she's so close. His fingertips are on the back of her neck, and it would be so easy for him to push in, destroy her Sasapine, kill her with a single thrust. He hasn't. He's been fighting the urge all this while. He would rather suffer this, risk this, than let her help him. And that is the worst thing in all the world. She sets her jaw and clenches her hands on the back of his shirt. Dance along the silver. Flow with it. The sapphire is nearby. If she can make both flow together, it will be quick. A precise surgical yank. Shafa tenses. Nassun. The blaze of silver within him suddenly goes still and dims slightly. It is as if the core stone is aware of the threat she poses. It is for his own good, but... She swallows. If she hurts him because she loves him, is that still hurt? If she hurts him a lot now so that he will hurt less later, does that make her a terrible person?
Nassun, please.
Is that not how love should work? But this thought makes her remember her mother, and a chilly afternoon with clouds obscuring the sun and a brisk wind making her shake as Mama's fingers covered hers and held her hand down on a flat rock. If you can control yourself through pain, I'll know you're safe. She lets go of Shafa and sits back, chilled by who she has almost become. He sits still for a moment longer, perhaps in relief or regret. Then he says quietly,
You've been gone all day. Have you eaten?
Nassun is hungry, but she doesn't want to admit it. All of a sudden she feels the need of distance between them, something that will help her love him less, so that the urge to help him against his will does not ache so within her. She says, looking at her hands, I want to go see Daddy. Shafa is silent a moment longer. He disapproves. She doesn't need to see or Cest to know this. By now, Nassun has heard of what else transpired on the day that she killed Eitz. No one heard what Shafa said to Jija, but many people saw him knock Jija down, crouch over him, and grin into his face while Jija stared back with wide, frightened eyes. She can guess why it happened. For the first time, however, Nassun tries not to care about Shafa's feelings.
Shall I come with you?
He asks. No. She knows how to handle her father, and she knows that Shafa has no patience for him. I'll be back right after.
See that you are, Nassun.
It sounds kindly. It's a warning. But she knows how to handle Shafa, too. Yes, Shafa. She looks up at him. Don't be afraid. I'm strong, like you made me.
As you made yourself.
His gaze is soft and terrible. Ice-white eyes can't be anything but, though there's love layered over the terrible. Nassun is used to the combination by now. So Nassun climbs out of his lap. She's tired, even though she hasn't done anything. Emotion always makes her tired, but she heads down the hill into Jeketi, nodding to people she knows, whether they nod back or not, noticing the new granary the village is building, since they've had time to increase their stores while the ash falls and sky occlusions are still intermittent. It's an ordinary quiet day in this ordinary quiet calm, and in some ways it feels much like Terimo. If not for Found Moon and Shafa, Nassun would hate it here the same way. She may never understand why, if Mama had the whole of the world open to her after somehow escaping her fulcrum, she chose to live in such a placid backwater place. Thus it is with her mother on her mind that Nassun knocks on the door of her father's house. She has a room here, but it isn't her house. This is why she knocks. Jija opens the door almost immediately, as if he was about to leave and go somewhere, or as if he has been waiting for her. The scent of something redolent with garlic wafts out of the house, from the little hearth near the back. Nassun thinks maybe it is fish in a pot, since the Jeketi calm shares have a lot of fish and vegetables in them. It's the first time Jija has seen her in a month, and his eyes widen for a moment. Hi, Daddy, she says. It's awkward. Jija bends, and before Nassun quite knows what's happening, he's picked her up and swept her into an embrace. Jeketi feels like Terimo, but in a good way now. Like back when Mama was around, but Daddy was the one who loved her most, and the stuff on the stove would be duck in a pot instead of fish. If this were then, Mama would be yelling at the neighbor's kukuza pup for stealing cabbages from their house green. Old Lady Tucka never did tie the creature up the way she should. The air would smell like it does now, rich cooking food mingled with the more acrid scents of freshly chipped rock and the chemicals Daddy uses to soften and smooth his nappings. Uche would be running around in the backyard making whoosh sounds and yelling that he was falling as he tried to jump up in the air. Nassun stiffens in Jija's embrace as she suddenly realizes. Uche. Jumping up, falling up, or pretending to. Uche, whom Daddy beat to death. Jija feels her tense, and tenses as well. Slowly he lets go of her, easing her to the ground, as the joy in his expression fades to unease. Nassun, he says. His gaze searches her face. Are you all right? I'm okay, Daddy. She misses his arms around her. She can't help that. But the epiphany about Uche has reminded her to be careful. I just wanted to see you. Some of the unease in Jija fades a little. He hesitates, seems to fumble for something to say, then finally stands aside. Come in. Are you hungry? There's enough for you, too. So she heads inside and they sit down to eat, and he fusses over how long her hair has gotten and how nice the cornrows and puffs look. Did she do them herself? And is she a little taller? She might be, she acknowledges with a blush, even though she knows for certain that she is a whole inch taller than the last time Jija measured her. Shafa checked one day, because he thought he might need to requisition some new clothes with Found Moon's next comm share. She's such a big girl now, Jija says, and there is such real pride in his voice that it disarms her defenses. Almost 11 and so beautiful, so strong, so much like... He falters. Nassun looks down at her plate because he's almost said, so much like your mother. Is this not how love should work? It's okay, Daddy, Nassun makes herself say. It is a terrible thing that Nassun is beautiful and strong like her mother. But love always comes bound in terrible things. I miss her too. Because she does. In spite of everything. Jija stiffens slightly, and a muscle along the curve of his jaw flexes a little. I don't miss her, sweetening. This is so obviously a lie that Nassun stares and forgets to pretend to argue with him. Forgets lots of things, apparently, including common sense, because she blurts, But you do. You miss Uche too, I can tell. Jija goes rigid, and he stares at her in something that falls between shock that she would say this out loud and horror at what she has said. And then, as Nassun has come to understand is normal for her father, the shock of the unexpected abruptly transforms into anger. Is that what they're teaching you up in that place? He asks suddenly. To disrespect your father? Suddenly Nassun is more tired. So very tired of trying to dance around his senselessness. I wasn't disrespecting you, she says. She tries to keep her voice even, inflectionless, but she can hear the frustration there. She can't help it. I was just saying the truth, Daddy. But I don't mind that you... It isn't the truth. It's an insult. I don't like that kind of language, young lady. Now she is confused. What kind of language? I didn't say anything bad. Calling someone a raga lover is bad. I didn't say that. But in a way, she did. If Jija misses Mama and Uche, then that means he loves them, and that makes him a raga lover. But I'm a raga. She knows better than to say this, but she wants to. Jija opens his mouth to retort, then seems to catch himself. He looks away, propping his elbows on the table and steepling his hands in a way he so often does when he's trying to rein in his temper. Ragas, he says, and the word sounds like filth in his mouth. Lie, sweetening. They threaten and manipulate and use. They're evil, Nassun. As evil as Father Earth himself. You aren't like that. That's a lie, too. Nassun has done what she had to do to survive, including lying and murder. She's done some of these things in order to survive him. She hates that she's had to, and is exasperated by the fact that he apparently never realized it. That she's doing it now and he doesn't see. Why do I even love him anymore? Nassun finds herself thinking as she stares at her father. Instead, she says, "Why do you hate us so much, Daddy?" Jija flinches, perhaps at her casual us. "I don't hate you." "You hate Mama, though. You must have hated
I did not!"
Jija pushes back from the table and stands. Nassun flinches despite herself, but he turns away and starts to pace in short, vicious half-circles around the room.
I know what they're capable of, Sweetening. You wouldn't understand. I needed to protect you."
In a sudden blur of understanding as powerful as magic, Nassun realizes Jija does not remember standing over Uche's body, his shoulders and chest heaving, his teeth clenched around the words, "Are you one too?" Now he believes he has never threatened her, never shoved her off a wagon seat and down a hill of sticks and stones. Something has rewritten the story of his orogeny children in Jija's head, a story that is as chiseled and unchangeable as stone in Nassun's mind. It is perhaps the same thing that has rewritten Nassun for him as daughter and not Raga, as if the two can be fissioned from each other somehow.
"I learned about them when I was a boy, younger than you."
Jija's not looking at her anymore, gesticulating as he talks and paces.
Makenba's cousin.
Nassun blinks. She remembers Miss Makenba, the quiet old lady who always smelled like tea. Lerna, the town doctor, was her son. Miss Makenba had a cousin in town? Then Nassun gets it.
I found him behind the spade seed silo one day. He was squatting there, shaking. I thought he was sick.
Jija's shaking his head the whole time, still pacing.
There was another boy with me. We always used to play together, the three of us. Curl went to shake Lidisk, and Lidisk just...
Jija stops abruptly. He's baring his teeth. His shoulders are heaving the same way they were on that day.
Curl was screaming, and Lidisk was saying he couldn't stop, he didn't know how. The ice ate up Curl's arm, and his arm broke off. The blood was in chunks on the ground. Lidisk said he was sorry, he even cried, but he just kept freezing Curl. He wouldn't stop. By the time I ran away, Curl was reaching for me, and the only thing left of him that wasn't frozen was his head and his chest and that arm. It was too late, though. I knew that. It was too late even before I ran away to get help.
It does not comfort Nassun to know that there is a reason, a specific reason for what her father has done. All she can think is, Uche never lost control like that. Mama wouldn't have let him. It's true. Mama had been able to cess and still Nassun's orogeny from all the way across town sometimes. Which means Uche didn't do anything to provoke Jija. Jija killed his own son for what a completely different person did long before that son's birth. This, more than anything, helps her finally understand that there is no reasoning with her father's hatred. So Nassun is almost prepared when Jija's gaze suddenly shifts to her, sidelong and suspicious.
Why haven't you cured yourself yet?
No reasoning. But she tries, because once upon a time, this man was her whole world. I might be able to soon. I learned how to make things happen with the silver, and how to take things out of people. I don't know how orogeny works or where it comes from, but if it's something that can be taken out, then
none of the other monsters in that camp have cured themselves. I've asked around.
Jija's pacing has gotten noticeably faster.
They go up there and they don't get better. They live there with those guardians, more of them every day, and none of them have been cured. Was it a lie?
It isn't a lie. If I get good enough, I'll be able to do it. She understands this instinctively. With enough fine control and the sapphire obelisk's aid, she will be able to do almost anything, but
why aren't you good enough now? We've been here almost a year."
"Because this is hard," she wants to say. But she realizes he does not want to hear it. He does not want to know that the only way to use orogeny and magic to transform a thing is to become an expert in the use of orogeny and magic. She doesn't answer because there's no point. She cannot say what he wants to hear. It isn't fair that he calls orogens liars and then demands that she lie. He stops and rounds on her, instantly suspicious of her silence. "You aren't trying to get better, are you? Tell the truth, Nassun." She is so rusting tired. "I am trying to get better, Daddy," Nassun replies at last. "I'm trying to become a better orogen." Jija steps back, as if she has hit him. "That isn't why I let you live up there." He isn't letting anything. Shafa made him. He's even lying to himself now. But it is the lies he's telling her, as he has been, Nassun understands suddenly her whole life, that really break her heart. He said that he loved her after all, but that obviously isn't true. He cannot love an orogen, and that is what she is. He cannot be an orogen's father, and that is why he constantly demands she be something other than what she is. And she is tired. Tired and done. "I like being an orogen, Daddy," she says. His eyes widen. This is a terrible thing that she is saying. It is a terrible thing that she loves herself. "I like making things move, and doing the silver, and falling into the obelisks. I don't like—" She's about to say that she hates what she did to Ates, and she especially hates the way that others treat her now that they know what she is capable of, but she doesn't get the chance. Jija takes 2 swift steps forward, and the back of his hand swings so fast that she doesn't even see it before it has knocked her out of the chair. It's like that day on the Imperial Road, when she suddenly found herself at the bottom of a hill in pain. It must have been like this for Uche, she realizes, in another swift epiphany. The world as it should be one moment, and completely wrong, completely broken an instant later. At least Uche didn't have time to hate, she thinks in sorrow. And then she ices the entire house. It isn't a reflex. She's intentional about it, precise, shaping the torus to fit the dimensions of the house exactly. No one past the walls will be caught in it. She shapes twin cores out of the torus, too, and centers each on herself and her father. She feels cold along the hairs of her skin, the tug of lowered air pressure on her clothing and plaited hair. Jija feels the same thing, and he screams, his eyes wide and wild and sightless. The memory of a boy's cruel, icy death is in his face. By the time Nassun gets to her feet, staring at her father across a floor slick with plates of solid ice and around the fallen-over chair that is now too warped to ever use again, Jija has stumbled back, slipped on the ice, fallen, and slid partially across the floor to bump against the table legs. There's no danger. Nassun only manifested the torus for an instant, as a warning against further violence on his part. Jija keeps screaming, though, as Nassun gazes down at her huddled, panicking father. Perhaps she should feel pity or regret. What she actually feels, however, is cold fury toward her mother. She knows it's irrational. It is no one's fault except Jija's that Jija is too afraid of orogens to love his own children. Once, however, Nassun could love her father without qualification. Now, she needs someone to blame for the loss of that perfect love. She knows her mother can bear it. You should have had us with someone stronger, she thinks at Essun, wherever she is. It takes care to walk across the slick floor without slipping, and Nassun has to jiggle the latch for a few seconds to scrape it open. By the time she does, Jija has stopped screaming behind her, though she can still hear him breathing hard and uttering a little moan with every exhalation. She doesn't want to look back at him. She makes herself do it anyway, though, because she wants to be a good origin, and good origins cannot afford self-deception. Gija jerks as if her gaze has the power to burn. "Bye, Daddy," she says. He does not reply in words. And the last tear she shed, as he burned her alive with ice, broke like the shattering upon the ground. Stone your heart against Ragas, for there is nothing but rust in their souls. From Lorist Tale Ice Kisses, recorded in Bebek Courtant, Msida Theatre, by Hwoz Lorist Bebek. Note: a letter signed by 7 equatorial itinerant lorists disavows Hwoz as a pop lorist hack. Tale may be apocryphal. 18. You counting down. When the sun-said woman is gone, I pull you aside, figuratively speaking. The one you call Grey Man doesn't want to prevent the opening of the gate, I say. I lied. You're so wary of me now. It troubles you, I can see. You want to trust me, even as your very eyes remind you of how I've deceived you. But you sigh and say, yeah, I thought there might be more to it. He'll kill you because you can't be manipulated, I say, ignoring the irony. Because if you opened the gate, you would restore the moon and end the seasons. What he really wants is someone who will open the gate for his purposes. You understand the players now, if not the totality of the game. You frown. So which purpose would that be? Transformation? Status quo? I don't know. Does it matter? Suppose not. You rub a hand over your locks, which you've retwisted recently. I guess that's why he's trying to get Castrima to kick out all its Ragas? Yes. He'll find a way to make you do what he wants, Essun, if he can. If he can't, you're no use to him. Worse, you're the enemy. You sigh with the weariness of the earth, and do not reply other than to nod and walk away. I'm so afraid as I watch you leave. As you have in other moments of despair, you go to Alabaster. There's not much left of him anymore. Since he gave up his legs, he spends his days in a drugged stupor, tucked up against antimony like a pup nursing its mother. Sometimes you don't ask for lessons when you come to see him. That's a waste, because you're pretty sure the only reason he's forced himself to keep living is so that he can pass on the art of global destruction to you. He's caught you at it a few times. You've woken up, curled next to his nest, to find him gazing down at you. He doesn't chide you for it. Probably doesn't have the strength to chide. You're grateful. He's awake now as you settle beside him, though he doesn't move much. Antimony has moved fully into the nest with him these days, and you rarely see her in any pose other than living chair for him, kneeling, legs spread, her hands braced on her thighs. Alabaster rests against her front, which is only possible now because, perversely, the few burns on his back healed even as his legs rotted. Fortunately, she has no breasts to make the position less comfortable, and apparently her simulated clothing isn't sharp or rough. Alabaster's eyes shift to follow you as you sit, like a stone-eater's. You hate that this comparison occurs to you. It's happening again, you say. You don't bother to explain the it. He always knows. How did you... At Mayoff, you tried. How? Because you can't find it in yourself anymore to bother fighting for this place, or building a life here. All your instincts say to grab your runny sack, grab your people, and run before Castrima turns against you. That's a probable death sentence, the season having well and truly set in topside. But staying seems more certain. He draws in a deep, slow breath, so you know he means to answer. It just takes him a while to muster the words.
Didn't mean to. You were pregnant? I was lonely. I thought it would do. For a while.
You shake your head. Of course he knew you were pregnant before you did. That's all irrelevant now. You fought for them. It takes effort to emphasize the last word, but you do. For you and Corundum and Inn and Shore, but he fought for Mayoff too. They would have turned on us too one day. You know they would have. When Corundum proved too powerful, or if they'd managed to drive off the Guardians only to have to leave Mayoff and move elsewhere, it was inevitable. He makes an affirmative sound. Then why? He lets out a long, slow sigh.
There was a chance they wouldn't.
You shake your head. The words are so impossible to believe that they sound like gibberish, but he adds,
Any chance was worth trying.
He does not say for you, but you feel it. It is a subtext that is nearly cessible beneath the word's surface. So your family could have a normal life among other people as one of them. Normal opportunities, normal struggles. You stare at him. On impulse, you lift your hand to his face, drawing fingers over his scarred lips. He watches you do this and offers you that little quarter smile, which is all he can muster these days. It's more than you need. Then you get up and head out, to try to salvage Kastrima's thin, cracked nothing of a chance. Ika has called a vote for the next morning, 24 hours after Renonus's offer. Kastrima needs to deliver some kind of response, but she doesn't think it should be up to only her informal council. You can't see what difference the vote will make, except to emphasize that if the comm gets through the night intact, it will be a rusting miracle. People look at you as you walk through the comm. You keep your gaze ahead and try not to let them visibly affect you. In brief, private visits, you pass Yika's orders on to Cutter and Temel, and tell them to spread the word. Temel usually takes the kids out for lessons anyway. He says he'll visit his students at home and encourage them to form study groups of 2 and 3 in the homes of trusted adults. You want to say, no adults are trustworthy, but he knows that. There's no way around it, so it's pointless to say aloud. Cutter says he'll pass on the word to the few other adult Ragas. Not all of them have the skill to throw a Taurus or control themselves well. Except for you and Alabaster, they're all ferals. But Cutter will make sure the ones who can't stick near those who can. His face is impassive as he adds, And who'll watch your back? Which means he's offering. The revulsion that shivers through you at this idea is surprising. You've never really trusted him, though you don't understand why. Something about the fact that he's hidden all his life, which is hypocritical as hell after your 10 years in Terimo. But then, sweet flaking rust, do you trust anyone? As long as he does his job, it doesn't matter. You force yourself to nod. Come find me after you're done, then. He agrees. With that, you decide to get some rest yourself. Your bedroom is wrecked thanks to Hoa's transformation, and you're not much interested in sleeping in Tonki's bed. It's been months, but the memory of mildew dies hard. Also, you've realized, belatedly, that there's no one to watch Yika's back. She believes in her calm, but you don't. Hoa ate Ruby Hair, who at least had an assumable interest in keeping her alive. So you borrow another pack from Temel, and scrounge your apartment for a few basic supplies. Not quite a runny sack. There's plausible deniability if Yika protests, and then head to her apartment. This will have the added purpose of making it hard for Cutter to find you. She's still asleep, from the sound of her breathing through the bedroom curtain. Her divans are pretty comfortable, especially compared to sleeping rough when you were on the road. You use your running sack for a pillow and curl up, trying to forget the world for a while. And then you wake when Yika curses and stumbles past you at full speed, half ripping down one of the apartment curtains in her haste. You struggle awake and sit up. What? But by then you too hear the rising shouts outside, angry shouts, a crowd, gathering. So it's begun. You get up and follow, and it's not an afterthought that you grab the packs. The knot of people is gathered on the ground level, near the communal baths. Yika scrambles to that level in ways you will not, sliding down metal ladders, hopping over the railing of one platform to swing down to the one she knows is below, running across bridges that sway alarmingly beneath her feet. You go down in the sensible, non-suicidal way, so by the time you get to the knot of people, Yika is in full shout, trying to get everyone to shut up and listen and back the fuck off. At the center of the knot is Cutter, clad in nothing but a towel, for once looking something other than indifferent. Now he's tense, jaw set, defiant, braced to flee. And 5 feet away, the iced corpse of a man sits on the ground, frozen in mid-scrabble backward, a look of abject terror permanently on his face. You don't recognize him, that doesn't matter. What matters is that Auraga has killed a still. This is a match thrown right into the middle of a calm that is dried out, oil-soaked kindling. "How this happened?" Yika is shouting as you reach the knot of people. You can barely see her. There are nearly 50 people here already. You could push to the front, but you decide to hang back instead. Now is not the time to call attention to yourself. You look around and see Lerna also lurking at the rear of the crowd. His eyes are wide and his jaw tight as he looks back at you. There's also, oh, burning earth, a cluster of 3 Raga kids here. One of them is Penty, who you know is the ringleader of some of the braver, stupider Raga children. She's standing on tiptoe, craning her neck for a better look. When she tries to push forward through the crowd, you catch her eye and give her a mother look. She flinches and subsides at once. "Who the rust cares how it happened?" That's Sekim, one of the innovators. You only know him because Tonki constantly complains that he's too stupid to rightly be part of the cast and should instead be dumped into something non-essential, like leadership. "This is why?" Someone else shouts him down. "Fucking Raga!" Someone else shouts her down. "Fucking listen! It's Yika!" "Who the rust cares about another Raga monster?" "Rusty son of a cannibal, I will beat you bloody if you—" Someone shoves someone else. There are shoves back, more curses, vows of murder. It's a catastrophe. Then a man rushes forward from the crowd, crouching beside the iced corpse and trying his best to fling his arms around it. The resemblance between him and the body is obvious even through the ice. Brothers, perhaps. His wail of anguish causes a sudden flustered silence to ripple across the crowd. They shuffle uneasily as his wail subsides into deep, soul-tearing sobs. Yika takes a deep breath and steps forward, using the opportunity that grief has provided. To Cutter, she says tightly, "What did I say? What did I rusting say?" "He attacked me," Cutter says. There's not a scratch on him. "Bullshit," Yika says. Several people in the crowd echo her, but she glares them down until they subside. She looks at the dead man, her jaw tight. "Bettine wouldn't have done that. He couldn't even kill a chicken that time it was his turn to look after the flock." Cutter glares. "All I know is I wanted to take a bath. I sat down to wash and he moved away from me. I figured, fine, that's how it's going to be, and I didn't care. Then I went past him to get into the pool and he hit me. Hard in the back of the neck." There is a low, angry murmur at this, but also a troubled shuffle. The back of the neck is rumored to be the best place to strike Auraga. It's not true, Only works if you hit hard enough for a concussion or a cracked skull, and then that's what takes them down, not any sort of damage to the Sisipine. It's still a popular myth, and if it's true, it might be reason enough for Cutter to fight back.
"Rust that!"
This is growled, the man who holds Bettine's faintly hissing corpse.
"Betts wasn't like that. Yeek, you know, he wasn't."
Yika nods, going over to touch the man's shoulder. The crowd shuffles again, pent fury shifting with it, with her, tenuously, for the moment.
"I know."
A muscle in her jaw flexes once, twice. She looks around.
"Anybody else see the fight?"
Several people raise hands.
"I saw Betts move away,"
says one woman. She swallows, looking at Cutter. Sweat dots her upper lip.
"I think he wanted to get closer to the soap, though."
"He looked at me," Cutter snaps.
"I know what it rusting means when somebody looks at me like that."
Yika cuts him off with a wave of her hand.
"I know, Cutter, but shut up."
"What else?" she asks the woman.
"That was it. I looked away, and then when I looked back, there was that swirl. Wind and ice."
She grimaces, her jaw tightening.
"You know how you people kill."
Yika glares back at her, but then flinches as there are more shouts, this time in agreement with the woman. Someone tries to shove through the crowd to get at Cutter. Someone else holds the attacker back, but it's a near thing. You see the realization come over Yika that she's losing them. She's not going to make her people see. They're working themselves into a mob, and there's nothing she can do to stop them. Well, you're wrong about that. There's one thing she can do. She does it by turning and laying a hand on Cutter's chest and sending something through him. You're not actively sessing at the moment, so you only get the backwash of it. And it's... what? It's like the way Alabaster once slammed a hot spot into submission years ago and a fifth of a continent away. Just smaller. It's like what that Guardian did to Innan, except localized and not overtly horrific. And you didn't realize Ragas could do anything like it. Whatever it is, Cutter doesn't even have a chance to gasp. His eyes fly wide. He staggers back a step. Then he falls down with a look of shock on his face to match that of Bettine's fear. Everyone's silent. Yours is not the only mouth that hangs open. Yika catches her breath. Whatever she did took a lot out of her. You see her sway a little, then get a hold of herself.
"That's enough,"
she says, turning to look at everyone in the crowd.
"More than enough. Justice has been done, see? Now all of you, go the rest home."
You don't expect that to work. You figure it'll only whet the crowd's bloodthirst. But shows how much you know. People mill a little, mutter a little, but then they begin to disperse. A grieving man's quiet sobs follow them all away. That's midnight, the timekeeper calls. 8 hours, till the vote in the morning.
"I had to do it,"
Yika murmurs. You're in her apartment again, sort of, standing beside her. The curtains open so she can see her people, so they can see her. But she's leaning against the doorsill and she's trembling. It's only a little. No one would see it from afar.
"I had to."
You offer her the respect of honesty. Yes, you did. It's 2 o'clock. By 5 o'clock, you're thinking about sleeping. It's been quieter than you expected. Lerna and Hjarka have come to join you at Yika's. No one says you're keeping vigil, commiserating in silence, mourning Cutter, waiting for the world to end again. But that's what you're doing. Yika's sitting on a divan with her arms wrapped around her knees and her head propped against the wall, gaze weary and empty of thought. When you hear shouts again, you close your eyes and think about ignoring them. It's the high-pitched screams of children that drag you out of this complete failure of empathy. The others get up and you do too, and all of you go out onto the balcony. People are running toward one of the wide platforms that surround a crystal shaft too small to hold any apartments. You and the others head that way too. The comm uses such platforms for storage, so this one is stacked with barrels and crates and clay jars. One of the clay jars is rolling around, but looks intact. You see this as you and the others reach the platform, which does not at all explain what else you're seeing. It's the Raga kids again, Penty's gang. 2 of them are doing all the screaming, tugging and hitting at a woman who has pinned Penty down and is shouting at her, gripping her throat. Another woman stands by, yelling at the kids too, but no one's paying any attention to her. Her slurred voice is just the goad. You know the woman that's got Penty down, sort of. She's maybe 10 years younger than you, with a heavier build and longer hair. Wyneen, one of the resistance. She's been nice enough when you've done shifts in the fungus flats or latrines, but you've heard the others gossip behind her back. Wyneen makes the mellows that Lerna periodically smokes, and the moonshine that a few people in the comm drink. Some time back before the season, she had quite a lucrative sideline, helping the native Castremans perk up their lives of tedious mining and trading, and she stored the product down in Castrema under to keep the Cortant tax inspectors from ever finding it. Convenient, now that the world has ended. But she's her own biggest customer, and it's not unusual to find her stumbling about the comm, red-faced and too loud, emitting more fumes than a fresh blow. Wyneen's not usually a mean drunk, and she shares freely, and she never misses a shift, which is why nobody really cares what she does with her stuff. Everybody handles the season in their own way. Still, some things set her off now. Penty is aggravating. Yarka and some of the other Castremans are striding forward to pull the woman off the girl, and you're telling yourself it's a good thing Penty has enough self-control to not ice the whole damned platform when the woman lifts an arm and makes a fist. A fist that... You've seen the imprint of Jija's fist, a bruise with 4 parallel marks on Uche's belly and face. A fist that... No. You're in the topaz and between the woman's cells in almost the same instant. There is no thought in this. Your mind falls, dives, into the upward wash of yellow light as if it belongs there. Your Sesapine flex around the silver threads, and you draw them together. You are part of both obelisk and woman, and you will not let this happen. Not again, not again. You could not stop Jija, but... Not one more child. You whisper, and your companions all look at you in surprise and confusion. Then they stop looking at you, because the woman who was egging on the fight is suddenly screaming, and the kids are screaming louder. Even Penty is screaming now, because the woman on top of her has turned to glittering multicolored stone. Not one more child! You can sense the ones nearest you, the other council members, the screaming drunk, Penty and her girls, Yarka and the rest, all of them, everyone in Castrema. They trod upon the filaments of your nerves, tapping and jittering, and they are Jija. You focus on the drunk woman, and it is almost instinctual, the urge to begin squeezing the movement and life out of her, and replacing that with whatever the byproduct of magical reactions really is. This stuff that looks like stone. This stuff that is killing Alabaster, the father of your other dead child. Not one more rusting child. For how many centuries has the world killed Raga children so that everyone else's children can sleep easy? Everyone is Jija. The whole damn world is Shafa. Castrema is Terimo is the fulcrum, not one more. And you turn with the obelisk, torrenting its power through you to begin killing everyone within and beyond your sight. Something jars your connection to the obelisk. Suddenly you have to fight for power that it so readily gave you before. You bare your teeth without thinking, growl without hearing yourself, clench your fists and shout in your mind, "No! I won't let him do it again!" And you are seeing Shafa, thinking of Jija. But you are assessing Alabaster, feeling him in blazing white tendrils that lash at your obelisk link. That is Alabaster's strength contending against yours and not winning. He does not shut you down the way you know he can, or the way you thought he could. Is he weaker? No. You're just a lot stronger than you used to be. And suddenly the import of this slaps through the fugue of memory and horror that you're trapped in, bringing you back to cold, shocking reality. You've killed a woman with magic. You're about to wipe out Castrima with magic. You're fighting Alabaster with magic, and Alabaster cannot bear more magic. "Oh, uncaring Earth," you whisper. You stop fighting at once. Alabaster dismantles your connection to the obelisk. He's still got a more precise touch than you. But you feel his weakness when he does so, his fading strength. You are not even aware of running at first. It barely qualifies as running, because the contest of magic and the abrupt discontinuation from the obelisk have left you so disoriented and weak that you lurch from railing to rope as if drunk yourself. Someone's shouting in your ear. A hand grabs your upper arm and you shake it off, snarling. Somehow you make it to the ground floor without falling to your death. Faces blur past you, irrelevant. You can't see because you're sobbing aloud, babbling, "No, no, no." You know what you've done, even as you deny it with your words and body and soul. Then you are in the infirmary. You are in the infirmary looking down at an incongruously small, yet finely made stone sculpture. No color to this one, no polish. Just dull sandy brown all over. It is almost abstract, archetypal. Man in his final moment. Truncation of the spirit. Never person, unperson. Once found, but now lost. Or maybe you can just call it Alabaster. It's 5:30. At 7 o'clock, Lerna comes to where you huddle on the floor in front of Alabaster's corpse. You barely hear him settle nearby, and you wonder why he's come. He knows better. He should go before you snap again and kill him too. "Yika's talked the calm into not killing you," he says. "I told them about your son. It's been, mutually agreed that Wyneen could have killed Penty, hitting her like that. Your overreaction was understandable." He pauses. "It helps that Yika killed Cutter earlier. They trust her more now. They know she's not speaking for you just out of..." He inhales, shrugs. "Kinship." "Yes. It's as the teachers told you back in the fulcrum. Ragas are one and the same. The crimes of any are the crimes of all." "No one will kill her." That's Hoa. Of course he's here now, guarding his investment. Lerna shifts uneasily at this, but then another voice agrees. "No one will kill her." And you flinch, because it is antimony. You push yourself up from the huddle, slowly. She sits in the same position as always. She's been here all along, with the stone lump that was Alabaster resting against her as his living body once did. Her eyes are already on you. "You can't have him," you say, snarl. "Or me either." "I don't want you," Antimony says. "You killed him." Oh, shit. You try to maintain abject fury, try to use it to focus and reach for the power to defy her. But the fury dissolves into shame. And anyway, you only get as far as that damned obelisk long knife of Alabaster's, the spinal. It kicks back your flailing grab for it almost at once, as if spitting in your face. You are worthy of contempt, aren't you? The Stone Eaters, the humans, the orogens, even the flaking obelisks all know it. You are nothing. No, you are death. And you've killed yet another person you loved. So you sit there on your hands and knees, bereft, rejected, so hurt that it is like a clockwork engine of pain, gear ticking at the core of you. Maybe the obelisk builders could have invented some way to harness pain like this. But they are all dead. There is a sound that drags you out of grief. Antimony is standing now. Her pose is imposing, straight-legged and implacable. She looks down her nose at you. In her arms is the brown lump of alabaster's remains. From this angle, it doesn't look like anything that used to be human. Officially, it wasn't. No, you say. No defiance this time. It is a plea. Don't take him. Yet this is what he asked for. This is what he wanted. To be given to Antimony and not Father Earth, who took so much from him. That's the choice here. Earth or a Stone Eater. You're not on the list. He left you a message, she says. Her inflectionless voice is no different. And yet, somehow, is that pity? The onyx is the key. First a network, then the gate. Don't rust it up, Essun. Inann and I didn't love you for nothing. What? You ask. But then she flickers, becoming translucent. For the first time, it occurs to you that the way Stone Eaters move through rock and the way obelisks shift between real and unreal states are the same. It is a useless observation. Antimony vanishes into the earth that hates you, with alabaster. You sit where she's left you, where he's left you. There are no thoughts in your head. But when a hand touches your arm, and a voice says your name, and a connection that is not the obelisk presents itself, you turn toward it. You can't help it. You need something, and if it is not to be family or death, then it must be something else. So you turn and grab, and Lerna is there for you. His shoulder is warm and soft, and you need it. You need him. Just for now, please. Just once. You need to feel human, never mind the official designations, and maybe with human arms around you and a human voice murmuring, I'm sorry, Essun in your ear. Maybe you can feel like that. Maybe you are human just for a little while. At 7:45, you sit alone again. Lerna's gone to speak to one of his assistants, and maybe to the strongbacks who are watching you from the infirmary doorway. At the bottom of your runny sack is a pocket for hiding things. It's why you bought this particular runny sack years ago, from this particular leather worker. When he showed you the pocket, you thought immediately of something that you wanted to put in it. Something that, as Essun, you didn't let yourself think about often, because it was a thing of cyanites, and she was dead. Yet you kept her remains. You dig through the sack until your fingers find the pocket and wriggle inside. The bundle is still there. You tug them out, unfold the cheap linen. 6 rings, polished and semi-precious, sit there. Not enough for you, a 9-ringer, but you don't care about the first 4 anyway. They clack and roll across the floor as you discard them. The last 2, the ones he made for you, you put on the index finger of each hand. Then you get to your feet. 8 o'clock. Representatives of the comms households gather at the flat top. 1 vote per comm share is the rule. You see Yika at the center of the circle again, her arms folded and face carefully blank, though you can sense an undertone of tension in the ambient that is mostly hers. Someone has brought out an old wooden box, and people are milling around, talking to each other, writing on scraps of paper or leather, dropping these into the box. You walk toward the flat top with Lerna in tow. People don't notice you until you're nearly across the bridge, nearly on top of them. Then someone sees you coming and gasps loudly. Someone else yelps in alarm. "Oh, Rust, it's her!" People scramble to get out of your way, almost tripping over themselves. They should. In your right hand is Alabaster's ridiculous pink long knife, the miniaturized and reshaped spinal obelisk. By now you have tapped it, resonated with it. It is yours. It rejected you before because you were unstable, floundering. But now you know what you need from it. You've found your focus. The spinal won't hurt anyone as long as you don't let it. Whether you will or not is an entirely different matter. You walk into the center of the circle, and the man holding the ballot box scrambles back from you, leaving it there. Yika frowns and steps forward and says, "Essun." But you ignore her. You lunge forward, and it is suddenly instinctual, easy, natural, to grip the hilt of the pink long knife with both hands and turn and swivel your hips and swing. The instant the sword touches the wooden box, the box is obliterated. It isn't cut, it isn't smashed. It disintegrates into its component, microscopic particles. The eye processes this as dust, which scatters and glitters in the light before vanishing, turned to stone. A lot of people are gasping or crying out, which means they're inhaling their votes. Probably won't hurt them much. Then you turn and lift the long knife, pivoting slowly to point it at each face. "No vote," you say. It's so quiet that you can hear water trickling out of the pipes in the communal pool hundreds of feet below. "Leave. Go join Renonis if they'll have you. But if you stay, no part of this comm gets to decide that any other part of this comm is expendable. No voting on who gets to be people." Some of them shuffle or look at each other. Yika stares at you like you are a possibly dangerous creature, which is hilarious. She should know by now that there's no possibly about it. "Essun," she starts to say, in the kind of even voice one uses with pets or the mad. "This is..." She stops because she doesn't know what it is. But you do. It's a fucking coup. Doesn't matter who's in charge, but on this one issue, you're going to be the dictator. You will not allow Alabaster to have died saving these people from you for nothing. "No vote," you say again. Your voice is pitched to carry, as if they are 12-year-olds in your old creche. "This is a community. You will be unified. You will fight for each other. Or I will rust and kill every last one of you." True silence this time. They don't move. Their eyes are white and so far beyond frightened that you know they believe you. Good. You turn and walk away. Interlude. In the turning depths, I resonate with my enemy. Or attempt to. A truce, I say. Plead. There has been so much loss already, on all sides. A moon, a future, hope. Down here, it's nearly impossible to hear a reply in words. What comes to me is furious reverberation, savage fluctuations of pressure and gravitation. I'm forced to flee after a time, lest I be crushed. And though this would be only a temporary setback, I cannot afford to be incapacitated right now. Things are changing amid your kind, quickly as your kind so often do things when you finally make real decisions. I have to be ready. The rage was my only answer. In any case, 19. You get ready to rumble. It has been 1 month since you last went above ground. It has been 2 days since you killed Alabaster in your folly and pain. All things change in a season. Castrima Over is occupied. The tunnel that you first passed through to enter the calm is blocked. One of the calm's orogens has pulled a big slab of stone up from the earth to effectively seal it off. Probably Yika, or Cutter before Yika killed him. They were the 2 others in the calm with the best fine control besides you and Alabaster. Now 2 of those 4 are dead, and the enemy is at the gates. The strongbacks who are clustered in the tunnel mouth behind the stone seal jump up as you walk into the electric light circle, and the ones who are already standing stand straighter. Zebair, Esni's second in command among the strongbacks, actually smiles at the sight of you. That's how bad things are. That's how worried everyone is. They've so lost their minds as to think of you as their champion. I don't like this, Yika has said to you. She's back in the calm, organizing the defense that will be necessary if the tunnels are breached. The real danger is if the Renonis scouts discover the ventilation ducts of Castrima's geode. They're well hidden, one in the cavern of an underground river, others in equally out-of-the-way places, as if the people who built Castrima feared attack themselves. But the calm's people will be forced out if those are sealed off. And they've got stone-eaters working with them. You're dangerous and Rasta enough to fuck up an army, Essie, I'll give you that. But none of us can fight stone-eaters. If they kill you, we lose our best weapon. She says this to you at Scenic Overlook, where the 2 of you went to work things out. It was awkward for about a day between you. By forbidding a vote, you undercut Yika's authority and destroyed everyone's illusion of having a say in the calm's management. That was necessary, you still believe. Everyone shouldn't have a say in whose life is worth fighting for. She actually agreed, she admitted as you talked. But it damaged her. You didn't apologize for that, but you've tried to spackle the cracks. You are Castrima's best weapon, you said firmly. You even meant it. That Castrima has lasted this far, a calm of stills who have repeatedly failed to lynch the Ragas openly living among them, is miraculous. Even if hasn't yet committed genocidal slaughter, is a low bar to hop. Other communities haven't even managed that much. You'll give credit where it's due. It eased the awkwardness between you. Well, just don't rusting die, she told you at last. Not sure I can keep this mess together without you at this point. Yika's good at that, making people feel like they've got a reason to do something. That's why she's the head woman. And that is why, now, you walk through a Castrima Over that has been turned into a camp by the soldiers of Renonis, and you're actually afraid. It's always harder to fight for other people than for the self. The ash has been falling steadily for a year now, and the calm is knee-deep in the stuff. There's been at least 1 rain to tamp it down recently, so you can sense a kind of damp mud crust underneath the powdery layer on top, but even that's substantial. Enemy soldiers crowd the porches and doorways of the once-empty houses, watching you, and the untamped ash under the eaves is halfway up most of the house's walls. They've had to dig out the windows. The soldiers look like just people, because they don't wear uniforms, but there is a uniformity to them nevertheless. They are all fully Sunzed or very Sunzed looking. Where you can see color in their ash-faded travel clothing, you spot that telltale scrap of prettier, more delicate cloth tied around their upper arms or wrists or foreheads. No longer displaced equatorials, then. They'd found a calm. Something older and more primal than a calm. They are a tribe. And now they're here to take what's yours. But beyond that, they are just people. Many are your age or older, You guess that a lot of them are surplus strongbacks, or calmless trying to prove their usefulness. There are slightly more men than women, but that follows, too, since most calms are quicker to kick out those who can't produce babies than those who can. But the number of women here means that Renanis isn't hurting for healthy repopulators. A strong calm. Their eyes follow you as you walk down Kostrima Over's main street. You stand out, you know, with your ashless skin and clean hair, and your clothes bright with color. Just brown leather pants and unbleached white in your shirt. But these are colors that have become rare in this world of gray streets and gray dead trees and a gray heavily clouded sky. You're the only mid-ladder that you see, too, and you're small compared to most of them. Doesn't matter. Behind you floats the spinal, remaining precisely 1 foot behind the back of your head and turning slowly. You aren't making it do that. You don't know why it's doing that, really. Unless you hold it in your hand, that's what the thing does. You tried to set it down, but it floated back up and moved behind you like this. Should have asked Alabaster how to make it behave before you killed him. Oh well. Now it's flickering a little, real to translucent to real again, and you can hear, not hear, the faint hum of its energies as it turns. You see people's faces twitch as they notice. They might not know what it is, but they know a bad thing when they hear it. At the center of Kostrima Over is a domed open pavilion that Yika tells you was once the Calm's gathering center, used for wedding dances and parties, and the occasional Calm-wide meeting. It's been turned into some sort of operations center, you see as you walk toward it. A gaggle of men and women stand, squat, or sit around within it, but one knot of them stands around a freshly made table. When you get close enough, you see that they've got a crudely made diagram of Kostrima and a map of the local area side by side, which they are discussing. To your dismay, you can see that they've marked at least one of the ventilation ducts, the one that's behind a small waterfall at the nearby river. They probably lost a scout or two finding it. The river's banks are by now infested with boilbug mounds. Doesn't matter. They found it, and that's bad. 3 of the people talking over the maps look up as you approach. One of them elbows another, who turns and shakes awake someone else as you walk into the pavilion and stop a few feet from the table. The woman who gets up, rubbing her face blearily as she comes to join the others, does not look particularly impressive. She's cut her hair on the sides to just above her ears, a painfully blunt chop that looks to have been done with a knife. It makes her look small, even though she's not particularly. Her torso is a smooth barrel, brief breasts blending into a belly that's probably carried at least 1 child, and legs like basalt pillars. She's not wearing anything more than the others. Her sash of tribe membership is just a fading yellow silk kerchief hanging loosely around her neck. But there's a gravity in her gaze, even half asleep, that makes you focus on her. Kostrima? She asks you, by way of greeting. It's all that really matters about who you are anyway. You nod. I speak for them. She rests her hands on the table, nodding. Our message got delivered, then. Her gaze flicks to the spinal hovering behind you, and something adjusts in her expression. It's not hate that you're seeing. Hate requires emotion. What this woman has simply done is realize you are a raga and decide that you aren't a person. Just like that. Indifference is worse than hate. Well, you can't muster indifference in response. You can't help but see her as human. Have to make do with hate, then. And what's more interesting is that she somehow knows what the spinal is and what it means. Very interesting. We're not joining you, you say. You want to fight over that? So be it. She tilts her head to one side. One of her lieutenants chuckles into their hand, but is swiftly glared silent by another. You like the silencing. It's respectful. Of your abilities, if not of you per se, and of Kostrima, even if they don't think you have a chance. Even if you actually probably don't have a chance. We don't even have to attack, you realize, the woman says. We can just sit up here, kill anybody who comes up to hunt or trade, starve you out. You manage not to react. We have a little meat. It'll take a while, months at least, for the vitamin deficiencies to set in. Our stores are pretty solid otherwise. You force a shrug. And other communities have gotten around meat shortages easily enough. She grins. Her teeth aren't sharpened, but you think momentarily that her canines are longer than they strictly need to be. It's probably projection. True, if that's your taste, which is why we're also working on finding your vents. She taps the map. Close them up and suffocate you till you're weak. Then break down those barriers you've put across the tunnels and dance right in. Stupid to live underground. Once someone knows you're there, you're actually an easier target, not a harder one. This is true, but you shake your head. We can be hard enough if you push us. But Castrima isn't rich, and our store caches aren't any better than those of another comm that's not full of ragas. You pause for effect. The woman doesn't flinch, but there's a shuffle among the other people in the pavilion as they realize. Good. That means they're thinking. So many easier nuts to crack out there. Why are you bothering with us? You know why they're really doing this. Because Grey Man's after orogens who can open the Obelisk Gate. But that can't be what he's told them. What could induce a strong, stable, equatorial calm to turn conqueror? Wait, no. It can't be stable. Renonis is relatively close to the rift. Even with living node maintainers, life in such a calm would be hard. Daily blow-throughs of noxious gas, ashfall much worse than here, requiring people to wear masks at all times. Earth help them if it rains. It could be pure acid, and that's if rain is even possible with the rift cranking out heat and ash nearby. Doubtful they have any livestock. So maybe they're facing a meat shortage too. Because this is what it will take to survive, the woman says to your surprise. She straightens and folds her arms. Renanis has too many people for our stores. All the survivors of every equatorial city have come to camp on our doorstep. We would have had to do this anyway, or have problems with too large of a calmless population in the area. Might as well weaponize them into feeding themselves and bringing what's left back home to the calm. You know this season isn't going to end. It will. Eventually, she shrugs. Our masts have calculated that if we grow enough shrooms and such and strictly limit our population, we might achieve enough sustainability to survive until the season ends. The odds are better if we take the store caches of every other comm we encounter, though. You roll your eyes because you can't help it. You think cash bread's going to last 1,000 years, or 2, or 10, and then a few 100,000 years of ice? She pauses until you're done. And if we set up supply lines from every comm with renewables? We'll need some coastal comms with oceanic resources, some Antarctics where growing low-light plants might still be possible. She pauses, also for effect. But you mid-ladders eat too much. Well, so basically, you're here to wipe us out. You shake your head. Why didn't you just say so? Why the foolishness about getting rid of the orogens? Someone from beyond the pavilion calls, "Daniel!" And the woman looks up, nodding absently. This is apparently her name. Always a chance you turn on each other. Then we could just walk in and scrape up the leftovers. She shakes her head. Now things have to be hard. The dull, insistent buzz that suddenly impinges itself on her Cesapine is a warning as blatant as a scream. It's too late the instant you cess it, because that means you're within range of the Guardian's ability to negate your orogeny. You turn anyway, half tripping even as you start to spin a huge torus that will flash freeze the whole rusting town, and it is because you were expecting negation and did not deploy a tight, shielding torus that the disruption knife pegs you in the right arm. You remember Alabaster saying that these knives hurt. The thing is small, made for throwing, and it should hurt, given that it's sunk into your bicep and probably chipping bone. But what Alabaster did not specify, you are irrationally furious with him hours after his death, stupid, useless ruster, was that something about this knife seems to set your entire nervous system on fire. The fire is hottest, incandescent in your sesapine, even though those are nowhere near your arm. It hurts so much that all your muscles spasm at once. You flop onto your side and can't even scream. You just lie there twitching and staring at the woman who steps through the gaggle of Renanis soldiers to grin down at you. She's surprisingly young, or so she seems, though appearances are meaningless because she is a guardian. She's naked from the waist up, her skin shockingly dark amid all these sansids, her breasts small and almost entirely aureola, reminding you of the last time you were pregnant. You thought your tits would never shrink back down after Uche, and you wonder if it will hurt when you are shaken to pieces the way Inan was. Everything goes black. You don't understand what's happening at first. Are you dead? Was it that quick? Everything's still on fire, and you think you're still trying to scream, but you become aware of new sensations then. Movement, rushing, something rather like wind. The touch of foreign molecules against infinitesimal receptors in your skin. It is oddly peaceful. You almost forget your pain. Then light, startling against the eyelids you hadn't realized you'd closed. You can't open them. Someone curses nearby and comes near, and hands press you down, which nearly makes you panic because you can't do orogeny with your nerves exploding like this. But then someone yanks the knife out of your arm. It is as though a shake siren within you has been suddenly silenced. You slump in relief, into just ordinary pain, and open your eyes now that you can control your voluntary muscles again. Lerna's there. You're on the floor of his apartment, the light is from his crystal walls, and he's holding the knife and staring down at you. Beyond him, Hoa stands in a pose of entreaty, which he must have been directing toward Lerna. His eyes have shifted to you, though he hasn't bothered to adjust the pose. Burning rusty fuck, you groan, sigh. And then, because now you know what must have happened, you add, thanks, to Hoa, who pulled you down into the earth and away before the Guardian could kill you. Never thought you'd be grateful for something like that. Lerna's dropped the knife and already turned away to find bandages. You're not bleeding much. The knife went in vertically, paralleling rather than cutting across the tendons, and it seems to have missed the big artery. Hard to tell when your hands are still shaking a little. Shock. But Lerna's not moving at that blurring, near-inhuman speed he tends to use when a life is on the line, so you're encouraged by that. Lerna says, his back to you as he assembles items. I take it your attempt at parley didn't go well. Things have been awkward between you and him lately. He's made his interest clear, and you haven't responded in kind. You haven't rejected him either, though, thus the awkwardness. At one point a few weeks back, Alabaster grumbled that you should just roll the boy already, because you were always crankier when you were horny. You called him an ass and changed the subject, but really, Alabaster's why you've been thinking about it more. You keep thinking about Alabaster too, though. Is this grief? You hated him, loved him, missed him for years, made yourself forget him, found him again, loved him again, killed him. The grief does not feel like what you feel about Uche or Corundum or Inan. Those are rents in your soul that still seep blood. The loss of Alabaster is simply a thinning of who you are. And maybe now is not the time to consider your cataclysm of a love life.
No, you say. You shrug off your jacket. Underneath, you're wearing a sleeveless shirt, good for Castrima's warmth. Lerna turns back and crouches and begins swabbing away the blood with a pad of soft rags. You were right. I shouldn't have gone up there. They had a guardian. Lerna's eyes flick up to yours, then back to your wound. I heard they could stop orogeny. This one didn't have to. That damn knife did it for her. You think you know why, too, as you remember Innan. That guardian didn't negate him either. Maybe the skin thing only works on Ragas whose orogeny is still active. That's how she wanted to kill you. But Lerna's jaw muscle is already tight, and you decide maybe he doesn't need to know that. I didn't know about the guardian, Hoa says unexpectedly. I'm sorry. You eye him. I didn't expect Stone Eaters to be omniscient. I said I would protect you. His voice is more inflectionless now that he's not in flesh shape anymore. Or maybe his voice is the same, and you just can't read it as inflectionless because he has no body language to embellish it. Despite this, he sounds angry. With himself, maybe. You did. You wince as Lerna starts winding a bandage around your arm tightly. No stitches, though, so that's good. Not that I wanted to be dragged into the earth, but your timing was excellent. You were hurt. Definitely angry with himself. This is the first time he's sounded to you like the boy he appeared to be for so long. Is he young for one of his kind? Young at heart? Maybe just so open and honest that he might as well be young. I'll live. That's what matters. He falls silent. Lerna works in silence. Between the collective air of disapproval that the two of them exude, you can't help feeling a little guilty. Afterward, you leave Lerna's apartment to head to Flat Top, where Yika has set up an operations center of her own. Someone's brought the rest of the divans from her apartment, and she set them up in a rough semicircle, basically bringing her council out into the open. In token of this, Hjarka sprawls over one divan as she usually does, head propped on fist, and taking up the whole thing so no one else can sit down, and Tonki is pacing in the middle of the semicircle. There are others around, anxious or bored people who've brought their own chairs or are sitting on the hard crystal floor, but not as many as you would have expected. There's a lot of activity around the comm. You noticed as you headed to the flat top. People fletching arrows in one chamber that you pass, building crossbows in another. Down on the ground level you can see what looks like a long knife-wielding class. A slender young man is teaching about 30 people how to do an over and under strike. Over by Scenic Overlook, some of the innovators seem to be rigging what looks like a dropped rocks trap. The spectators perk up as you and Lerna come onto the flat top, though. That's hilarious. Everyone knows you volunteered to go topside to deliver Castrima's answer to Renonis. You did this in part to show publicly that you weren't taking over. Yika's still in charge. Everyone seems to be reading it as a sign that you may be crazy, but at least you're on their side. Such hope in their eyes. It dies down quickly, though. That you are back, and that there is a visibly bloody bandage around one arm, is reassuring to no one. Tonki's in full rant about something, even though she's ready for battle, having traded her skirt for billowy pantaloons, tied her hair up atop her head in a scruffy pile of curls, and strapped twin glass knives to both thighs. She actually looks kind of stunning. Then you pay attention to what she's saying. The third wave will need to be the most delicate touch. Pressure sets them off, see? A temperature differential should make the wind gust enough, the air pressure drop enough, but it has to happen fast, and no shaking. We're going to lose the forest either way, but shaking will just make them dig in. We need them moving. I can handle that, Ika says, though she looks troubled. At least, I can handle part of it. No, it has to be done all at once.
Tonki stops and glowers at her.
That's not rusting negotiable.
She sees you then and stops, her eyes going immediately to the bandage around your arm. Ika turns and her eyes widen too.
Damn.
You shake your head wearily. I agreed it was worth a shot, and now we know they can't be reasoned with. Then you sit down, and the people on the flat top fall silent as you impart what intelligence you were able to glean from your trip topside. An army of surplus people occupying the houses, a general named Danel, at least one guardian. Adding this to what you already know, Stone Eaters on their side, a whole city more of them somewhere in the equatorials, paints a bleak picture. But it is the unknowns that are the most alarming.
How did they know about the meat shortage?
No one seems to be holding the Grey Stone Eaters' revelation against Yika, or at least they aren't doing it right now, even though they now know she was keeping the information from them. Head women are supposed to make choices like that.
How are they finding the rusting vents?
With enough people, it's not hard to search. You start to suggest, but she cuts you off.
It is. We've been using this geode in one way or another for 50 years. We know the land, and it took us years to find those vents. One's in a damned peat bog further along the river, which stinks to the heavens and occasionally catches fire.
She sits forward, propping her elbows on her knees and sighing.
How did they even know we were here? Even our trading partners have only ever seen Castrima over.
Maybe they have origins working with them too, Lerna says. After so many weeks of hearing mostly raga, his polite orogen sounds strained and artificial to your ears.
They could. No,
says Yika. She looks at you then.
Castrima's huge. When you came into the area, did you notice a giant hole in the ground?
You blink in surprise. She nods before you can answer, since your face has said it all.
Yeah, you should have. But something about this place sort of, I don't know, shunts away orogeny. Once you're in it, it's the opposite, of course. The geode feeds on us to power itself. But next time you're topside, and not being almost killed, I mean, try assessing this place. You see what I'm talking about?
She shakes her head.
Even if they've got pet rogas, they shouldn't have known we were here.
Yarka sighs and rolls onto her back, muttering under her breath. Tonki bares her teeth, probably a habit she's picking up from Yarka.
That's not relevant,
Tonki snaps.
Because you don't want to hear it, babe, Yarka says. Doesn't mean it's wrong. You like things neat. Life's not neat. You like things messy. Ika likes things explained, Ika says pointedly.
Tonki hesitates, and Yarka sighs and says,
It's not the first time I've thought there might be a spy in the comm.
Oh, rust! There's an immediate murmur and shuffle among the people listening. Lerna stares at her. That makes no sense, he says. None of us has any reason to betray Castrima. Anyone taken into this comm had nowhere else to go.
That isn't true.
Yarka rolls to sit upright, grinning and flashing her sharp teeth.
I could have gone to my mom's birth comm. She was leadership there before she left to go to my birth comm. Too much competition, and she wanted to be a head woman. I left my comm because I didn't want to be head woman after her. Comm full of assholes. But I definitely wasn't planning to live out my useless years in a hole in the ground.
She looks at Yika. Yika sighs in a long-suffering way.
I can't believe you're still mad I didn't ask you. I told you. I needed the help. Right, but just saying. I wouldn't have stayed if you'd asked me at the time.
You'd rather have some overcrowded equatorial comm with delusions of being old Sansa reborn? Lerna frowns.
I wouldn't, Yarka shrugs. I like it here now, but I'm saying that somebody else might prefer Renonis. Enough to sell us out for a place in it.
We need to find this spy, shouts someone from over near the rope bridge. No, you say then, sharply. It's your teacher voice, and everyone jumps and looks at you. Danelle said she hoped to make Kostrima tear itself apart. We're not starting any raga hunts here. This has two meanings, but you're not trying to be clever. You know full well that your teacher voice isn't the only reason everyone's staring at you in palpable unease. The spinal still floats behind you, having followed you down from the surface. Yika rubs her eyes. You gotta stop threatening people, Essie. I mean, I know you grew up in the fulcrum and don't really know any better, but it's not good community behavior. You blink, a little thrown and a lot insulted. But she's right. Calm survived through a careful balance of trust and fear. Your impatience is tilting the balance too far out of true. Fine, you say. Everyone relaxes a little, relieved that Yika can talk you down, and there are even a few nervous chuckles. But I still don't think it's relevant to discuss whether there's a spy right now. If there is, Renanis knows what they know. All we can do is try to come up with a plan they won't anticipate. Tonki points at you and glares at Hjarka with a wordless "see." Hjarka sits forward, planting a hand on one knee and glaring at all of you. She doesn't usually argue much. That was Cutter's role. But you see stubbornness in the set of her jaw now. It rusting matters if the spy is still here, though. Good luck keeping them from anticipating if... The commotion begins at Scenic Overlook. It's hard to see from flat top, but someone's shouting for Yika. She's on her feet at once, heading in that direction, but a small figure, one of the comm's children working as a runner, comes darting along the pathways to meet her before she's even crossed the main bridge from flat top. Message from the topside tunnels, the boy calls, even before he halts. Says the Rennies are sledgehammering in. Yika looks at Tonki. Tonki nods briskly. Marat said the charges were set. Wait, what? You ask. Yika ignores you. To the child, she says, Tell them to fall back and follow the plan. Go! The boy turns and runs off, though only to a point where he's got a clear sight line to Scenic. He holds up a hand, clenches a fist, and then releases it in a splay of fingers. There's a series of whistles throughout the comm as this signal gets relayed, and a lot of bustling as clusters of people gather and head off into the tunnels. You recognize some of them, strongbacks and innovators. You have no idea what's going on. Yika seems remarkably calm as she turns back to face you. Going to need your help, she says softly. If they're using sledgehammers, then that's good. They don't have any ruggers. But collapsing the tunnels will hold them for a short time if they're really determined to come down here. And I don't much like the idea of being trapped. Will you help me build an escape tunnel? You draw back a little, stunned. Collapsing the tunnels? But of course it is the only strategy that makes sense. Kostrima cannot fight off an army that outnumbers them, outweapons them, and out-allies them in Stone Eaters and Guardians. What are we supposed to do? Flee? Yika shrugs. You understand now why she looks so tired. Not just dealing with the calm almost turning on its ragas, but fear for the future. It's a contingency. I've had people carrying critical stores into side caverns for days now. We can't carry it all, of course, or even most of it. But if we leave and go hide somewhere, we've got a place, before you ask, storage cavern a few miles away. Then even if the Rennies break in, they'll find a comm that's dark and worthless, and that will suffocate them if they stay too long. They'll take what they can and go. And maybe we can come back when they're done. And this is why she's the head woman. While you've been caught up in your own dramas, Yika's been doing all this. Still, if they have even one raga with them, the geode will function. It'll be theirs. We'll be calmless. Yeah, as a contingency plan, it blows. You're right. Yika sighs. Which is why I want to try
Tomki's plan. Yarka looks furious. Rusting told you I don't want to be a head woman, Yeek. Yika rolls her eyes. You'd rather be comless? Suck it up. You turn from her to Tonki and back, feeling completely lost. Tonki sighs in frustration, but forces herself to explain. Controlled orogeny, she says. Sustained bursts of slow cooling at the surface, in a ring around the area, but closing inward, centered on the calm. This will excite the boil bugs into a swarm state. The other innovators have been studying their behavior for weeks. She flicks her fingers a little, perhaps unconsciously dismissing that sort of research as lesser. It should work, but it has to be done fast, by someone who has the necessary precision and endurance. The bugs just dig in and go into hibernation otherwise. Suddenly you understand. It's monstrous. It could also save Kostrima, and yet... You look at Yika. Yika shrugs, but you think you read tension in her shoulders. You have never understood how Yika does the things she does with orogeny. She's a feral. In theory, she's capable of doing anything you can. A dedicated self-teacher could conceivably master the basics and then refine them from there. Most self-taught ragas just don't. But you've assessed Yika when she's working, and it's obvious that in the fulcrum she'd be ringed, though only 2 or 3 rings. She can shift a boulder, not a pebble. And yet, she can somehow lure every raga in a 100-mile radius to Kostrima. And yet, there's whatever she did to cut her. And yet there is a solidity to her, a stability and implication of strength, even though you've seen nothing to explain it, which makes you doubt your fulcrumish assessment of her. A 2 or 3 ringer doesn't cess like that. And yet, orogeny is orogeny. Sesapine are sesapine. Flesh has limits. That army fills both Kostrima over and the forest basin, you say. You'll pass out before you can ice half of a circle that big. Maybe. Definitely. Yika rolls her eyes. I know what I'm rusting doing because I've done it before. There's a way I know. You sort of... She falters. You decide, if you manage to live through this, that the ragas of Kostrima should start trying to come up with words for the things they do. Yika sighs in frustration herself, as if hearing your thought. Maybe this is a fulcrum thing? When you run with another raga, keep everybody at the same pace. Train yourself to the capabilities of the least, but use the endurance of the greatest. You blink, and then a chill passes through you. Earth fires and rust buckets. You know how to... Alabaster did it to you twice, long ago. Once to seal a hot spot, and once to save himself from poisoning. Parallel scale? Is that what you call it? Anyway, when you form a whole group working in parallel in a mesh, I could do it with Kata and Temel before. Anyway, I can do that now. Use the other ragas. Even the kids can help. She sighs. You've guessed already. Thing is, the person who holds the others together... The yoke, you think, remembering a long ago angry conversation with Alabaster. That's the one that burns out first. Has to take on the friction of it. Or everybody in the mesh will just cancel each other out. Nothing happens. Burns out. Dies. Yika. You're 100 times more skilled, more precise than her. You can use the obelisks. She shakes her head, bemused. You ever, meshed with anyone before? I told you it takes practice. And you've got another job to do. Her gaze is intent. I hear your friend finally kicked off in the infirmary. He teach you what you needed to know before. You look away, bitterness in your mouth, because the proof of your mastery of individual obelisks is the fact that you killed him with one. But you're no closer to understanding how to open the gate. You don't know how to use many obelisks together. First a network, then the gate. Don't rust it up, Essun. Oh, Earth. Oh, you amazing ass, you think. It's self-directed, as well as a thought thrown toward Alabaster. Teach me how to build a mesh with you, you blurt at Yika. A network. Let's call it a network. She frowns at you. I just told you. That's what he wanted me to do. Flaking fucking rust. You turn and start pacing, simultaneously excited and horrified and furious. Everyone's staring at you. Not networking, orogeny. Networking. All those times he made you study the threads of magic in his body, in your own body, getting a feel for how they connect and flow. And of course he couldn't just rusting tell me. Why would he ever do anything that sensible? Essun. Taki's eyeing you sidelong, a worried look on her face. You're starting to sound like me. You laugh at her, even though you didn't think you'd be able to laugh ever again after what you did to Baster. Alabaster, you say. The man in the infirmary, my friend. He was a 10-ring origin. He's also the man who broke the continent up north. Lots of murmurs at this. Tlino, the baker, says, A fulcrum raga? He was from the fulcrum and he did this? You ignore him. He had reasons. Vengeance and the chance to make a world that Koru could have lived in, even if Koru was no longer alive. Do they need to know about the moon? No, there's no time, and it would just confuse everyone as much as the whole mess confuses you. I didn't understand how he did it until now. First a network, then the gate. I need to learn how to do what you're about to do, Yika. You can't die till you teach me. Something shakes the ambient. It's small, relative to the power of a shake, and localized. You and Yika and any other ragas on flat top immediately turn and look up, orienting on it. An explosion. Someone set off small, shaped charges and brought down one of the tunnels that leads out of Kostrima. A few moments later, there are shouts from Scenic Overlook. You squint in that direction and see a party of strongbacks, the ones who were guarding the main tunnel into the calm when you went up to speak with Daniel and the Renonis people, trotting to a halt, breathless and anxious-looking, and dusty. They blew the tunnel as they fled. Yika shakes her head and says, Then let's work together on the escape tunnel. Hopefully, we won't kill each other in the process. She beckons and you follow, and together you half walk, half trot toward the opposite side of the geode. This happens by unspoken agreement. Both of you instinctively know exactly where the best additional point to breach the geode lies. Around 2 platforms, across 2 bridges, and then the far wall of the geode is there, buried in stubby crystals, too short to house any apartments. Good. Yika raises her hands and makes a rectangle shape, which confuses you, until you assess the sudden sharp force of her orogeny, which pierces the geode wall at 4 points. It's fascinating. You've observed her before when she does orogeny, but this is the first time she's tried to be precise about something. And it's completely not what you expected. She can't shift a pebble, but she can slice out corners and lines so neatly that the end result looks machine-carved. It's better than you could have done, and suddenly you realize. Maybe she couldn't shift a pebble, because who the rust needs to shift pebbles? That's the fulcrum's way of testing precision. Yika's way is to simply be precise, where it is practical to do so. Maybe she failed your tests, because they were the wrong tests. Now she pauses and you assess her hand being extended to you. You are standing on a platform around a crystal shaft too narrow for apartments, which instead harbors storerooms and a small tool shop. It's recently made, so the railing is made of wood and you don't much like entrusting your life to it. But you grip the railing and close your eyes anyway, and orogenically reach for the connection that she offers. She seizes you.
If you hadn't been used to this from Alabaster, you would have panicked. But it's the same as what happened back then. Yika's orogeny sort of melds with and consumes yours. You relax and let her take control, because instantly you realize you are stronger than her and should take control yourself, but you are the learner here, and she is the teacher. So you hold back to learn. It is a dance of sorts. Her orogeny is like a river with eddies, curling and flowing in patterns and at a pace. Yours is faster, deeper, more straightforward, more forceful. But she modulates you so efficiently that the two flows come together. You flow slower and more loosely. She flows faster, using your depth to boost her force. For an instant you open your eyes, see her leaning against the crystal column and sliding down to crouch at its base so that she doesn't have to pay attention to her body while she concentrates. And then you are within the geode's crystal substrate, through its shell and burrowing into the rock that surrounds it, flowing around the warps and wens of ancient cold stone. Flowing with Yika, so easily that you are surprised. Alabaster was rougher than this, but maybe he wasn't used to doing it when he first tried it with you. Yika has done this with others, and she is as fine a teacher as any you have ever had. But, oh, you see it so easily now. Magic. There are threads of it interwoven with Yika's flow, supporting and catalyzing her drive where it is weaker than yours, soothing the layer of contact between you. Where's all this coming from? She drags it out of the rock itself, which is another wonder, because you have not realized until now that there is any magic in the rock. But there it is, flitting between the infinitesimal particles of silicon and calcite as easily as it did between the particles of Alabaster's stone substance. Wait. No. Between the calcite and the calcite specifically, though it touches the silicon, it is being generated by the calcite, which exists in limestone inclusions within the stone. At some point, millions or billions of years ago, you suspect, this whole area was at the bottom of an ocean, or perhaps an inland sea. Generations of sea life were born and lived and died here, then settled to that ocean's floor, forming layers and compacting. Are those glacier scrapings that you see? Hard to tell. You're not a geomess. But what you suddenly understand is this. Magic derives from life. That which is alive or was alive, or even that which was alive so many ages ago that it has turned into something else. All at once, this understanding causes something to shift in your perception, and you see it suddenly. The network. A web of silver threads interlacing the land, permeating rock, and even the magma just underneath. Strung like jewels between forests and fossilized corals and pools of oil. Carried through the air on the webs of leaping spiderlings. Threads in the clouds, though thin, strung between microscopic living things in water droplets. Threads as high as your perception can reach, brushing against the very stars. And where they touch the obelisks, the threads become another thing entirely. For of the obelisks that float against the map of your awareness, which has suddenly become vast, miles and miles you are perceiving with far more than your Sasapane now. Each hovers as the nexus of thousands, millions, trillions of threads. This is the power holding them up. Each blazes silvery white in flickering pulses. Evil earth. This is what the obelisks are when they aren't real. They float and they flicker, solid to magic to solid again, and on another plane of existence you inhale in awe at the beauty of them. And then you inhale again, as you notice close by, Yika's control tugs at you, and belatedly you realize she has used your power even as you meandered through Epiphany. Now there is a new tunnel slanting up through the layers of sedimentary and igneous rock. Within it is a staircase of broad, shallow steps, straight up, except for wide, regular landings. Nothing has been excavated to make room for these stairs. Instead, Yika has simply deformed the rock away, pressing it into the walls and compressing it down to form the stairs, and using the increased density to stabilize the tunnel against the weight of the rock around it. But she has stopped the tunnel just shy of breaching the surface, and now she unweaves you from the network. That word again. You blink and turn to her, understanding why at once. "You can finish it," Yika says. She's getting up from the platform, dusting off her butt. Already she looks weary. It must have tired her trying to modulate your surprised fluctuations. She cannot do this thing she has chosen to do. She'll burn out before she's made it halfway around the valley. And she doesn't have to now. "No. I'll take care of it." Yika rubs her eyes. "Essi?" You smile. For once, the nickname doesn't bother you. And then you use what you just learned from her, grabbing her the way Alabaster once did, grabbing all the other Ragas in the calm too. There is a collective flinch as you do this. They are used to it from Yika, but they know a different yoke when they cess it. You have not earned their trust as she has. Yika stiffens, but you don't do anything, just hold her. And now it's obvious. You really can do it. Then you drive the point home by connecting to the spinal. It is behind you, but you cess the instant that it stops flickering and instead sends forth a silent, earth-shivering pulse. "Ready," you think it's saying, as if it speaks. Yika's eyes widen suddenly as she cesses just how the obelisk's catalysis awakens the network of Ragas. That's because you're now doing the thing that Alabaster tried to teach you for 6 months, using orogeny and magic together in a way that supports and strengthens each, making a stronger whole. Then integrating this into a network of origins working toward a single goal, all of them together stronger than they are individually, and plugged into an obelisk that amplifies their power manifold. It is amazing. Alabaster failed to teach it to you because he was like you, fulcrum trained and fulcrum limited, taught only to think of power in terms of energy and equations and geometric shapes. He mastered magic because of who he was, but he did not truly understand it. Neither do you even now. Yika, feral that she is, with nothing to unlearn, was the key all along. If you hadn't been so arrogant... Well, no. You cannot say Alabaster would be alive. He was dead the instant he used the Obelisk Gate to rip the continent in half. The burns were killing him already. That you finished it was mercy. Eventually you will believe that. Yika blinks and frowns. You okay? She knows the magic of you and tastes your grief. You swallow against the lump in your throat, carefully, keeping tight hold of the power held pent within you. Yeah, you lie. Yika's gaze is too knowing. She sighs. You know, we both get through this. I have a stash of human essence already in one of the stock caches. Want to get drunk? The tightness in your throat seems to snap, and you laugh it out. Seredis is a distilled liqueur made from a fruit of the same name that was harvested in the foothills just outside Humanes. The trees didn't grow well anywhere else, so Yika's stash might be the last Seredis in the whole of the stillness. Pricelessly drunk? Disastrously drunk. Her smile is weary but real. You like the sound of this. If we get through this. but you're pretty sure that you will now. There's more than enough power in the origin network and the spinal. You'll make Castrima safe for stills and ragas and anything else that's on your side. No one needs to die, except your enemies. With that, you turn and raise your hands, splaying fingers as your orogeny and magic stretch forth. You perceive Castrima, over, under, and all the matter between and below and above. Now the army of Renanis is before you. Hundreds of points of heat and magic on your mental map, some clustering in houses that do not belong to them, and the rest clustering around the 3 tunnel mouths that lead into the underground calm. In 2 of the tunnels, they've broken through the boulders that one of Castrima's ragas positioned to seal them. In one of these, rocks have collapsed the passageway. Some of the soldiers are dead, their bodies cooling. Other soldiers are working to clear the blockage. You can tell that's going to take a few days at least. But in the other flaking rust, they've found and disabled the charges. You taste the acridity of unspent chemical potential and the sourness of bloodlust sweat. They are making their way unobstructed toward Castrima under and are more than halfway to scenic overlook. In minutes, the first of them, several dozen strongbacks, bristling with long knives and crossbows and slingshots and spears, will hit the calm's defenses. Hundreds more will file into the tunnel mouth behind them. You know what you have to do. You withdraw from this close view. Now the forest around Castrima spreads below you. Wider view. Now you taste the edges of Castrima's plateau and the nearby depression that is the forest basin. Obvious now that there was once a sea here, and a glacier before that, and more. Obvious, too, are the knots of light and fire that comprise the life of the region, scattered throughout the forest. More of it than you thought, though much of it is hibernating or hidden or otherwise guarding itself against the season's onslaught. Very bright along the river. Boil bugs infest both its banks, and most of the plateau and basin beyond. You begin with the river, then, delicately chilling the soil and air and stone along its length. You do this in pulsating waves, there and cool, and there again and a little cooler. You drop the air pressure just on the inside of the circle of cold you're shaping, which causes wind to blow inward toward Castrima. It is encouragement and warning. Move and you'll live. Stay, and I'll ice you little bastards to extinction. The boil bugs move. You perceive them as a wave of bright heat that surges out of underground nests and above-ground feeding piles that have formed around their many victims. Hundreds of nests, millions of bugs. You had no idea the forest of Castrima was so riddled with them. Tonki's warning about the meat shortage is meaningless and too late. You could never have competed against such successful predators. You were always going to have to get used to the taste of human anyway. That's neither here nor there. The ring of cold around Castrima's territory is complete, and you direct the energy inward in waves, pushing, herding. The bugs are fast, and rusting hell, they can fly. You'd forgotten the wing covers. And, oh, burning earth. Suddenly you're glad you can only sense what's happening topside, not see or hear it. What you perceive is painted in pressure and heat and chemical and magic. Here is a bright living cluster of Renanis soldiers bunched up within the confines of wood and brick, as a swarm of blazing hot boilbug motes reaches it. Through the foundation of the house you sense pounding feet, the slam of a door, the fleshier slam of bodies against each other and the floor. Mini shakes of panic. The shapes of the soldiers grow brighter upon the ambient as the bugs land and do their work, boiling and steaming. Terteus Hunter Castrima was unlucky. Only a few bugs got him, which is why he didn't die of it. This is dozens of boil bugs per soldier, covering every accessible bit of flesh. And it is a kindness. They do not thrash for long, your enemies, and one by one the houses of Castrima over become still and silent once more. The network shudders in your yoke. None of the others like this. You steer them firmly, keeping them on task. There can be no mercy now. Now the swarms move into the basements, falling upon the soldiers gathered there, finding the hidden tunnels that lead down into Castrima under. You lean on the spinal's power more here, trying to assess which of the living motes in the tunnels are Renanis soldiers and which are Castrima's defenders. They're in clusters, fighting. You have to help your people. Rusting shit. Ika bucks against your control, and though you are too embedded in the network to hear what she says out loud, you get the idea. You know what you have to do. So you pull a chunk out of the walls and use this to seal off the tunnels. Some of Castrima's strongbacks and innovators are on the boil bug side of the seal. Some of Renanis's soldiers are on the safe side of it. No one ever gets everything they want. Through the stone of the tunnels, you cannot help sensing the vibration of screams. But before you can force yourself to ignore this, there is another scream nearer by, a vibration that you perceive with eardrums and not Cesapine. Startled, you begin to dismantle the network, but not fast enough, not nearly, before something yanks at your yoke. Breaks it, throwing you and all the other ragas tumbling over each other and canceling one another's toruses as you come out of alignment. What the rust? Something has ripped 2 of your number loose. You open your eyes to find yourself sprawled on the wooden platform, one arm painfully twisted under you, your face pressed against a storage crate. Confused and groaning, your knees are weak. Being the yoke is hard. You push yourself up. Yika, what was... There is a sound beyond the crates, a gasp, a groan of wood from the platform beneath you, as something incomprehensibly heavy stresses the supports. A crunch of stone, so startlingly loud that you flinch, even as you realize you've heard this sound before. Grabbing the edge of the crate and the wooden railing, you haul yourself up on one knee. That's enough for you to see. Hoa, in a pose that your mind immediately and half-consciously names warrior, stands with one arm extended. From the hand dangles a head, a stone-eater's head. Hair a curling coiffure in mother-of-pearl, face gone below the top lip. The rest of the stone-eater, lower jaw on down, stands in front of Hoa, frozen in a posture of reaching for something. You can see Hoa's face in partial side view. It isn't moving or chewing, but there's pale stone dust on his finely carved black marble lips. There's a divot about the size of a bite wound in what's left of the stone-eater's nape. That was the familiar crunch. An instant later, the stone-eater's remains shatter, and you realize Hoa's position has changed to put a fist through its torso. Then his eyes slide toward you. He doesn't swallow that you can see, but then he doesn't need his mouth to speak anyway. Renanis's stone-eaters are coming for Castrima's orogens. Oh, evil earth! You make yourself get up, though you feel lightheaded and unsteady on your feet. How many? Enough. Flick, and Hoa's head has turned away, toward scenic overlook. You look and see heavy fighting there. The people of Castrima fighting back against the Renanis who've made it down the tunnel. You spy Daniel among the attackers, laying on with twin long knives against 2 strongbacks, as nearby, Esni shouts for another crossbow. Hers has jammed. She drops her useless weapon and draws a napped agate knife that flashes white in the light, then throws herself into the Daniel fight. And then your attention focuses on the nearer distance, where Penty has gotten herself tangled in a rope bridge. You see why. On the metal platform behind her stands another strange stone-eater. This one all over citrine gold but for the white mica around her lips. It stands with one hand extended, the fingers curled in a beckoning gesture. Penty is far from you, maybe 50 feet. but you can see tears streaking the girl's face as she struggles to extract herself from the ropes. One of her hands flops uselessly, broken. Her hand is broken. Your skin prickles all over. Hoa! There is a thunk against the wooden platform as he drops the head of his enemy. Essun. I need to go topside, fast! You can sense it up there. Magic feel it, looming and huge. It's been here all along, but you've been shying away from it. Too much for what you needed before. Exactly what you need now. Topside's crawling, Essie. Nothing but boil bugs. Yika is standing, just, by bracing herself against the crystal's wall. You want to warn her the Stone Eaters can come through the crystal, but there isn't time. If you're too slow, they'll get her regardless. You shake your head and stagger over to Hoa. He can't come to you. He's so damned heavy that it's a wonder the wooden platform hasn't collapsed already. His pose has changed again, now that the other Stone Eater is just chunks scattered around him. Now he has moved to place one hand on the crystal's wall, though the rest of him is facing you. His other hand extends toward you, open with invitation. You remember a day by the riverside, after Hoa fell into the mud. You offered him a hand to help him up, not realizing he weighed of diamond bones and ancient tales untold. He refused you to keep his secret, and you were hurt, though you tried not to be. Now his hand is cool compared to the warmth of Castrima, solid. Although he does not cess quite of stone, you realize in fleeting fascination. There's a strange texture to his flesh, a very slight yielding to the pressure of your fingers. He has fingerprints, that surprises you. Then you look up at his face. He's reshaped his expression from the coldness that you saw when he destroyed his enemy. Now there is a slight smile on his lips. Of course I'll help you, he says. So much of the boy is still in him that you almost smile back. There isn't time to parse this further, because all at once Castrima blurs into whiteness around you, and then there is darkness, earth and black. Hoa's hand is on yours, however, so you do not panic. Then you stand before the pavilion of Castrima over, amid the dead and dying. Around you, on the walkways and pavilion flagstones, lie the soldiers of Renanis, their bodies twisted, some of them impossible to see beneath carpets of insects, a very few of them still crawling and screaming. The table that Danelle used to plan the attack is overturned nearby. Beetles crawl over its surface. There's that smell again, of meat in brine. The air swirls with boil bugs and the low-pressure breeze you created. One of the bugs darts toward you and you cringe. An instant later, Hoa's hand is where the bug was, dripping hot water as the tea kettle whistle of the crushed creature fizzles away. You should probably raise a Taurus, he advises. Flaking rust, yes. You begin to pull away from him so you can do this safely, but his hand tightens on your own just a little. Orogeny can't hurt me. You have more power at your disposal than just orogeny, but he knows that, so all right then. You raise a high, tight torus around yourself, swirling with snow from the humidity, and immediately the boil bugs begin avoiding you. Perhaps they track prey by body heat. It's all irrelevant. You look up then at the blackness that blots out the sky. The onyx is like no obelisk you've ever seen. Most are shards, double-pointed hexagonal or octagonal columns, though you've seen a few that were irregular or rough-ended. This one is an ovoid cabochon, at your summons, descending slowly through the cloud layer that has hidden it since its arrival a few weeks before. You can't guess at its dimensions, but when you turn your head to take in the bowl of Castrima Over's sky, the onyx nearly fills it, south to north, gray-clouded horizon to underlit red. It reflects nothing, and does not shine. When you look up into it, this is surprisingly hard to do without cringing. Only scuds of cloud around its edges tell you that it is actually hovering high above Castrima. Looking at it, it feels closer, right above you. You have but to lift your hand. But some part of you is terrified of doing this. There is a strata-shaking thud as the spinel drops to the ground behind you, as if in supplication to this greater thing. Or perhaps it is only that, with the onyx here and pulling at you, drawing you in, drawing you up, oh, Earth, it draws you so fast. There is nothing left of you that can command any other obelisk. You've got nothing to spare. You are falling up, flying into a void that does not so much rush you along as suck at you. You have learned from other obelisks to submit to their current. But at once you know better than to do that here. The onyx will swallow you whole. But you cannot fight it either. It will rip you apart. The best you can manage is a kind of precarious equilibrium in which you pull against it, yet still drift through its interstices. And too much of it is in you already. So much. You need to use this power, or... But no, something is wrong. Something is slipping out of equilibrium. Suddenly there is light lashing around you, and you realize you are tangled in a trillion, quintillion threads of magic, and they are tightening. On another plane of existence, you scream. This was a mistake. It's eating you, and it is awful. Alabaster was wrong. Better to let the Stone Eaters kill every Raga in Castrima and destroy the calm than die like this. Better to let Hoa chew you to pieces with his beautiful teeth. At least you like him. Love him. Love! Whiplash tightening of magic in 1,000 directions. Light lattice blazing alive suddenly against the black. You see! This is so far past your normal range that it is nearly incomprehensible. You see the stillness, the whole of it. You perceive the half-shell of this side of the planet, taste whiffs of the other side. It's too much. And fire under earth, you're a fool. Alabaster told you. First a network, then the gate. You cannot do this alone. You need a smaller network to buffer the greater. You fumble toward the orogens of Castrima again, but you cannot grasp them. There are fewer of them now, their numbers flaring and snuffing out even as you reach, and they are too panicked for even you to claim. But there, right beside you, is a small mountain of strength, Hoa. You don't even try to reach for him because that strength is alien and frightening, but he reaches for you, stabilizes you, holds you firm, which allows you to finally remember. The onyx is the key. The key unlocks a gate. The gate activates a network. And suddenly the onyx pulses, magma deep and earthen heavy, around you. Oh, earth! Not a network of orogens. He meant a network of... The spinal is first, right there, as it is. The topaz is next, its bright airy power yielding to you so easily. The smoky quartz, the amethyst, your old friend plodding after you from Terimo. The kunzite, the jade. Oh, the agate, the jasper, the opal, the citrine. You open your mouth to scream and do not hear yourself. The ruby, the spodumene, the aquamarine, the peridot, the... It's too much. You don't know if you're screaming the words in your mind or out loud. Too much! The mountain beside you says, they need you, Essun. And everything snaps into focus, yes. The Obelisk Gate opens only for a purpose. Down. Geode walls. Flickering columns of proto-magic. What Castrima is made of. You know the contaminants within its structure. Those that crawl over its surfaces you permit. Yika, Penti, all the other Ragas, and the stills who depend on them to keep the calm going, they all need you. Yet there are also those interfering with its crystal lattices, riding along its strands of matter and magic, lurking within the rock around the geode shell, like parasites trying to burrow in. They are mountains too, but they are not your mountain. Pissed off the wrong Raga, Hoa said of his own incarceration. Yes, these enemy stone-eaters rusting did. You shout again, but this time it is effort, it is aggression. Snap, and you break lattices and magic strands, and reseal them to your own design. Crack, and you lift whole crystal shafts to throw them like spears and grind your enemies beneath. You look for Greyman, the stone-eater who hurt Hoa. But he is not among the mountains that threaten your home. These are just his minions. Fine. You'll send him a message, then, written in their fear. By the time you're done, you've sealed at least 5 of the enemy stone-eaters into crystals. Easy to do, really, when they are so foolish as to try to transit through them while you're watching. They phase into the crystal. You simply dephase them, freezing them like bugs in amber. The rest are fleeing. Some flee north, unacceptable, and distance is nothing for you now. You pull up and wheel and pierce down again, and there is Renanis, nestled within its lattice of nodes like a spider among its bundled, sucked dry prey. The gate is meant to do things on a planetary scale. It is nothing to you to drive power down and inflict upon every citizen of Renanis the same thing you did to the woman who would have beaten Penty to death. Bullies are bullies. So simple to twist the flickering silver between their cells until those cells grow still, solid, stone. It is done, and Castrima's war won in the span of a breath. Now it's dangerous. Now you understand. To wield the power of this network of obelisks without a focus is to become its focus and die. The wise thing to do, now that Castrima is safe, would be to dismantle the gate and withdraw from the connection before it destroys you. But there are other things you want besides Castrima's safety. The gate is like orogeny, you see. Without conscious control, it responds to all desires as if they are the desire to destroy the world. And you will not control this. You cannot. This desire is as quintessential to you as your past or your defensive personality or your many times broken heart. Nassun. Your awareness spins, south, tracking. Nassun. Interference. It hurts. The pearl, the diamond, the sapphire. It resists being pulled into the network of the gate. You barely noticed before, overwhelmed as you were by dozens, hundreds of obelisks. But you notice now because Nassun. It's her. It is your daughter. It's Nassun. You know the stolid complexity of her as you know your own heart and soul. It's her, written all over this obelisk. And you have found her. She is alive. It's your goal accomplished. The gate automatically begins to disengage. The other obelisks disconnect. The onyx releases you last, albeit with a whiff of cold reluctance. Next time. And as your body sags and lists to one side because something suddenly throws off your balance, hands take hold of you and pull you upright. You can barely lift your head. Your body feels distant, heavy, like the sensation of being in stone. You have not eaten in hours, but you feel no hunger. You know you've been taxed far beyond your own endurance, but you feel no exhaustion. There are mountains around you. Rest, Essun, says the one you love. I'll take care of you. You nod with a head heavy as a boulder. Then new presences pull at your attention, and you force yourself to look up one last time. Antimony stands before you, impassive as ever, but there is something comforting about her presence nevertheless. You know instinctively that she is no enemy. Beside her stands another stone eater, tall, slender, somehow awkward in its draped clothing, all over white, though the shape of its facial features is Eastern coaster. Full mouth and long nose, high cheekbones, and a sculpture of neatly sculpted kinky hair. Only its eyes are black, and though they watch you with only faint recognition, with a puzzled flicker of something that might be, but should not be memory, something about those eyes is familiar. How ironic. This is the first time you've ever seen a stone eater made of alabaster. And then you are gone. What if it isn't dead? Letter from Rido Innovator de Bars to 7th University, sent via courier from Alia Cortant and Com after the raising of the Garnet Obelisk, received 3 months after word of Alia's destruction spread via telegraph. Unknown reference. Interlude. You fall into my arms, and I take you to a safe place. Safety is relative. You have driven off my unsavory brethren, those of my kind who would have killed you, since they cannot control you. As I descend into Kostrima, however, and emerge in a quiet space of familiarity, I smell iron on the air, amid the shit and stale breath and other scents of flesh and smoke. The iron is a flesh scent, too, that variant of iron which is contained in blood. Outside, there are bodies along the walkways and steps. One even dangles from a rope slide. The fighting is mostly over, however, because of 2 things. First, the invaders have realized they are trapped between the insect-infested surface and their enemies, who are greater in number now that most of the invading army is dead. Those who wish to live have surrendered. Those who fear a worse death have flung themselves on the swords or crystals of Kostrima. The second thing that has stopped the fighting is the inescapable fact that the geode is badly damaged. All over the com, the once glowing crystals now flicker in irregular pulses. One of the longer ones has detached from the wall and broken, its dust and rubble scattered along the geode floor. On the ground level, warm water has stopped flowing into the communal pool, though occasionally there is a haphazard spurt of it. Several of the com's crystals are completely dark, dead, cracked, but within each, a darker shape can be seen, frozen and trapped. Humanoid. Fools. That's what you get for pissing off my Raga. I lay you in a bed and make certain there is food and water nearby. Feeding you will be difficult, now that I have shed the quickened sheath I wore to friend you. But most likely someone will be along before I am forced to try. We are in Lerna's apartment. I've put you in his bed. He will like that, I think. You will too once you want to feel human again. I do not begrudge you these connections. You need them. I do not begrudge you these connections. You need them. But I position you carefully so that you will be comfortable, and I place your arm atop the covers so you will know as soon as you awaken that you must now make a choice. Your right arm, which has become a thing of brown, solidified, concentrated magic. No crudeness here. Your flesh is pure, perfect, wholesome. Every atom is as it should be. The arcane lattice, precise and strong. I touch it once, briefly, though my fingers barely notice the pressure.
leftover longing from the flesh I wore so recently. I'll get over it. Your stone hand is shaped into a fist. There's a crack across the back of it, perpendicular to the hand bones. Even as the magic reshaped you, you fought. You fought. This is what you must become. You have always fought. Ah, I grow sentimental. A few weeks' nostalgia in flesh, and I forget myself. Thus, I wait. And hours or days later, when Lerna returns to his apartment stinking of other people's blood and his own weariness, he stops short at the sight of me, standing watchman in his living room. He's still for only a moment. Where is she? Yes, he's worthy of you. In the bedroom. He goes there immediately. There's no need for me to follow. He'll be back. Some while later, minutes or hours. I know the words, but they mean so little. He returns to the living room where I stand. He sits heavily and rubs his face. She will live, I say unnecessarily. Yes. He knows it's a coma, and he will tend you well until you wake. A moment later, he lowers his hands and gazes at me. You didn't, He licks his lips. Her arm. I know exactly what he means. Not without her permission. His face twists. I'm faintly repelled before I remember that not long ago, I too was so constantly, wetly in motion. Glad that's over with. How honorable of you, he says, in a tone that he probably means as an insult. No more honorable than his decision not to eat your other arm. Some things are simple decency. Some while later, probably not years because he hasn't moved, possibly hours because he does look so very tired, he says, I don't know what we're going to do now. Kostrima's dying. As if to emphasize these words, the crystal around us stops glowing for a moment, dropping us into darkness, lit harshly by the light from outside the apartment. Then the light returns. Lerna exhales, his breath redolent of fear aldehydes. We're calmless. It isn't worth pointing out that they would have also been calmless if their enemies had succeeded in slaughtering Essun and the other orogens. He'll figure it out eventually, in his plodding, sweaty way. But since there's one thing he does not know, I speak it aloud. Renanis is dead, I say. Essun killed it. What? He heard me. He just doesn't believe what he heard. You mean she iced it? From here? No, she used magic, but all that matters is everyone within its walls is now dead. He ponders this for eternities, or maybe seconds. An equatorial city would have vast store caches, enough to last us years. Then his brow furrows. Traveling there and bringing that many goods back would be a major undertaking. He isn't a stupid man. I ponder the past while he figures things out. When he gasps, I pay attention to him again. Renanis is empty. He stares at me, then gets to his feet, thumping and sloshing across the room. Evil Earth, Hoa. That's what you're saying? Intact walls, intact homes, store caches? And who the rust are we going to have to fight for it? No one with sense goes north these days. We could live there. At last, I return to my contemplations, even as he mutters to himself and paces
and finally laughs aloud. But then Lerna stops, staring at me. His eyes narrow in suspicion. "You do nothing for us," he says softly, "only for her. Why are you telling me this?" I shape my lips into a curve, and his jaw tightens in disgust. I shouldn't have bothered. "Essun wants somewhere safe for Nassun," I say. Silence for maybe an hour. Or a moment. She doesn't know where Nassun is. The Obelisk Gate permits sufficient precision of perception. A flinch. I remember the words for movement. Flinch. Inhale. Swallow. Grimace. Earth fires. Then he sobers and turns to look at the bedroom curtain. "Yes, when you wake, you will want to go find your daughter." I watch this realization soften Lerna's face, weigh down the tension of his muscles, slacken his posture. I have no idea what any of these things means. Why? It takes a year for me to realize he's speaking to me and not himself. By the time I figure it out, however, he has finished the question. "Why do you stay with her? Are you just hungry?" I resist the urge to crush his head. "I love her, of course." There, I've managed a civil tone. "Of course." Lerna's voice has grown soft. "Of course." He leaves then, to ferry the information I've given him to the Calm's other leaders. There follows a century, or a week, of frantic activity, as the other people of the Calm pack and prepare and gather their strength for what is sure to be a long, grueling, and, for a few, deadly journey. But they have no choice. Such is life, in a season. Sleep, my love. Heal. I'll stand guard over you, and be at your side when you set forth again. Of course. Death is a choice. I will make certain of that for you. But not for you. 20. Nassun, faceted. But also, I listen through the earth. I hear the reverberations. When a new key is cut, her bittings finally ground and sharpened enough that she can connect to the obelisks and make them sing. We all know of it. Those of us who hope seek out that singer. We are forever barred from turning the key ourselves, but we can influence its direction. Whenever an obelisk resonates, you may be sure that one of us lurks nearby. We talk. This is how I know. In the dead of the night, Nassun wakes. It's dark in the barracks still, so she's careful not to step on the creakier floorboards as she pulls on her shoes and jacket and makes her way across the room. None of the others stirs, if they even wake and notice. They probably just think she has to go to the outhouse. Outside, it's quiet. The sky is beginning to lighten with dawn in the east, though it's harder to tell now that the ash clouds have thickened. She goes to the top of the downhill path and notices a few lights on in Jeketi. Some of the farmers and fishers are up. In Found Moon, though, all is still. What is it that tugs at her mind? The feel of it is irritating, gummy, as if something is caught in her hair and needs to be yanked free. The sensation is centered in her sesapine. No, deeper. This tugs at the light of her spine, the silver between her cells, the threads that bind her to the ground and to Found Moon and to Shafa and to the sapphire that hovers just above the clouds of Jeketi, visible now and again when the clouds break a little. The irritation is, it is north. Something is happening up north. Nassun turns to follow the sensation, climbing the hill up to the crucible mosaic, and stopping at its center as the wind makes her hair puffs shiver. Up here she can see the forest that surrounds Jeketi spread before her like a map. Rounded treetops and occasional outcroppings of ribbon basalt. Part of her can perceive shifting forces, reverberating lines, connections, amplification. But of what? Why? Something immense.
"What you perceive is the opening of the Obelisk Gate," says Steele.
She is unsurprised to find him suddenly standing beside her. More than one obelisk? Nassun asks, because that's what she's assessing. Lots more.
"Every one stationed above this half of the continent. 100 parts of the great mechanism beginning to work again as they were meant to."
Steele's voice, baritone and surprisingly pleasant, sounds wistful in this moment. Nassun finds herself wondering about his life, his past, whether he has ever been a child like her. That seems impossible.
"So much power. The very heart of the planet is channeled through the gate, and she uses it for so frivolous a purpose." A faint sigh. "Then again, so did its original creators, I suppose."
Somehow, Nassun knows that Steele is talking about her mother with that she. Mama is alive and angry,
And full of so much power.
What purpose? Nassun makes herself ask. Steele's eyes slide toward her. She has not specified whose purpose she means, her mother's, or those ancient people who first created and deployed the obelisks.
"The destruction of one's enemies, of course. A small and selfish purpose that feels great in the moment, though not without consequence."
Nassun considers what she has learned and assessed, and seen in the dead smiles of the other 2 guardians. "Father Earth fought back," she says.
"As one does, against those who seek to enslave. That's understandable, isn't it?"
Nassun closes her eyes. Yes, it's all so understandable, really, when she thinks about it. The way of the world isn't the strong devouring the weak, but the weak deceiving and poisoning and whispering in the ears of the strong until they become weak, too. Then it's all broken hands and silver threads, woven like ropes, and mothers who move the earth to destroy their enemies, but cannot save one little boy, girl. There has never been anyone to save Nassun. Her mother warned her there never would be. If Nassun ever wants to be free of fear, she has no choice but to forge that freedom for herself. So she turns slowly to face her father, who stands quietly behind her. "Sweetening," he says. It's the voice he usually uses for her, but she knows it isn't real. His eyes are cold as the ice she left all over his house a few days ago. His jaws tight, his body shaking just a little. She glances down at his tight fist. There's a knife in it, a beautiful one made from red opal, her favorite of his more recent work. It has a slight iridescence and a smooth sheen that completely disguises the razor sharpness of its napped edges. "Hi, Daddy," she says. She glances towards Steele, who is surely aware of what Jija intends. But the gray stone-eater has not bothered to turn away from the pre-dawn forestscape or the northern sky where so many earth-changing things are happening. Very well. She faces her father again. "Mama's alive, Daddy." If the words mean anything to him, it doesn't show. He just keeps standing there, looking at her eyes in particular. She's always had her mother's eyes. Suddenly it doesn't matter. Nassun sighs and rubs her face with her hands, as weary as Father Earth must be after so many eternities of hate. Hate is tiring. Nihilism is easier, though she does not know the word, and will not for a few years. It's what she's feeling regardless. An overwhelming sense of the meaninglessness of it all. "I think I understand why you hate us," she says to her father, as she drops her hands to her sides. "I've done bad things, Daddy, like you probably thought I would. I don't know how to not do them. It's like everybody wants me to be bad, so there's nothing else I can be." She hesitates, then says what's been in her mind for months now, unspoken. She doesn't think she'll have another chance to say it. "I wish you could love me anyway, even though I'm bad." She thinks of Shafa as she says this, though. Shafa, who loves her no matter what, as a father should. Jija just keeps staring at her. Elsewhere in the silence, on that plane of awareness that is occupied by Sisfuna and whatever the sense of the silver threads is called, Nassun feels her mother collapse. To be specific, she feels her mother's exertion upon the shifting, glimmering network of obelisks suddenly cease. Not that it ever touched her sapphire. "I'm sorry, Daddy," Nassun says at last. "I tried to keep loving you, but it was too hard." He's much bigger than her, armed where she is not. When he moves, it is with a mountainous lumber, all shoulders first, and bulk, and slow build-up to unstoppable speed. She weighs barely 100 pounds. She has no real chance. But in the instant that she feels the twitch of her father's muscles, small reverberating shocks against the ground and air, she orients her awareness toward the sky in a single ringing command. The transformation of the sapphire is instantaneous. It causes a concussion of air that rushes inward to fill the vacuum. The sound this makes is the loudest crack of thunder Nassun has ever heard. Jija, in mid-lunge, starts and stumbles, looking up. A moment later, the sapphire slams into the ground before Nassun, cracking the central stone of the crucible mosaic and a 6-foot radius of ground around her. It isn't the sapphire as she's seen it up till now, although the sameness of it transcends things like shape. When she extends her hand to wrap around the hilt of the long, flickering knife of blue stone, she falls into it a little. Up, flowing through watery facets of light and shadow. In, down into the earth. Out, away, brushing against the other parts of the hole that is the gate. The thing in her hand is the same monstrous, mountainous dynamo of silvery power that it has always been. The same tool, just more versatile now. Jija stares at it, then at her. There is an instant in which he wavers, and Nassun waits. If he turns, runs. He was her father once. Does he remember that time? She wants him to. Nothing between them will ever be the same again, but she wants that time to matter. No. Jija comes at her again, shouting as he raises the knife. So Nassun lifts the sapphire blade from the earth. It's nearly the length of her body, but it weighs nothing. The sapphire floats, after all. It's just floating here in front of her instead of above. She doesn't lift it either, strictly speaking. She wills it to move to a new position, and it does. In front of her, between her and Jija, so that when Jija angles his body to stab her, he cannot help bumping right into it. This makes it easy, inevitable, for her power to lay into him. She doesn't kill him with ice. Nassun defaults to using the silver instead of orogeny most days. The shift of Jija's flesh is more controlled than what she did to Eight's, largely because she is aware of what she's doing, and also because she's doing it on purpose. Jija begins to turn to stone, starting at the point of contact between him and the obelisk. What Nassun doesn't consider is momentum, which carries Jija forward even as he glances off the sapphire and twists and sees what is happening to his flesh and starts to inhale for a scream. He doesn't finish the inhalation before his lungs are solidified. He does, however, finish his lunge, though it is off balance and out of control, more of a fall than an attack by now. Still, it is a fall with a knife as its focal point, and so the knife catches Nassun in the shoulder. He was aiming for her heart. The pain of the strike is sudden and terrible, and it breaks Nassun's concentration at once. This is bad, because the sapphire flares as her pain does, flickering into its half-real state and back as she gasps and staggers. This finishes Jija in an instant, solidifying him completely into a statue with a frizz of smoky quartz hair and a round red ochre face and clothes of deep blue serendibite, because he wore dark clothing in order to stalk his daughter. This statue stands poised for only an instant, though, and then the flicker of the sapphire sends a ripple through him like a struck bell. Not unlike the concussion of turned inward orogenic force that a guardian once inflicted on a man named Essun. Jija shatters in the same way, just not as wetly. He's brittle stuff, weak, poorly made. The pieces of him tumble into stillness around Nassun's feet. Nassun gazes at the remains of her father for a long, aching moment. Beyond her, in Found Moon and down below in Jeketi, lights are coming on in the cabins. Everyone's been woken up by the thunderclap of the sapphire. There is confusion, voices calling back and forth, frantic sessing and probes of the earth. Steele now gazes down at Jija with her. "It never ends," he says. "It never gets better." Nassun says nothing. Steele's words fall into her like a stone into water, and she does not ripple in their wake. "You'll kill everything you love eventually. Your mother, Shafar, all your friends here in Found Moon. No way around it." She closes her eyes. "No way. Except one." A careful, considered pause. "Shall I tell you that way?" Shafa is coming. She can sense him, the buzz of him, the constant torment of the thing in his brain that he will not let her remove. Shafa, who loves her. "You'll kill everything you love eventually." "Yes," she makes herself say. "Tell me how not to—" She trails off. She cannot say, hurt them, because she has already hurt so many. She's a monster. But there must be a way for her monstrousness to be contained, for the threat of an Orogen's existence to be ended. "The moon's coming back, Nassun. It was lost so long ago, flung away like a ball on a paddle string. But the string has drawn it back. Left to itself, it will pass by and fly off again. It's done that before, several times now." She can see one of her father's eyes, set into a chunk of his face, gazing up at her from amid the pile. His eyes were green, and now they have become a beautiful shade of clouded peridot. "But with the gate, you can nudge it just a little. Adjust its a soft amused sound. The path that the moon naturally follows, instead of letting it pass again, lost and wandering. Bring it home. Father Earth's been missing it. Bring it straight here, and let them have a reunion." Oh. Oh. She understands suddenly why Father Earth wants her dead. "It will be a terrible thing," Steele says softly, nearly in her ear because he's moved closer to her. "It will end the seasons. It will end every season. And yet, what you're feeling right now, you need never feel again.
No one will ever suffer again. Nassun turns to stare at Steele. He's bent toward her, a look of almost comical slyness chiseled on his face. Then Shafa trots to a stop before them. He's staring at the ruin of Jija, and she sees the moment when the realization of what he's seeing flickers across his face, a mobile shockwave. His ice-white gaze lifts to her, and she searches his expression with her belly clenched against imminent pain. There is only anguish in his face, fear for her, sorrow on her behalf, alarm at her bloodied shoulder. Wariness and protective anger as he focuses on Steele. He is still her Shafa. The ache of Jija fades within the ease of his regard. Shafa will love her no matter what she becomes. So Nassun turns then to Steele and says, "Tell me how to bring the moon home." This has been a Hachette audio production of The Obelisk Gate, The Broken Earth, Book 2, written by N.K. Jemisin, read by Robin Miles, produced and directed by Tommy Harron, post-production by Gabino Reyes. The Obelisk Gate is also available in print and digital formats from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2016 by N.K. Jemisin. Audio production copyright 2016 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.